Okay,
Apparently,
so
their set takes, I think, 66 hours to set up from start to finish. Like it's like a mobile whatever, and they have to assemble it, and it takes like 60 some odd hours to set up from start to finish before they play a show, which is just unfathomable. They have all the pyrotechnics, they have, you know, it's
that's yeah, I can believe it. You said six. How long?
apparently 66 hours from start to finish. That's what I read.
Jeez, that's pretty wild. Come on, post the stupid thing.
Yeah.
I don't. Where's
And
my clipboard?
your clipboard.
Yeah, like on your phone. What has happened to everything? What
I
is
want
going
a I
on?
want a clipboard, a board with clits on it.
No,
No?
no. So there you go. By the way, the stream has started. I am going to do a test, so I'm going to lose sound of my headphones. Just a heads up. All right. I'm going to play a video, Dan, so it's going to come through on your end, but I'm just doing that so I can make sure testing is good.
Fantastic.
Hello, can I be heard?
Detailed, beautifully
There he
rendered
is.
ones, but still,
How
it
do I
was
sound?
orcs and trolls. He had all this technical ability, but so little creativity.
Oh, he's testing the video. We were at
Okay,
5
let's
minutes
see.
40 seconds, by the way.
I love that you have the timestamp. Wow.
Yeah, I saved it in my mind with my brain and also my phone. But
Why do you sound different? Oh, you got a different mic. That's
do I
right.
sound better different?
You sound better quality wise, but also your tone of voice just doesn't sound like
Oh,
you as much.
I'm
Very
tired. I went to
strange.
bed at like 7 a.m. and slept until 1
Oh
because I'm a lazy prick. Tell
my
me,
God.
does it sound better if I turn myself down all the way? No, just a
All
little bit.
right. Seems like we are up and running.
How are we doing?
Or rather, the stream is up and running. Looks like all our sound is coming through. Andrew, talk so I can hear your mic.
Hello, how are we doing, world?
Oh,
How
look
are
at
we
that!
doing?
So nice, so nice.
Does it sound good? Good.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a good mic.
much
Yay!
crisper. Now we
Yes.
just have to
Like
get.
that.
Now it's not going to work this week, but due to certain circumstances. But now we just have to get Dan to use the mic I lent to him.
Why is he not
Oh,
using it?
well, this week he's not because I
Just gonna
got over
say,
here and forgot mine at home, and I also forgot my mic stand, so that's even
Oh,
better.
goodness. How are you
So
going to
yeah,
use that?
huh?
How are you going to use it?
I
Are you
mean,
like,
the mic is still quite useful without a stand, so
are you
that's what
holding
it.
it?
No, it's just sitting on the table. This one picks up sound a
Oh.
lot better, or well, rather, it picks up more sound. Not necessarily better. It's just it's not. It doesn't have its own. I think the other mic I used, the SM58. I forget what the full name of it is called, but it doesn't really have a noise gate, but it essentially it's more directional, I think, than this one I'm using right now. So
Okay.
I basically have to be closer to it and talking more at it for it to pick me up, whereas this one is better for picking up more of the sound in just
That's
the
nice.
general room. So yeah, I just have it sitting on the table. How do I sound? Am I loud enough? Like, do I sound
No, you
far
sound
away?
great. It sounds
Okay,
the exact
that's
same. That's nice.
fantastic. That's good to know. I maybe I'm just gonna take this one home and give Dan, well, or lend the other one to Dan. Maybe in that case, if Dan will fucking use it.
yeah.
Uh huh. Maybe he will. Maybe he won't. Hang on. I'm gonna close the door.
Is it hard to set up?
What? No, not. It is like literally two cables. That's it.
Where would he plug it into his computer? Oh, yeah, duh. Duh.
Yeah.
Is that what he's using? What is he
Yeah.
using now? His computer mic?
Well, he's just using his laptop right now, which doesn't sound bad.
My
It's just
laptop mic's pretty
yeah,
good though.
you can sound
Sounds
better.
really good.
You're at least clear. That's mostly what I care about.
Yeah. Yeah.
As long as it's not a whole bunch of like. I don't even know if any of that came through, but it'll come through probably on the stream. But
Yeah, I think I
uh,
heard something.
yeah, but just imagine, I don't know, paper crunching sounds. There you go. At least it doesn't sound like that.
There you go.
Oh,
Gotcha.
I see. What you actually had paper next to you to do that?
No, I made the sound with my voice, but I don't know if
Oh,
Discord
it sounded
actually.
like
I
paper.
don't think. What?
It sounded like paper,
Oh,
kinda.
so you did hear the
That was
sound I
that was
made,
me doing.
huh?
I don't know. It's oh
We're
god.
Now I'm
awful.
all
I'm just
confused.
confused.
Whatever.
The realm renewed for another month.
Yeah, my PS Plus thing just came out.
Oh yeah, what do you want to do? Are we gonna continue or no? I can get a refund. We don't want to lose the
Um,
world, do we?
I
no, I'll
don't.
keep
I
playing.
I would
That was
Okay.
happily
fun.
send you the $5 tomorrow if that's what it takes to keep the realm going.
Or I mean, yeah, if you just each send me, I mean, is that cheap to ask $1 for both of you? Is that like dumb? It's I'll
I don't.
just
I
it's
mean, I would
four.
almost rather just pay you like. I would rather just go in cycles. Just one of us pays it each month.
We could do that.
Yeah, that
I
It
could
makes
do
somehow
that.
it feels more worth it to me to send you. How much is it? $5.
It's $3.99, surprisingly.
Okay. I would almost rather just send you the $4 than send you $1 a month. That seems
Do you
so
like the world?
stupid.
Like, do you have fun? You would keep doing it?
I do.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, I haven't been on in several days because
Me
I've
neither.
neglected some schoolwork that I need to catch up on, so I just haven't touched it. But as soon as school is over, which will be on Tuesday, I should be able to get back on there. Although I won't be on there probably too much next week because I'll be at the beach. But
Okay. Have
uh,
you? Let me
Trying
think.
not to pay fucking $10.99 a month for PS Plus, but it
Oh
is
yeah.
what
What
it
do you? That's really what I mean. More is what do you want to do, Daniel? If you can. How much?
I
It's
mean, I don't
$3.99 a
care.
month. Gosh.
I wish if I had a job, I could justify
Xbox
it.
costs more than that. Xbox is up to like I think I pay like $18 a month. That's a lot.
Wow.
Now, granted, that gets you access to the Game Pass and
I was
online,
gonna
but
say.
still.
Yeah, that's
So like
really nice.
it's a bit more worth it. Like half the game, like I don't think I bought Minecraft outright. I'm playing it through Game Pass, so it's sort of like, eh.
That's
And
nice.
a bunch of my games are through Game Pass, so I can't complain too much. I'd rather do that than drop $70 on new games whenever I want them. But
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God.
yeah.
Okay.
Now $70.
Andrew, I sent the link to the watch together in the
Oh, shoot.
Discord. So if you want to
Okay.
join,
Let me do this right
we're
this
we're gonna be
time. Let's
picking
see.
up from 5 minutes and 30 seconds. I know we left
Yeah.
off on 5:40, but I rolled it back just a little bit, just so
No.
in case there's some context we maybe missed.
Okay. Let's see if this works.
I vaguely remember leaving off last week on something where I said I don't even want to respond to it. I think I kind of remember what it is, but we'll see. Because I think I rewatched our
We'll
stream.
know.
I rewatched our stream, and I think I don't. I'm not sure if I know if I can fully remember what was in my mind at that time. Why I said that. I think it was several things, but then I didn't say any of them. So maybe I won't have that opinion this time. But I kind of think we already responded to it, whatever it was, because I thought it had. I thought it was something along the lines of like, sort of like, oh, it's all riffs. If all you have is riffs, then there's no music or something. I think that's what we left off on. But I
Or
guess
yeah,
we'll
riffs
find
on the
out.
song or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is everyone's watch together set at 5 minutes and 30
Yes.
seconds?
Yep.
Yeah.
Dan. Okay, cool. All right, well, let's get into it. We got a lot of video to get through, so woohoo, yeet yeet. All right. Oh, and I guess we'll go ahead and we'll just do this again. Well, to anyone in the future, I guess that watches this, welcome to episode 4. We need to
Episode
start
4.
doing that right at the beginning, because like the beginning of
Yeah.
all these streams is
Yeah.
me like testing it and shit, just to make sure it's all running correctly. But yeah, episode 4. This is part 2 of responding to the problem with progressive music. By the channel name is the Punk Rock MBA. And
Yeah.
and some people know him as Finn Mc. Well, I mean, if you follow him, then you know his name is Finn McGinty. That is who we are responding to right now.
A niche
All right,
video.
and I'm here. I'm Andrew, back again. Thanks for having me. Of course.
Yeah. Kind of the
And
eternal
Daniel.
guest.
I mean,
I'm
I
Daniel.
I wouldn't call him a guest. He's been on all of these. He's just a host at this. Like,
I'm like the classic third chair on a good radio show. I'm kind of.
Yeah.
I like
Third
that. I don't
wheeling.
mind being that guy. I
third
like
wheeling
that.
as me and Dan suck each other off. Woo!
Oh,
Yeah, you're in
actually,
the corner behind some
oh,
blinds,
yeah.
jacking
A
off.
chair.
Just stroking anyway.
God. How do you give me if is what's the link to the stream? This stream.
Well, hold on. What? Oh,
Like if we wanted to share it or whatever.
well, so go find our YouTube channel.
Okay. Oh, that's smart.
It's just called. It might be a little hard to find, so you're gonna have to just like search the letters ETC and then also
It's a nightmare to find.
the name of the stream, which is like, and just type in like the problem with progressive music etc or something. You hopefully you can find it.
Yeah, let's see. We'll see how accessible this
I need
all
to
is.
give you guys the login for the
Here it
YouTube
is.
just in case. You
Oh my
found
God.
it? Oh, cool. Did you
Yeah,
find
let's
the
see.
current stream?
Yeah, I did.
All right, good. Good. I'm glad it's actually popping up now.
Oh, that's part one. Oh yeah, this is us.
Yeah, if you go to the
Let's see.
channel, yeah, then you can find the live stream.
Yes.
Oh wow, so cool. All right, awesome. Cool.
Zero
All right.
viewers.
Yeah, you're welcome, you fucks.
Yeah, that looks great. Thank you, Adam. Look at
Thanks,
that. All right. All right, let's
Um,
do this. Ben McCunty.
Are you
McKinty?
gonna?
What's his name?
Oh, come on.
Nice.
Oh, sorry.
So mean already.
Foul play.
Yeah, I'm sure he's never heard that joke before. Yeah,
No.
I was gonna
that
say.
was a
Uh,
classic right there.
I know he
Um,
has because I've seen it on like Facebook comments
Oh,
under people that share his video. I'm like, give me a break.
poor
I don't
Ben.
agree with a lot of what he says, but you know,
Um,
people love to
and
just
did-
hate him to hate him, and I'm like, well,
Oh yeah, there's
no,
plenty of people that just hate him for sure.
it doesn't really make sense.
We're gonna hate him
Yeah.
because we're gonna prove him
Well,
wrong.
I don't hate him. I hate this video from what I can remember of it. I don't like this video. That's for sure.
I also just like
I don't
this
hate
video.
him as a human though.
No,
Because I mean, really,
No.
it's like he's got some musical opinions. It's like It's not a big enough reason for me to hate him.
No, not
Yeah.
Hitler yet.
Well, yeah. I mean, there is a level, I guess, at which he could argue things that
imagine
would
that
make me not
timeline.
like
You
him.
go, who would have seen this coming?
Yeah, Ben McKinty comes out on Jewish music and talks about the problem with
Oh no!
The problem with
bar mitzvah
Oh,
DJs.
no.
Oh no, Finn. All right, let's listen to why he's wrong.
Did you want to?
Anyway.
Were you trying to share the stream out? Did you already do that?
Oh,
I don't know what.
I just wanted to see how to get to it, but I
Oh, okay.
do intend to do that in the future. once-
Okay, yeah. I guess just
Yeah.
I don't know if you didn't already. Just subscribe to the channel. We'll have a whole two.
Yeah.
I guess.
Hey, you know what? I'll take two.
The one we currently have is also me. It's mostly just so I can. The layouts are different when like if you are someone viewing a channel, the layout of the channel is a little bit different than the layout you get when you are the owner of that channel, and so I find it easier
Yeah.
to navigate just to like listen to our stream from a different channel. So that's what that is.
Okay.
Man, how sad is that? 2 of the 3 of us are the subscribers, man. Woo!
You gotta start somewhere.
the
I guess
OnlyFans
so.
bots on Twitter. They count.
Hey, I mean, I've definitely, yeah, I know, dude. There's every single one of my followers on there at the moment is an OnlyFans bot. Seriously.
Hell yeah.
Let me double check.
Oh.
I'll tell you how many I'm up to. I'm up to 54.
Let's see.
54
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
accounts.
Get-
Like 3 of them a
Be
day
the
just
March of the
follow
Paws.
me. It's fucking lame. It's annoying as shit.
March of the Paws.
I don't
That's
and
what
like
it is.
I don't know how to make that not the case. Like I wish I
r/hangers.
could
That's it.
make them not follow me. That would be nice. But I guess maybe that's just part of there. Maybe there is a way to do that, and I just am stupid and don't know how.
r/Fortnite feed. That's what it is. That's who's following.
Yeah, I don't
this.
know.
Is the
I have
rep.
no clue how to do it at the moment. I just probably need. It's probably a quick Google search. I'm just lazy in that regard.
Everyone to know
Oh,
I have 15
all
kills on
right. Well,
Fortnite right now.
anyway, can you
Y'all
hear
be
me?
proud of me.
Yes, we can.
Why
Go ahead.
can't I hear you? What's going
Yes.
Can you?
on? Oh,
At worst, can you hear me?
stupid! I opened fucking Twitter and there's a video playing with no sound, but it connects to my headphones, so I
Good.
can't hear you. There we go. I'm back. Fucking lame.
That's. I was
Am I clear
curious
still?
what the
What?
fuck was going
Am I
on.
still clear sounding?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so.
Oh, cool.
Why did you like switch mics or something?
Yeah, I just wanted to move it. I was okay. Let's do
Oh,
it.
well,
All right.
then you didn't switch. You
ready.
just moved it. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, we ready to go? We ready for this shit?
Yeah. Let's do this.
I'm ready.
All righty. All right. I'm pressing play.
Blind spots that I think come from this progressive mindset. Number one, to borrow a phrase from my friend Trey at Gear Gods, riffs are not a song. If you listen to a lot of prog fans
Okay.
talk about music, especially
Well,
That's what it was.
That
That's
was
what we
quick.
stopped
Yeah.
on.
yeah,
Yeah.
riffs are not a song.
Now,
Boy.
I will say, I think we did already respond to this because we responded to it when the Gear Gods guy said it. In fact, we definitely did already have this conversation. I remember us distinctly talking about it.
Okay.
I would say we don't really have to respond to this again, but just a quick recap. I know he's probably going to clarify, well, maybe not to the degree I want him to, exactly what he means by that. Because you could break down any song into riffs, and then, well, that's what makes the song. So, we already went over this, though. It's a dumb thing to say, especially since here. You know what? I'm gonna do a quick thing. Let's see. What is the definition
Yeah, of a
of
song.
a song? Not that
Yeah.
And a
Google
riff.
is not that
Both of
Google
them.
is the all-knowing beast, even though it kind of is.
The arbiter.
But,
of-
let's see.
Definition is important. I think.
A song, as this is, I'll read. Like, are these multiple definitions? It says a short poem or other set of words set to music or meant to be sung. That is what a song is, according to.
Okay.
We did
that
talk
is
about that, I think, a
Oxford
little bit.
Languages. What?
That a song, by definition, has to have lyrics. If it doesn't have lyrics, it's something else. It's like an etude or a melody, or at least classically speaking. That
Well,
is
so
what
that
they
that is just what it's labeled as in the Oxford languages, but this is something else that says what qualifies as a song. It says at its most basic, a song is a short piece of music, usually with words. Usually, but not always.
usually
Yeah,
Which is true.
yeah,
or modern.
of
Generally,
course.
music does have lyrics, so that's
Yeah.
true. But
Let's see.
It's also he's probably not using the he's probably speaking colloquially, like what is a song in the generic sense, like you mentioned.
Sure,
Andrew,
but how many people
classically
like?
speaking?
But I mean, if you show someone a track, I'll just say track. I won't say song. I'll say track
Yeah,
from
melody.
Animals as Leaders. If you show them a piece of, or just fuck that. We don't have to go for metal. Just about classical. Are those songs?
Yeah.
Or would he say, or would he label it something more pretentious? Like, no, it's a piece of music. It's
A
not
piece,
a song.
right? It's a rendition or a
Yeah,
right.
it's like, come on, like, give me a break. It's songs. And classical, like, there's a lot of classical that is just, it's several, you could call it riffs if you want.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
riff
really
is just a melody played on guitar. That's
I was
really
gonna
all
say
a
riff is mostly
set of notes.
used to describe guitar work, but but really, it's just a term for something that's in all music, really.
A riff, yeah.
Yeah,
An idea. A riff is an idea. Usually
Yeah,
repeated.
just
An
That's what I
idea.
would-
Sorry, I made a shitty.
Yeah,
reference
I
there.
love
guys
that
will get it.
idea by Prince. You guys love that Polaris idea they played the other night?
Oh man, yeah,
Man.
that one idea I heard from that artist.
Gosh, yeah, from Deftones, the
Actually, no.
Deftones.
I don't think you're an artist if all you do is come up with ideas. So, oh boy,
Right,
what
ideas
are
aren't a
you?
song.
That one idea by that, I don't know. What would you even describe that person as? Uh,
Like
thought
the person
thought
who
person.
keeps
There you go.
score of the debates that they went online with like a tally board behind them. It's like me
Ugh.
18, Reddit 0 or whatever.
Uh,
Like,
I mean, that's
Hi.
usually just a meme, but
Yeah, yeah.
well, I know people like that. I am that
Rip.
person. You
oh,
know,
you keep a
that's
secret
Dude,
whiteboard.
speaking from experience.
You just
Yeah,
keep a secret whiteboard that's got like a billion
yeah,
tallies on it. You're like, I'm winning
yeah. For all
everything.
the
I'm
things
the
I think I've
best.
won online. Anyway,
But yeah,
Anyway.
essentially, this is a dumb argument. Basically, all music can be broken down into what you might call a riff or riffs. So I know what I have a general idea of what he is saying here, but I still, even though I think I have a pretty common criticism of a lot of technical death metal as being mostly riffs that like, or I usually say they're not memorable to me. That's usually what I say. I have a hard time remembering them. But you, Dan can attest this. I don't ever say it's not music. I don't say it's not a song. I just say nope. That's just not for me, really. And that's kind of what it comes down to in this scenario. I think he doesn't like the song. It doesn't stick in his brain, which is fine. Like you don't
and I don't
whatever.
even think that's his argument. I think he's trying to, I guess, sound more objective
Yes,
than
yes,
he's
yeah.
able to be with this argument. Is
Well, that's
oh,
what I'm
objectively
saying.
speaking, riffs don't make a song, and it's like, well, again, by the colloquial definition, by the Oxford definition, like what he's saying essentially.
Shoot. Hold on. Sorry. Keep going.
Like what he's saying essentially is that a song is more than, or should be more than just the sum of its parts. I think that's essentially what he's trying to get at, is that
Yeah.
like a melody
Sure.
doesn't make a song, which that could
I,
be,
I mean, you
like, I
can,
get what
but
he's trying to say.
I do too. I just don't agree with it at all. He's trying to turn what is at its core, I think, a subjective argument into an objective one. Because really, like,
Yeah.
who are you to say what is and isn't a song? Are we going to get another lengthy definition for what is a song? Well,
Yeah, that's what
the
you would
last
need.
definition wasn't very lengthy, but yeah, either way,
That's okay.
you know, no, it doesn't need to be lengthy. I said lengthy, and I was essentially referencing the definition of prog music, but that wasn't very lengthy, so I was just correcting myself there. It wasn't a lengthy definition, but I don't think. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna probably get a definition for what is a song. Maybe we will. We'll see. But
Let's see.
I don't agree with this at all. Let's keep going.
Progressive metal people. It's always
Oh, hold on. Sorry. Let me roll it back a couple of seconds.
Progressive
Go full
metal
sentence.
people.
If you listen to a lot of prog fans talk about music, especially progressive metal people, it's always about riffs, as though this is like the atomic unit of a song. And the way that you write a song is by stringing together a bunch of cool riffs and then giving it to the rest of the band so the drummer can do whatever the drummer does and the singer can sing some stuff on top of it.
I mean, so where do you even how? So for one, how could you possibly know that's what's happening? How could you possibly know it's like? How could you have any idea that it's always the guitarist writing all the songs? And because anytime a lot of times my criticisms take for like blackened deathcore. A lot of the times I just feel like everyone is just going at 110%, and there's just a lack of dynamic, and I can't get into it because
Yeah.
everyone is going
agree.
so hard that it's too much.
Well, I don't.
And
I think he's saying the writing process is that the
yeah,
guitarist comes up with just some gent riff. What he's really referencing is a lot of like one man gent bands, or a lot of
sure.
these like really gent bands. And a lot of people love to equate gent with prog, and the more gent becomes mainstream, I mean, even Papa Roach used gent in one of their songs. The more gent becomes mainstream, the less progressive it is by definition, because it's not moving the genre forward. It's becoming then a staple and becoming essentially pop. You have I think Nickelback even had like a genty part in one of their songs, if I'm not mistaken. So
I'm not sure. I don't
I
remember.
I'd have to
But
find the song, but I remember a gent riff from them. I was like, what the fuck? This is
I mean, it's just what. Hold
that's
on.
not progressive.
Let me
Like,
rewind it a little bit so we can get the whole thing because I forgot what the
yeah,
first part of that sentence was. But yeah, no, it seems weird to me that he would just say it's just the guitarist. They write a bunch of riffs and then they just chuck it at the band and like here you
the
go,
drummer.
write something. It's all about the guitars, man, and
Yeah, that's
it's
very
largely
reductionist
not.
and kind of disingenuous to
It's
suggest like,
extremely
oh, that's what every
disingenuous.
prog
That
band is
sounds like
doing
the
again. There's
definition of someone who's never recorded music before. Like, oh, that's what recording music is. Puzzle piece that when I think, and I mean, I can kind of see, like, if you think of prog music, you do kind of think of individual dudes like Aaron Marshall
Sure.
or Pliny. And it does kind of become about the face of the band. And so you do equate, oh, the music to the guy, to the guitar. But I think, like, Aaron Marshall, Intervals, has a great band behind him
Yeah.
and he's kept them long enough that
yeah,
they're core members now. I'd say it's like
I mean,
those guys work. I don't know if they. I know Aaron Marshall's a great drummer too. I've heard Anoop
is he?
Sastry say that. Yeah,
Really?
and I've also
Wow.
heard
know
Anoop
that.
say that. Yeah, I've heard Anoop say that Aaron's a great drummer, and Aaron has also said Anoop is a great guitar player. So I have a feeling that whenever I think he was
Wow.
on that album, whenever he wrote "A Voice Within," which is one of my favorite
Voice
albums of
Within,
all time.
Yeah, it's a
Really?
great
And
album.
it's
Oof.
yeah, and it's technical in all the best ways, and all the parts mesh well. Like one part of music, like what you just brought up, Adam, that I think musicians don't like. You want to hear all the parts equally.
Yeah.
The Marine Band, the President's Own Marine Band. If you go listen and compare them to like other orchestral groups, one thing that people with a good ear will say is that you can hear the flutes, and if you want to hear the trombones, you can hear the trombones, and if you want to hear the clarinets, you can hear the clarinets. It's really hard to blend like that, and I don't know if like really heavy metal does that super well, just because it is kind of chaotic. But I think good
Um,
writers, you'll
yeah.
hear the drums.
I
It
think
it certainly can.
it can. I do agree that a lot of times, a lot of the bands that even I listen to that I like they don't have perfect mixes. A lot of times
I was
there'll
going to
be
say that's a mixed
something
mix.
lacking. That's also something I criticize a lot of newer metal coming out now for is that it feels like they recorded all of the instruments, then just turned them all up as loud as they could go, and everything is just fighting for space. If you looked at a fucking
Yeah.
waveform, it would just be this flat blob. It would just be this huge, like you wouldn't be able to see. Oh, here's where the bass because when you look at a very balanced mix, if you looked at it in a waveform, you would be able to see where the kick drum is because there would be a spike in
Yes.
the
Yeah.
waveform. It was a balancing act, and a lot of it, a lot of I think newer mixes aren't doing that anymore. Well, I won't say most. I will just leave it at a lot because I haven't heard most music. There's still plenty out there that is more balanced, and there's really good producers that balance things really well, where I can hear every fucking instrument, and it's incredible when that happens because it's just as a guitar player myself, I like hearing the guitars. I feel like in a lot of modern metal mixes, the guitar gets really buried and I can't hear it. And all I can
Yep.
hear is the fucking vocals and the drums and whatever insane or stupid orchestrals they've got
I
going
hate
behind
that.
it. Just everything's just
I,
loud.
I
But
hate that. I
Yeah.
I like I really like the other thing on top of that, like volume or what is it in Logic? Isn't it 273 or whatever for the velocity of the noise? It's like the
what?
maximum that it can go. I don't know what it's measuring, but it's
Well,
whenever you
yeah, I was about to say, what are you referring to? Are you talking
Aim?
about gain? Yeah. Gain.
is it I don't know
People
if it's called
confuse
gain.
gain
I think
volume, but
well, and like the loudness of the the balancing of that. But I also think bands don't put enough space in the actual writing. Like Killswitch, I've always said that whenever I listen to it with Daniel. They have moments where there's nothing but maybe like a kick drum and the vocalist for even just a few bars, just to breathe. Like it doesn't need to be
Yeah.
constant. Well, riffing, right? The riff maybe
Yeah, I
there's
love
too much
Kill
riff,
Switch.
and there's also not good riffs. Yeah,
Yeah, and that's more of a creative preference because
that's
Yeah.
true.
I guess I agree that there is a skill in adding space to your songs, but I like personally I like a lot of technical death metal, and a lot of it generally is more notey. There's a lot more filling that space, although I would maybe argue that yeah, some of the best tech death bands like Fallujah knows how to add space despite
That's true.
being a
Fallujah's,
progressive tech death band, at least
and
at
they,
heart. So,
yeah, and
you
they have a
know,
good enough mix. Whoever produces that does it well, so that you can actually hear everything. It's not just this mashed potato of sound. It's actually very
yeah.
blended well, which is so. Yeah, that's true. Good point. All right.
But okay, so what did he even say?
I don't know.
That
I rewound
so
it,
that the
so
guitarist, I think there's a lot of gent that happens or that is created with the formula that he's describing. That somebody will, you'll have like this, and as much as I love him, I love Monuments, but like a Monuments riff, and then be like, okay, put a drum part over that, okay, and then have Andy sing over. I don't know if that's their process. I don't think it is. I think they're above that. But I could see bands like them being like, hey, I have a riff idea. Okay, cool. That's kind of the backbone of the whole song. The bass player just copies the riff. Drums put some groovy, offbeat, syncopated, whatever to it, and then the singer or the vocalist just kind of goes along with that, and it does kind of get kind of formulaic. Again, that's not indicative of all progressive music. I wouldn't even say that's indicative of most progressive music. Like, yeah, there's going to be subsections of every genre that are created formulaically, which is really what he's saying is that formula. But this is coming from the same guy who loves pop music. Like and this is self-proclaimed. He said that he loves a lot of pop music, which is funny because we know that pop music is arguably the most formulaic music out there. You
yeah.
want to talk about giving a melody to a guy to give it to another person to have seven writers write it, and then they give it to the pop star to sing
I was
over
gonna
it and
say a
mix and
lot of
produce it. There you go. You
metal,
know,
because it is more underground. It is not as heavily influenced by producers and labels and stuff. Obviously, once you get into the bigger bands, Slipknots and stuff like that, then you're gonna have a lot more producers in there being, telling you, oh, this is you got to change this because this will sell better. You'll have more of that, but I mean, even Slipknot, they still, there's 9 people in that fucking band. They work together. They write their stuff.
yeah.
I don't know who their main producer is. It might be Clown.
I
He
think it's
might be
Clown.
he might be the guy that puts his foot down occasionally and says we're gonna change this part. But a lot of metal isn't really like that because a lot of metal bands are more underground relatively, relative to your Taylor Swifts of the fucking world. So a lot of it is very much, we're paying for the studio time. We have to take the time out of our own days to write this music, not because it's necessary. Like, it's not being done so that you can then do a huge worldwide tour off it or even make money. That's the end goal usually, but it is very much for, I would say probably I don't want to say a love of the craft. I mean, that's part of it, but that sounds pretentious and as if, bigger artists don't do it for the love of the craft. But it is much more collaborative, I would think, because it is just 4 or 5 people just getting together, writing songs, and then, you all put up the money, ideally, all put up the money to go to a producer. So it is much more collaborative, and obviously you do have those projects that are just like one guy writing all the music and then you send it
Sure.
off to the other members, but even then that doesn't necessarily have to mean that, oh, it's all just guitar stuff, because in a collaborative environment, let's say you wrote some riffs and you put a basic drum pattern behind it, like with some MIDI drums or something, and then you send it to your drummer, and hey, I wrote some riffs. What do you think? Can you write some drum parts? And then the drummer will write some drum parts, and maybe then the drummer says, maybe do this with the, like, if the drummer has an understanding of guitar, then he can also suggest things. Same thing with guitars for drummers, and you can go anywhere with this stuff. Like, we have no clue how some of this music is really made. Sometimes it is just one guy and he hires a bunch of musicians to play it for him, but then other times it's much more collaborative process. We can't know because I don't think there's a record out there somewhere, a database that says here's how all bands operate.
Yeah.
But
Well, and even if it is one main person, like, are you going to apply that to Devin Townsend then, who essentially is a solo artist that does hire musicians? He hires his, he has his chorus people, he has his band that essentially plays his songs, but he's the primary composer. Is that inherently a bad thing? Like,
no,
he's obviously a very progressive artist, but he's one of the, I mean, I'm sure some people don't like him, but I think any objective musician or music lover would acknowledge his talent, his songwriting prowess, if nothing else.
absolutely.
Like, you're not going to equate him
And
to, you know, maybe even the newer Vitalism, which is Finn's example of progressive music being lackluster, which fine, sure, if you want to use that as an example, but then
I mean, the
what
problem
what
is
is
that's
even
just
the
it's very
argument?
cherry picked to favor his
Right,
argument instead of sort of
right.
looking at all the other significantly more known prog bands, even. Because
Like
Vitalism
Dream
is
Theater doesn't write like that. Although I don't know. Now
not
it
that
does
big,
seem like
are they?
Dream Theater does kind of seem like the John Petrucci project now. So maybe there
Yeah,
is a little
and
bit of, but it
well,
wasn't always.
I can't speak to that, but and I don't know if he's going to I don't know if he would even try and tackle Dream Theater because I can almost guarantee, even though you say that as a fan, I bet you I listened to it. I put on one of their 20-minute fucking songs, and there's probably a lot more than John Petrucci going on in there. Like all of their
Absolutely. Now
members
there,
are insanely talented, and so there's no way it's John just in there, fucking Hitler style, ordering people around, screaming at them, get this done, you know. There's no way. Well, maybe there's a way, but I seriously doubt it. Also, Vitalism being used as the example, fine, but that's very cherry picked. Like I said,
yeah.
Vitalism. How many people actually know Vitalism? I don't think that many people. I don't think Vitalism's that
Um,
big.
I mean,
That one song blew up
I
for
was
them,
gonna
but
say,
like
let's
just because
see,
you have one song blow up for you doesn't mean people
their
remember who you
Facebook has
are.
24,000 likes, so they're not huge.
I mean, you kind of have to go more from streaming because a lot of people don't use Facebook for that type of stuff. You have to
Okay.
go more for
I
streaming
mean,
than for.
Vitalism,
Look
I
them
don't
up
know,
on
even if you just,
Spotify or something.
yeah, so
Um,
let's see. On
see what some of their numbers
Spotify,
are.
40,000 monthly listeners, so,
That's pretty
good
good.
for them, but nothing
Hey, I'm one of them.
immense.
I like vitalism.
Yeah, I mean,
I love me. Old
it's
Vitalism
nothing
kicks ass.
like that's something, but again, like when we're talking about the vast majority of people who listen to prog music, I bet you most of those
Yeah,
people don't know who they are, and so it's a very
probably
cherry
not.
picked argument, or it's a very cherry picked example. Because if you like, why wouldn't you try and pick the Contortionist, try and pick, um,
Yeah.
Vola, try and pick Leprous. Go for some of these
Yeah.
bands that are more relevant, more known. Vola's not really super well known. They're getting there, so that was a bad example on my part. Um, but the Contortionist is pretty big in the prog community. So I
Yeah,
don't know.
or I
I
would
like
even
try and go for
say,
them. Try and break their music down. Good fucking luck.
like,
I
there's,
can't even do
or
that.
even like Tool. Like,
Ooh.
he's a fan of
Oh, nice.
Tool.
We both said
Well,
Tool.
So,
good luck with that.
so he's,
And you know
well,
what?
but
He wouldn't dare say
said
that
he,
because the whole Tool fan base would come down on his ass. He wouldn't
I was gonna
dare.
say they eat him alive.
Yeah, he wouldn't
But
dare be
let's
a
assume that
a
he is
big brother to them. But
genuine.
okay,
I mean, Prague, Tool is Prague, Porcupine Tree, the Mars Volta. Like, it's such a wide genre that I just wish I knew. Like, I wish that even if he just said gent bands, I'd go, okay, I can at least be sort of on board because a lot of gent bands are these kind of one man guitar projects, which even a lot of those are like modern day Babylon's fantastic, very wide, diverse range of songs. But to maybe somebody who's not a super major prog fan, yeah, they would seem just like riffing over gent, over groove, you know, or a lot of the same. I could see that as somebody who's not a fan
Yeah,
and
and I mean, I get that.
analyzing
There's
their
plenty of
songs.
music I
get
hear
it.
that I just straight up don't get. That maybe late I come back to at a different date, and I'm like, oh, I get this now for some reason. I mean, it took me a while. Like when I first heard, I think we already had this discussion. I said it about Volumes, their song "Wormholes." How when I first heard that, I didn't fully
Yes.
appreciate it because a lot of it's mostly it's a lot of patterns. There's not a whole lot of
Yeah.
crazy riffs in that song, but it is a lot of weird patterns and stuff going on. But there's just enough like not complicated patterns for a more average listener to get into it and
Yeah,
remember those parts
much more
and then
digestible.
re-listen to the song over and over. And then eventually you learn those other patterns and then that kind of helps you understand other prog music such as maybe Periphery.
Yeah.
When I first heard Periphery's Make Total Destroy, I think that was the first song I heard by them. The
Yeah,
intro
that's
to
a
that song,
complicated song.
the intro to that song, I couldn't grasp at all. I was like, this is nothing. What is this? And now I hear it, and it's like not simple, but I get it. Like I hear it, and I'm like, oh, yeah,
Muscle memory.
It's just this, and I go about my day, and I can just casually listen to it. So maybe it is as simple as he doesn't listen to enough, but then
I think
mean,
that
if that's the case, then I would say don't make this video because then you're
Yeah.
uneducated on the subject.
Right. Right,
So I don't know, but let's
Like,
try
you
and keep
could have a
going.
band like, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I was
Go
gonna say
ahead.
let's try and keep going. I rolled it back so we could hear the full thing he said that we are still talking about. I think I've responded mostly to the end. Let's see if we did already basically cover what he says, then just let it keep playing.
Prog fans talk about music, especially progressive metal people, it's always about riffs, as though this is like the atomic unit of a song. And the way that you write a song is by stringing together a bunch of cool riffs and then giving it to the rest of the band so the drummer can do whatever.
Okay, so I'm going to let it play. I just want to say this real quick. Well, it's not going to turn out to be real quick, I bet. But, yeah, this idea that whenever that he claims that whenever he sees people talking about prog music, that it's always about the riffs. Bullshit. I never see people only talking about riffs. Honestly,
Yeah, no.
I'll use the Contortionists as the example here because all of their members are super talented. There are people know all of their members. People know all the members of Dream Theater. People know all the members of Tool. Everyone talks about how good a drummer.
Joey,
What?
yeah, Joey Baca. He's
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah, people talk like it's not just about the damn riffs. It's not.
No, it's not.
People generally the prog bands that get the biggest. People appreciate all of their members because usually when you get this sounds redundant, but a very fanatic fan base. People want to know all of your members. People want because they hear this drum part that they really like, and they're like, oh my god, like who is this? I mean, look at Slipknot right now with what's his? I can't think of his damn name.
Yeah, Eloy Casagrande.
Yeah, Eloy. Fucking man, I didn't know who he was. He's apparently
Oh my
he's a very
gosh.
famous drummer.
Fucking
And
legend.
exactly. People know these people. I didn't,
Love
but
them.
I accepted that people did, and I'm now an Eloy stan. That dude is amazing.
Yeah, just one video.
it-
and it's
it's-
funny that he uses another clip from Vitalism here too. That's the
Oh,
guy.
does he?
That's him.
I guess
If I'm
we'll
not
see.
mistaken, the guy playing. I'm
Oh,
pretty
well,
sure that's
I
the main.
think I'm like a second or two behind you, so I don't have
Okay,
that.
whatever the riff or the guy playing the riff in that clip. Whenever it goes to that headless guitar, I think it's a Stramberg or whatever that is.
That.
Um,
Is that Vitalism?
I'm
Okay.
pretty sure that's the Vitalism guy. He loves to use that for some reason. Like,
Well, because
like that is the
it fits his narrative perfectly.
that's the quintessential gen kind of lowest common denominator prog band. It's like really of all like no one's gonna boil language down to just riffs. Get the fuck out of here. You know, like
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
come on. Oh my gosh.
Languages mean so much to so many people, and they analyze every part of it.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember
Me.
hearing the fucking the intro of Language Part Two. The drums in that section are just
Dude,
stupid.
I still have a hard time following.
I still
The
can't
symbol.
fully follow it. It's ridiculous.
bullshit.
Like the timing
Tesseract,
on everything is crazy.
Just
Tesseract, there
riffs.
you go. People, yep,
rhythm-
just
Yeah,
riffs.
Tesseract's another one.
Yep,
Rhythms
No,
are a big thing, and it is like music nerd stuff. Like, would you say would be wrong to say like music nerds are typically, or rather, prog guys are typically, and I think it's like that music for musicians
That's-
thing. Rhythms are more big. Surprised and it would be a harder argument, I think, than to just say, oh, it's all riffs. Rhythms are way bigger than I think the actual riff. Like if you say, oh, what do
Yeah.
you like? That's the
that-
hardest.
yeah.
That's one of like the
I
core
agree with
foundations of what djent is.
Yes.
You look at
Yeah.
Meshuggah, who invented that whole genre, and it sometimes it'll just be one note, but played in these complicated patterns and rhythms. And Thomas Hawk, the drummer, he'll then take it and he'll be in a 4/4 time signature, but it won't sound like that at all because he's playing some weird polyrhythm between.
He loves
the
his
kick.
mixed meter, boy.
Yeah, and so it's stupid. It's a bad argument to just boil it down into it's all about riffs. That's all anyone
Yeah.
talks about, and it's just not. Now, if he made, you know what, benefit of the doubt here. No, yeah, all right, fine. Benefit of the doubt. Maybe he just is surrounded by people that only talk about guitar stuff, that like prog stuff. Maybe. But he's got a pretty wide fan base. Like, I think a lot of people in his fan base probably listen to a lot of different stuff and probably aren't only focused on guitar riffs. If I had to guess. You know why? Because most people aren't, I don't think.
I honestly would attribute riffs to metalcore more than
Exactly.
anything.
I mean, riffs are in rock. Riffs are in fucking all sorts of stuff.
Oh God, Boston, dude. I would actually. They're one of my favorite bands of all time. I wish I could see them live. I don't think I can. I don't think they're. Boston is a riff, like I don't want to call it like he says riff salad, but I think they write very catchy riffs, and I like and obviously they're kind of like one of those. Like whenever you think of classic rock, they're kind of one of
Yeah.
those bands. Oh, yeah, that's classic rock.
I don't
So sure you could call
prog
them.
rock. Almost.
Yeah. Do other
Like a lot of
have-
bands that don't seem like Kansas. Kansas is prog rock.
They
I
were
don't-
fairly
I don't know.
prog. Well, they had Dust in the
Yes.
Wind with the violins. Well,
prog.
and that wasn't even rock. That song, Karen Wayward Son, is
That's
obviously great.
Wow.
Point of No Return is okay. I think
Yeah.
like you can have good riffs. It sucks that he's attacking riffs because he's making them seem like they're a bad thing.
Right.
Yeah.
And I love a good riff. I love a
was
song
gonna
that goes
say.
back to. You got to repeat that melody. That's actually a hugely important theme in music.
Well-
Is the repetition of something.
Well, to be fair, I will only. I think I don't know if he said it in this video or not. He said it in other stuff. He is a fan of repetition, so he is saying essentially because there are metal songs where riffs do not repeat. It's just a collection of them. I think
that's
that
usually
is
in tech
mostly
death.
what. Yeah, well, it can be in anything really, but that is what he's more so referring to. Because if it was
It seems like his
if it
problems
was
with
one or
more
two
tech death
riffs
than
repeating
prog.
for the whole song, then I don't think he would be calling that out necessarily. I think he is calling out songs that don't have any or even like that don't have much or any repetition in them. So
Okay.
I think that's more so what he's going for.
I don't even
Like
know. It
what
seems
riff?
like just the obsession with riffs. I don't even think that it's the cadence of them or the ubiquity of them in the
Well,
genre.
he's not
I
breaking
think
down
it's
individual riffs. It's just I think when he talks about riff salad,
the
I
love
assume
of
that's what
riffs.
he means is that he's talking about it's just a
Just
whole bunch of riffs
one after the
There's
other.
not much repetition because if there was repetition, then you could start to like learn them and grasp them, memorize
And I can
them.
agree that just placing placing one riff after another with no real song structure. Like we can talk about song quality all day. If he says, you
Sure.
know, but it's still a song. Like
Yeah, I was about to
objectively by the
say.
definition, it still is a to say it's not a song just it's just wrong. It's really no way to it's like just saying that the sun doesn't emit heat. You're like, well, no, you're just fucking wrong. That's not how that works. There's nothing to even debate there. It's just
Yeah.
factually inaccurate. But you know, you can say, yeah, I mean, I hate whenever there's a song that, yeah, it's just, you know,
I bet you
a
don't.
series of notes that doesn't really have a purpose behind it. Like
Well,
I'm
and
not a
even
huge fan of
that's
that
hard to
either.
quantify. Because there'll
It
be some,
is.
like, because you and I both have certain songs where one of us is more passionate about the other than the other about it,
True.
and you know it sometimes does come down to that. It's sort of like I don't really enjoy much tech death, but that one band Ophidian Eye, it's I in our friend group I was like the only one who liked that fucking album. Everyone else just kind of like, yeah, I don't know, it's just it's whatever. But for some reason I really
I do like
gravitated
it.
towards it.
Yeah, I'd like it. I wasn't nearly as passionate about it for whatever reason, which you think I would
I
be because it's
yeah.
like a tech death
I
Dragon Force. You think it'd be right
Yeah,
up my alley.
I
But
thoroughly enjoy that album. That album's
no,
amazing
it's a great
to me.
album.
But
It is. I
um,
am a fan of it.
yeah, but at the end of the day, this it's a weird line of reasoning to go down. Let's see what other evidence he has to
Anyway, yeah.
support this, or what. I guess he still needs to present some evidence. Really, he hasn't presented any. But let's see.
Do whatever the drummer does and the singer can sing some stuff on top of it or whatever. Which is really just not the way that 99% of the world thinks about songs. To the vast
Okay, so that's a funny little thing to say.
So yeah, what?
If that's not the way 99% of the world thinks about it, then part of that 99% is going to be in the prog community and prog musicians. So they don't all think about it that way, do they, Finn? Huh?
Wow, I
Yeah, I
don't even
You've
know.
come to the right conclusion.
Wait, what did you say?
Uh,
99% of the world thinks about music just being that puzzle piece where you just
No, he's
meshed
saying
all.
that no, opposite. He's saying 99% of the world doesn't think of music in this way that supposedly, these prog musicians do. And it's just funny because part of that 99%, first of all, it's a nothing stat. It's just he's just generalizing his
I was
90
gonna
stats.
say that's just
Yeah,
But
how do you know
but
that?
yeah, I would probably generally agree that I believe most people don't think of songs this way, and so then I would assume naturally from saying that oh, that's probably not the case in prog music either. Then, huh? Weird. Does he
Yeah,
think
it's
one
probably,
percent of all people are just prog
yeah.
musicians?
yeah. Well,
Like you
there
break down the world
there
and you're like,
probably is
oh,
a much higher density
they're
of
the top 1%,
music
Dan.
nerds. Like yeah, as far as the outlier of music fans that are also musicians that study a lot of theory that are interested in, I don't want to say higher quality music, that's subjective, but maybe more not even complicated music, but are
Hence,
that have a more robust understanding and a higher, I think, standard in terms of the compositional elements. That was kind of a long-winded way of saying the same thing, but generally the more you delve into something, the more passionate you're going to be about its quality. Although I don't know, because there's a lot of people that are fanatics for Star Wars that love the bullshit that Disney's putting out, but that's neither here nor there. But I don't know. I guess it depends on how much of a nerd you are for something.
I
A
mean,
lot of
well,
prog
funnily
fans
enough,
are
there's
music
plenty of,
nerds.
to
Exactly.
use that Star Wars as an example, there's plenty of the fanatics that don't like what Disney has done. I know when
True.
the second in the Disney trilogy of movies came out, The Last Jedi, that split the fan base. Like that, a lot of people fell off and were not on board anymore with Star Wars because of it. And a lot of it does come down to a lot of really nerdy people, being super into the lore and all the backstories. And
Right.
you don't even have to be into the lore to not like that movie. You could just like the original trilogy and the prequels, the first 6 movies, and you could see those movies and come away thinking they've shat all over them, because that is what those movies do. They just destroy lifelong characters for many people. So, and you know what? For some people, it's just taken longer, because as Disney keeps going forward, they keep releasing shittier and shittier and shittier content.
So what's the new one? The Acolyte or whatever? I've heard nothing but bad shit.
Yeah,
about
I've
that. Nothing but negative stuff.
Yeah, I've watched EFAP cover it. It's what a ride. It's quite fun. It's not fun, actually. I kind of felt genuinely annoyed by they cover it was like 8 episodes. I watched all of them, and I was genuinely annoyed by the end of it. I don't really get that invested. Normally I watch them cover it just for entertainment, and just because I'm just keeping myself in the loop of how things are going on in the world of Hollywood, and it's not great. But that one really annoyed me with how it ended. It seemed particularly, I don't even know, disjointed.
Pandering?
No, not pandering. I don't really know. It's not really pandering.
Yeah,
to
like
anybody.
almost.
Who are you pandering to if 90% of the fan base doesn't like it?
I don't know. I was just trying to.
Like a cash grab.
No.
Something like
I don't know what I'd call it. It's weird. It feels like it
representative of the genre.
It feels like it hates Star Wars simultaneously, or while simultaneously hating its own existence. Like, it feels like it was written in this way where they wrote characters and they have obvious good guys and very obvious bad guys, and then at the end they try and say, look, but are they really the good guys? Are these really the bad people? And there's no setup for that. Well, I guess there's some setup. It's just not handled well at all. It really annoyed me. So it had here's a fun fact. It had the main guy from Squid Games in it. He was one of the main characters. He is Korean. Okay. He learned English to be in this series. Wow. He learned English.
Wow.
And they mistreat the fuck out of his character in that show. It really annoyed me. Because I was like, man, the amount of effort you put into this is so much more than any of the people who created the show or funded it. And it really annoys me to just see like a good actor be in one of these things.
What a misuse of him as an actor. Holy
extremely. I would recommend watching EFAP's coverage of that series.
I will.
Not if you really care. I mean, you don't have to watch it, but that's
I like
generally...
watching them I also don't like. So
yeah, it's really fun. It's fun to shit on stuff. That's a narrative I want to change. That this idea that you have to be fucking positive,
like
it's toxic positivity.
Yeah, fuck that.
I think it's fun to shit on things. There we go. You think it's fun to love things?
It needs to be justified.
Well, yeah,
like,
sure. I'm not just going to shit on it just to shit on it. If it's good, then I'm not going to do that.
You should criticize things. Not everything should just be accepted at face value. You should we should be careful with the things that we consume creatively.
Yes.
Especially if our kids.
Be critical. Yeah, we had that conversation.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's.
We had the conversation the other day. That whole fucking narrative surrounding Star Wars. That, funnily enough, there's one YouTuber who started this mess. The whole it's just movies about space wizards for children. I think his name was Patrick Williams. I can't remember which one, but he came out with that in this video called something. Actually, fuck, what is it? It's something like why you shouldn't care about plot holes or something, and just the premise alone, you're just like, oh my god, what do you mean? But yeah, he says that line, it's movies about space wizards for children. And I'm like, okay, so if it's for, if it's nothing, if we shouldn't care this much, if I shouldn't be so angry with it, why should you get to be so positive about it? What does that say about the things you love? That it's just shitty children's content,
Right,
You're saying that to, like, essentially shit on the people that hate on it, but you love the thing. So what does that say about your love for it? That maybe it's very superficial, or maybe you are very insecure about your positions on it. It's just funny because at the end of the day, it is just a series of movies, but also movies mean a lot to a lot of people. They mean a lot to me, that's for sure.
They're cultural staples. They're more than
Movies.
just the sum of its parts.
Yeah, there's
Like
several
all art should be.
media.
Right?
There's several pieces of media that have changed my fucking life, and
Me
so
too.
to just say that, or have changed, maybe not changed my life, maybe I don't know, but just
Perspective.
yeah, they've
Which is
changed my
that
perspectives on things
counts.
before. I mean, as lame as this fucking sounds, I think I've said this to you before, Dan. I'm not gonna sit here and claim that all of Naruto is amazing or something, but because it's probably not very well written. In fact, I know it's not. But there, Naruto is like kind of
Well,
this
you're good. We're gonna get, if
almost.
we ever do have followers, we're gonna get just crucified for that
Oh,
stuff.
I know. It's fine. No, I think a lot of Naruto fans might agree with me on that, especially towards the end of Shippuden, the second version of the series where Naruto is more grown up. Towards the end of that, things get a little wild and out of hand. I'm not going to spoil anything in case I ever force you to watch all 720 episodes, but
Sure you will.
one
Oh
day.
my god!
Yeah.
Holy
it's not,
Fuck off.
I
Wow.
mean, luckily
One
for
Piece
you,
has
there's
more. How many? Does One Piece
One
has
Piece is
1,100
over
episodes?
1,000. One Piece is over a
Yeah.
thousand.
Wow. I want to rewatch
And
Death
still
Note.
going too. But yeah, I remember like Naruto is a very like almost relentlessly positive in his outlook. A lot of Naruto boils down to waiting for people wanting to see the big fights where the animation cranks up and it gets crazy and it's awesome. And then normal a lot of the time what the character Naruto starts doing is trying to once they fought, he hasn't killed him or anything. He'll just start talking to him and he'll try and change him. He'll sort of try and understand where he's coming from and then try and talk to him and change him through that method. It doesn't always work, and sometimes, at the end of the day, he's got to put him down. But yeah, and I just remember when I was watching that series, I just remember I had a change in perspective. I was sort of like, huh, that's a really good thing to try and do. To not just murder your fucking opponents, but no, try and
Well,
fight for
yeah.
what you believe in, but also understand that they who you're fighting against, they have a perspective for a reason, and you're not going to change them if you just murder them. So
Do you think there's
yeah.
any like crap media, like the candy version of media, that can be allowed? Like what? Because I'm torn. Like I think let people have fun, but obviously you could say too much of anything,
Well,
right?
here's the thing. I'm not
overdue.
saying you can't enjoy these things. I'm not going to ever say that. I'm not going to say you have to enjoy these things because there's plenty of shit I don't enjoy. That's kind of my whole thing. I like shitting on stuff that's bad. It's fun to do that, but I don't enjoy watching. Well, sometimes if it's just a funny bad thing, but I'm not gonna because that's not an objective thing. Like if I'm talking about the writing quality of something, you can objectively measure that, but then at the end of the day, it doesn't have to be good for me to enjoy it. I enjoy bad things here or there. Like Anaconda. Have either of you guys seen that fucking movie?
Yeah,
Yes.
I love
I
that movie.
I love that
Yeah.
movie. It's hilarious and it's dumb. It's terrible. Ice Cube is in it. I love it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
and you know what? What's
weird.
funny is you can actually find some redeeming qualities in that movie. That was during a time when CGI wasn't the end all be all, so they had an animatronic snake. I read about it online that apparently this thing. So they actually filmed in the Amazon, which is awesome.
That's kind of cool.
And they brought the animatronic down there, and for scenes where it is in the water, well, it malfunctioned a lot because it's a piece of machinery in the water. And so sometimes, I think they said they left some of these scenes in the movie whenever the snake is like, the animatronic is thrashing around, that's actually just because it's malfunctioning. And so some of the fear on the actors' faces is genuine because it's like flailing around uncontrollably. That's
cool.
just like, so there's these genuine pieces of, these little bits where you're like, seeing that's part of the fun right there. It's not a good movie, but there are redeemable aspects to it where, there's sometimes you'll just have media that there isn't a whole lot of redeemability in it. And those are the things we should criticize and shit on. And you know what? Shit on Anaconda all you want. That's fine. I know it's a bad movie, but I like it. I'd watch it again right now. It's funny.
And
And plus,
everybody has things
Yeah.
Even Mahler has things that he's like, I know
Yeah,
they're
they
shit, but I like them. Fuck you, and that's fine. Like
yeah.
it's okay to like things that are, I guess, objectively lower quality in at least one or more ways, whatever that means.
Yeah.
Whether it's, like you said, the candy of art, whether it's cookie cutter bubblegum pop, but it's, whatever. Like, what's that? There's a Doja Cat song, "Say So." That's just the
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
most,
Giselle.
but I don't give a shit. I'll throw it
I
on,
don't
and
I don't even know if it's the most
Beyonce will
generic.
play it. It's fun. It's a
I don't know if
fun
it's the
song.
most
It's just
generic song I've ever. I could actually make it. The thing I like about it, and you know what, this is actually probably generic. It has
maybe
that
not.
kind of that funk, the funk
A little
beat
bit.
behind it. The sort of I don't know
Yeah,
if I'd call
alright.
it. I don't know if I'd call it disco or it's 70s. I can't remember what era it's kind of mimicking, but that's kind of what I like about it. It has this. It's not. I don't even know how to describe that song because lyrically, I don't know if I've listened to the lyrics even a little bit, but even her voice on that
My
is different
God.
from some of her other material. It's a lot more higher pitched, kind of not really ethereal, but something like that, where it feels very like when I hear it, I feel just I don't know happy. I don't think it's not a super complicated song. I like
No.
the way it
It's not.
sounds. I like the way it sounds to me.
Well,
Um,
but and for all intents and purposes, it is radio pop. Like it still fits
sure,
the
yeah.
formula of a pop song.
And
But
you know what? I hear
and that's
pop
the
songs
thing.
and
You
I
could
like
look
them
at
sometimes. I do.
right,
It is
sure.
what it is.
What's the Weekend? What's that? Blinding Lights. I
Yeah, that's a
genuinely
good
love
song.
that song. I
Oh,
love. Now, I would
yeah.
argue that The Weeknd is a higher quality caliber, regardless of my viewpoint. I do think that he is a very talented writer, very talented performer, lyricist. Whatever, kind of a dime a dozen. But I don't know. I have a tendency to like I just like naturally gravitate towards unique things. Like whenever I identify that something is generic or cookie cutter, watered down, formulaic, whatever it is, something kind of happens in my brain where I'm like, and I'm sure we all do this to some extent, where it's just like, okay, yeah, I know what this is. I've heard it before. May still like it, but
I mean,
probably a little bit less knowing what
yeah.
it
I mean,
is.
that song
Like
by The Weekend, I could easily argue is very generic. It's this '80s nostalgia thing that
it is.
so many artists and like everything in media has been on for a while now. But
Yeah.
I like that
Fast.
sound. I still
I do too.
enjoy that sound. So even if I've heard it a billion times, we talk about this with Slam, that fucking stupid Slam beat, just a dun
Oh
dun
yeah.
dun dun, and you have the fucking ride bell just going behind it. I've heard it
Yeah.
a
Just
billion times. I don't care.
yeah.
Just give it to me. I love it. It's
Yeah.
awesome.
Just smack.
Well,
Yeah,
I think that's an argument people might make for pop music in general. It's like, well, this is what I'm familiar
Sure.
with. I like it every time, no matter how it's done. So inject it into my
Well,
veins.
I
Well,
don't
and
like
that's
it because
fine.
it's familiar. I just like it because I'm not looking to hear that every time I go for a song. Like I've not listened to it because I don't want to hear new things.
Right.
It's
It's
just that
all
when
I
I do hear
know.
it, I enjoy it. And and it is fine because the chord structures and melodies that most bands use, I've heard it in other stuff.
Oh
I've heard it a
yeah.
billion times, but you can still find a way to do it differently. You can use a different instrument this time. You can turn those chords and use them in a different. You can turn them into a different rhythm than I've heard before. Because there are certain melodies and chord structures that sound good together, and I like them, and I mostly like them anytime I hear them. And I would typically say that anytime I hear them, it's not the same. It's not the exact same thing as another band because then that would just be straight up plagiarism. Um,
Yeah.
and so,
Although there are a lot of bands that literally, and I mean literally,
oh yeah,
will copy
oh
a
yeah,
pattern, will copy a
yep.
riff or something, and not to say that it's intentional, but either way,
I
the
was gonna say,
result is
I'm
essentially
sure,
the
I'm sure
same.
I've written
And
things that were exactly like some other bands that I don't know
I
about.
mean, maybe, I don't know. Especially in the more, I guess, mainstream
Yes,
genres. Like a lot of metalcore songs now sound very, alike one
I'm
another.
surprised
But
there's
that
not more
genre as a
plagiarism
whole,
cases.
Well, that was
yeah,
always.
Amongst them, amongst the the people
Oh,
just I
yeah.
feel like ripping each other off. I'm surprised there's not more. It's kind of
Hard to-
crazy. It's almost like you can be original with unoriginal ideas, or you can have original ideas with like unoriginal inspirations.
You can have original ideas with unoriginal. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the way
Yeah.
I mean to say it, but you know what I mean. Like you can take
can-
those chord structures that you've heard a billion times and present them in a different
sure.
way than someone
Absolutely.
else. So,
Well, and
Um,
yet you can't copyright a chord. That was that whole Adele case. I think Adele was trying to. That was
really?
a long time ago. I think it was Adele. Yeah, and she was like mad that another artist. But you can't copyright a C major. You just can't. You can, even if you reharmonize it and use a different synthesizer sound or whatever. You can't.
Yeah, that would be like copywriting a certain material you use
can't copyright
to create a
wavelengths.
product. Like unless you patent some kind of proprietary material, that's like saying, oh, you can't use steel to make your girders. Or
yeah.
whatever. Like,
Well, yeah, because I mean, that comes,
absolutely.
Yeah.
That's a natural element. Now, if you're gonna
Right.
like, copyright, what is it called? It's not a polymer.
Is steel natural? I think we have to refine. Steel from
Well, actually,
gold.
hold on. I might have to think about that. Might be an alloy.
Well,
Is steel an alloy? I don't-
yeah, but it's
'cause an
essentially
alloy is a combination, right?
a naturally, or I guess, yeah,
Iron.
because musical notes are
Iron
literally
is
naturally
what steel
occurring.
comes from, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's a
What
good
is
point. Maybe
steel?
that's not the best.
Tried to-
Yeah, hold
Do
on.
we
I think
wanna-
I'm wrong about that. Because
do we wanna see what Lee-
What is
has to say.
what? Oh yeah, I guess we can get back to the video. We've gone off on this huge
Yeah.
tangent. I have no fucking idea how we got here. All right, I'm gonna roll it back a couple of seconds, and then
Holy shit.
all right. Oh, did I actually roll it back? I think I rolled it forward by accident. Hold on.
No, you're
Whatever.
No.
All right. I'll go.
Go for it.
The way
You
that
love that
99% of the world thinks about songs. To the vast majority of people, a song is defined primarily by two things: the vocal melody and the lyrics, especially in the chorus. Like if you ask anybody,
I
Think
agree with
about
that.
that.
I agree.
mean,
I think.
I agree that that's what most people think.
Yeah.
Identify. I think that people identify the most. I mean, this sounds redundant, but the most notable aspects of a song are the catchiest parts, which are generally the chorus.
The lyrics.
Yeah.
Music that is the most popular music is vocally driven music. So that's kind of a
And you know
that's kind
what?
of a moot thing to say. Like that's just
and
statistically
he
true.
is talking about progressive metal, I think, in this section, and so I don't even think I would agree with that.
I think you should talk
what
about
he's
music
saying.
in general.
Yeah,
Well,
he
yes,
might go.
he is,
into
but
that.
you know, if you're going to talk about music in general, but then make distinction for prog music, then I mean, I don't think that applies as much to progressive metal.
He might say that. I'm curious to see what he says about that in this context. Like, yeah, okay.
Well, yeah, and I would say that again, just because that's what most people think doesn't mean that's a good metric for saying, you know, that there's a problem with progressive music. But let's keep going, because you would argue progressive music is trying to break away from that on purpose.
Right.
So,
Inherently is different.
Yeah.
hey, do you know that song "Party in the USA"? They're not gonna tell you whatever the guitar part was in that song. They're gonna say, "Oh yeah, the one that goes."
Well, to be fun, to
Okay.
be fair, I don't. Is there even a guitar part in that song?
I don't
Fucking
think so. It was all
idiot.
bass. It was all
But-
bass.
Well, whatever that means, the actual.
Yeah, I know. I'm
you
messing
mean.
around here, but you
But-
know,
Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong, I guess.
I mean, he's not wrong in
Like-
that case for sure. That pop music primarily is the main artists themselves. Like, you know,
What
no
point
one.
is he making though?
You don't.
Like, what is he saying here?
He's
Do
saying
we
that
know yet?
the point. Well, he's still on the point about how what most people remember from a song. It's not the riffs. It is the one. I think he said vocal melody, and then also the lyrics. Those are the two things they tend to remember the most.
Pop
which-
and metal are very different. That's not
I was
even
about to
fair to say. Like,
I know.
it's just
I
apples
know.
to oranges.
We just answered this.
balance.
We just said that basically you would argue that progressive music is trying to break away from typical conventions, and so maybe you
Or
aren't
any
going
metal.
to remember those things. I'm not gonna say
Yeah,
any
I mean,
metal.
any metal.
Because plenty of metal
Well, I mean,
has
compared
catchy
to that,
choruses.
like any metal is going to be fundamentally different from a Miley Cyrus song. That's like, I mean, even
Um,
like funk music, like funk
I don't think
music.
I don't think I would say
The backbone of it.
fundamentally different because there's
Well, yeah,
plenty
rhythms
of
and
like
melodies.
the
Sure.
mainstream music, the mainstream metal is not fundamentally different. It is the
Maybe not the
fundamentals are
mainstream metal.
well, yeah. I'm
Well,
saying that
I mean, but even down to the instruments, down to the writing style, down to the song structure,
I
down to
would
the.
say that like that chorus, those long drawn out bass notes would just be long drawn out guitar chords instead for a mainstream metal band. It's essentially accomplishing the same thing with different
Do you think?
instruments.
I'd
For
have to think.
mainstream metal,
Oh,
absolutely.
mainstream.
Have you listened to the fucking
Mainstream.
mainstream metal?
Yeah, maybe mainstream metal. I'm
Okay.
trying to because
The
I'm
XM
so far
radio
removed.
core shit. Oh god.
Yeah, the Octane Core.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like the
that's
same exact fucking thing. It's just different
yeah.
instruments.
Okay, which essentially is just pop. So that kind of goes back to what I'm saying is we have to draw the
I
line
guess so.
somewhere between, I guess, pop, metal, and then progressive metal. And there are all three of them have differences, similarities, but more differences than similarities the further down that spectrum you go. Like I see pop music kind of the furthest end of the musical spectrum, and then prog metal kind of is the opposite end of pop. So that's what I mean is he's comparing music that is intended to be something different is what I mean when I say fundamentally different. Like, yeah, it's maybe still using whatever notes and chords and instruments and melodies, whatever. Sure, it's still using the same building blocks, but there's such a far cry from one another that it just seems like what is he even like? Is there? I guess you could maybe compare like a Periphery chorus to this. So they're a prog metal band. I'm really trying to bridge the gap here. And you could say, oh, that Periphery chorus where he says, but even then, a lot of Periphery fans love
Yeah,
Misha.
it's
They love
coming
they
up
focus
like
on
a
other
hurricane,
aspects. Yeah, like you're just
slowly.
talking about singing along to a song. Like, of course, the vocals are going to stand out more in songs that are more vocally driven. That's not
Yeah.
really fair to say. Like,
I was gonna
the,
say.
put it this way, what's the physical education? The animals as leaders, the crowd sings that chorus
Yeah,
part live. So
yeah.
that's essentially their
Yeah,
version of
Yeah.
Party in the USA. If you say, oh, that's the same thing as going Party in the USA. You're just there's
yeah.
lyrics to one, and there's no lyrics to the other one. That's Animals is as prog as it fucking gets. So is he not taking that into consideration? Like a lot of Animals as Leaders fans, that's probably their most known song other than
Well,
CAFO. Probably more
I
than CAFO actually at this point.
yeah, at this
So
point, and I would say I would be willing to say, good faith here that this is probably just not something that maybe came to mind when he was making this video. And I'm not gonna act like he has to have considered every facet of everything before making this because yeah, I mean it's possible, it's very easily possible he just wasn't even thinking about that like that because whenever like how many of those people that are singing that melody would even have thought of it that way, that are sitting there going like, oh man, there's not even lyrics to this, but I'm singing along. Like no, I bet most of those people are not thinking like that.
more than
Because
fan like
that is starting to analyze the music and how it's you don't just need vocals, you can achieve certain things or do things with music that don't just conform to the norms because yeah, you can have this catchy little lead that people sing along to because it is so catchy and the crowd almost becomes your vocalist at shows and stuff. It's a really
right.
cool music is fucking really cool.
I've always
Especially with
wondered
doing stuff like that.
what the reason for vocal and lyrical music, like proportionally, I the top whatever 100, if that's even important, 500 top 500 Billboard, it's probably not a single instrumental song. It's all lyric, and I
You're
wonder
probably
why.
right. Yeah.
Like I wonder if
Yeah,
it's because
well,
people
I
need
You
do.
that.
wonder why? I could
Like,
probably
yeah,
tell
like
you.
go ahead.
Well, I was
I
gonna
don't know.
say so. I I mean, I think all of my favorite music has lyrics to it. It's so when you take like an instrumental song, it probably you are now removing an aspect of the music, the vocals. You're just putting out instrumentals, and so now you have to essentially get people to feel a certain way because that I think a lot of music is just trying to do that, evoke certain emotions through the music, and you're doing that without saying what emotion you should be feeling. Whereas music with vocals, if I would say and this isn't the case all the time, but my favorite music out there usually the vocals and the lyrics are reflecting those feelings, and you can take Black Tongue, right? Nader, that album is so fucking dark. And a lot of it would be dark even without the vocals, or without the lyrics rather. But with the vocals and the lyrics, the way he pronounces words, the words themselves, it enhances that music a lot more. And so I don't want to say he's like that music with vocals is trying to tell you how to feel because that's dumb to say. But it is, what's the right words for it? I would like to say it.
Yeah, it's like another layer,
best,
kind of another
in the best cases,
dimension.
it enhances it, right? And I think most people do want that because if you just played "Party in the USA" but without the lyrics, what do you have? It's just sort of this kind of nothing. But to be fair, that is a more vocally driven song, and so if it didn't have lyrics, if the people were writing it without vocals, it probably wouldn't even be the same song anymore. It would sound different. They would have other things to fill in those gaps. They would probably create more unique repeating melodies with a different instrument that essentially mimicked that. Because people do like that stuff. It's something that sticks in their mind. Lyrics can... I mean, it's a piece of art, right? Because at the end of the day, we're not just consuming music and saying, oh, they're just telling me how I'm supposed to feel about the song, because it's very often a reflection of the artist's feelings about something. And that can be very relatable. People like relatable shit. Everyone does.
That's what it is. And maybe we just said the definition of music, right? And then we saw that there were two. One of them said, right. One of them said usually has vocals or lyrics. Yeah. And the other one said it always does of a song. And it's almost like two different art forms. Instrumental music is almost a distinct type of art from lyrical songs, where
it can
a lyrical song. Like what is the song, Making My Way Downtown? If you hear that little piano melody in your head, that's one of those elements.
That's a good fucking song. I love that song.
And that's a great example of
that is a good song.
I was going to follow something you said where, like if you have a lyric, and he said it here, usually those are going to be the dominant parts of a song. I think really good music encompasses all of it. Obviously, good rhythms, good melodies, chords, which is really hard to do. I think that is extremely difficult to do and have it cohesive as opposed to them dominating or just you ignoring one other part. But I wonder if it's a gradient where usually if there's more focus on the lyrics, there's naturally going to be less focus on the melody and the rhythms by the audience.
Generally, I think
could be.
Even in the... What does it make? I don't even know that. Miss You, and I don't know the name of that song. I don't know why I can't think of it.
Yeah, 1,000 Miles, I think.
Yeah, it's like people associate. That's what it is. People associate that piano part. Not that it's like a huge part, but if you hear that, you go, okay, she's about to start singing about, which I'm okay with, because at least they're encompassing multiple aspects of music, but it's still not that cohesive, all throughout meshing of all of those elements that I think makes good music. That's my opinion.
It's balanced. So it's balanced well to where you can have that piano part have its place, have its compartment, I guess, and then the vocals kind of come in and then take the forefront where the melody can kind of take, more of a supportive role, and they kind of interchange.
Well, what's funny is that song actually does have good balance now that I'm thinking about it. Because think to the what would you call it? The bridge before the chorus. The part where it brings in the strings, the violins, the
Yes.
da-na-na-na-na-na, and
Yeah.
then the vocals, and then it goes back to the strings, and then
Great.
back to the vocals, and then the chorus hits, and it's everything all together. That you know what I think I'm actually appreciating that song more now that I'm thinking about it because of in
Great
those
song.
regards. I do that song, like the melodies and all that. You could argue, yeah, it's pop, it's whatever. You know, have I heard it before? Probably, I don't know, but there is stuff going on in it. That song is not just a simple thing. It's got multiple aspects to it.
Sure.
That piano riff, you might say.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
it's
Yep.
not
Yeah, I
just
would.
two fucking notes. It's several. And it
No.
changes throughout the song. And
So
you know what?
according to by Finn's definition, would you say that if it was just that piano riff or a string of the melodies together, which really is
Well,
just an instrumental, like would
So,
it
I
still
think that
would
song
be
is
a
good on
song?
its own. I think that song is good. Well, I say on its own. Without vocals, is that what you're saying? Like, would that
Instrumentally?
song be good without vocals?
Yeah, I do too. Well, but I'm going
It
by
wouldn't
his
be the
definition
same.
of a set of riffs is not
Well, we
a
can't
song.
really use that
Oh.
song as an example, only because it's got.
Sure we can.
Can we? Because I mean, it's got
We-
like
by-
four or
he
five.
didn't specify. He didn't specify any genre with that.
Well, no.
Okay.
I mean, so what I'm saying in this case is that I don't know if that's a good. We can really run with that example simply because. So can we? When I say steel man, his argument, do you know what I mean? It's the opposite of a straw man. It's a
Steel man.
steel
What
man.
is
Yeah,
that? What is
Steel, steel man. It. Yeah, essentially to say that what he means is that when it's what I said earlier. What I think he means is that it is a collection. There's not really a lot or any repetition. It's just 4 minutes or however long, doesn't matter, of non-repeating riffs that don't necessarily. I'm not even gonna say don't necessarily belong together. It's just that there's not really. It's just sort of. It's more like. And then this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened, as opposed to, and then this happened because this happened, and then this happened because that happened. You know, it's sort of like that.
Yeah,
Where I
it's-
think he's saying
it's
it's
really
sort of
just
and then songwriting. And so I would not
Yeah.
use an instrumental version of that song, whatever song we're talking about, 10,000 miles, 1,000, I don't know. I wouldn't use that only because it's got about 4 or 5 different sections in it that repeat, and then probably has a section where it's more not a solo. What is it called? Where essentially a guitar solo or something would be placed, you know, a unique section, and then back to the chorus.
Yeah,
right?
kind of a.
So I wouldn't
It's
call that,
almost like-
you know, it's not riff salad. It's just it's got a core
The
set
instrumental part?
amount of things going on, and it repeats those things in a structured form. So I don't
So
think
he
I would
really
use
just
that.
doesn't like songs without song structure. Really is what I think he's saying is he doesn't like a song, which makes sense that he loves pop. That goes hand in hand with his love of
Well, sure,
songs
yeah.
that have a
And-
very defined song structure.
To be fair, everyone
Or
likes
simplistic.
structure.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of finding it sometimes. Because, yeah, I could have argued that. I mean, I don't know. Volumes Wormholes. That's a good example, actually, of sort of riff salad. I think I don't know if that song. Does that song have any
Wouldn't
repeating
use that.
riffs?
It does.
Does
Yeah,
it?
I
I can't actually think.
Kinda
I
go through the
feel.
whole song
I have a
thing.
feeling it. I seem to remember it just kind of for about 5 to 6 minutes it's different breakdown patterns, different stuff. It might have some repeating stuff in it. Yeah.
Pick up again. Pick up again. Pick up
yeah, because it goes back to that initial groove at least 2 or 3 times.
I don't know.
Yeah,
if
it
does.
repeats.
I'd have to listen to it again.
Doesn't at the
I haven't heard it
end.
in a while.
Pick it
But-
again. Bow. It ends like that.
But you know
Yeah,
that would
yeah,
be an
yeah.
example. It's like, would you call that riff salad, Finn? You know,
He probably.
he
I don't
might.
know. I'd have to
He
hear
might.
it.
I don't know.
I don't think he. I think it. If it repeats, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if a riff repeats at all, And does that break the mold of being riff salad? Like, can a riff,
Yeah,
can a
exactly.
song have repeating
I
riffs
would be
and
generous
still
and
be
say
riff salad?
no.
I
I
think
would
it
be generous
can.
and say no, that if you just have one riff that repeats, but then again, if you have one riff that you bring back, only one, and it's like a 6 minute song, and you have, I don't know, let's just say 30 fucking riffs, and only one riff repeats in it, that could help me that would help me personally, right? In terms of coming back to it and remembering something from it, because then I could break the song down into like different sections and
You're right.
sort of, oh, here's this part and this part. What would you even say then if it was just full of memorable riffs, even if they didn't repeat or whatever? I don't know. The riff salad argument's not a good one to me. I kind of want a different argument at this point. If I don't remember if that's his whole argument, I don't think it's a very solid one. Only because there's probably music he listens to that you could describe as riff salad that he likes and that we like. So, you know, I don't think it's a very strong argument to go for. And also, we're just it's
Yeah, I
more
mean, there's just no
subjective.
litmus being defined for what's riff salad. Is it more than 5 riffs? Okay, that means any
And
song with more than 5 unique riffs or less
and
than fewer than 5.
you know what? Who the fuck is gonna figure that out? That's like saying, "Oh, I think this song is too long," and then someone else goes, "I don't." You're like, "Oh,
Right.
okay."
That is
Like,
purely
how are
subjective.
you gonna like? You can't. I don't think that's one of those things where you cannot put an objective marker on it. You can't say, "Oh, this is too long." Like it's something that everyone
Yeah, you can
like
debate
feels.
it. I think it's up for debate. Like
I,
there's
you
take
can.
Necrophagus for
I don't know
example.
if
You
I
would
would
maybe
though.
argue, like, do you consider Necrophagus being riff salad? Because I could
From
see there being an argument for that,
from what
but
I've
I wouldn't
heard,
call it that.
from what I've heard, I think I want to say that, but I do distinctly remember the last time you made me listen to them. It was, I think I heard repeating stuff. It's my issue with that. I
Definitely.
don't. My issue with them is more so I can't really remember the riffs. There's so many notes happening that I
Okay.
have a hard time retaining it, and then also on top of that, I just don't find the riffs super interesting. Like just because you play a lot of notes doesn't mean I'm gonna like it, right?
Sure. Sure.
That's kind of what I got from them. You know, if we develop any sort of fan base that somewhat even likes that fucking band, then I'm gonna be crucified for their opinion.
Don't
But,
worry,
Right.
I
I'll
just
tame them.
yeah,
Tesseract has a lot of songs that don't really go back to like hold
Yeah,
on a
like a
second.
chorus or
Alpha
something.
Sonder, like King and Juno, and those songs are very weird because they change time and they don't really like he
They're
he
linear.
might call some of Tesseract riff salad, which I think wouldn't be
Yeah.
fair to the just the
Correct.
prowess and the creativity that is the riffs of Tesseract. So
I mean, he might not call them riff salad, but that's because like King has a repeating chorus in it, but I think the chorus in King only happens twice or something. Um,
Yeah, I
and then
mean,
the
take
rest
like
of the song is all
one era.
unique riffs and stuff.
Yeah.
But he may not
Yeah.
consider it riff salad because maybe the chorus is so memorable to him that he wouldn't call it
which
that.
is dumb. 'Cause
Well,
Then again,
exactly.
back to subjectivity.
Well,
And
that
also
just
later-
yeah, that brings it all back around to the whole. Oh well, then maybe this whole riff salad argument is a bad one. You know,
And it,
like,
yeah, riff salad implies a negative connotation. Oh,
Yeah.
well, maybe if you had a bunch of riffs that were good, it's just
be
good
right back.
music. If you have
Right.
riffs you don't like, oh, now it's riff salad. Which and the
Right.
Tesseract thing, maybe the lyrics are what save it from being too riffy. Like we were just talking about with how lyrics do change the entire intensity of a song. Like not to bring intervals. I love intervals because he had a voice within, and it was with lyrics. And a lot of people, a lot of his main fan base didn't like that album.
yep.
So he,
one of them.
you don't. I love Mike Semensky on that. I love the lyrics.
I love Mike Semensky.
I love the
I don't really
The-
like his voice, but I don't want to get stuck on this. You keep going.
Well, and that would be a Spencer Sotelo type argument where you go, well, is his timbre what makes? And I agree.
It's
I
not
see
an
why people
argument.
don't
I
like
just
it.
don't like it. I'm fine for people to not like Spencer's voice. I get it. It's high pitched. It's sort of poppy.
I get it too.
Yeah,
That's a subjective thing. Like you can't
That's
make
purely
someone
subjective.
just like his voice. You're not going to make me like Mike Semensky's voice.
yeah.
That's fine, but I'm not going to say he's a good singer. Like I'm not going to sit there and say, "Oh, this music sucks," because I don't like this.
Right.
Or rather, because if I say something sucks, I'm gonna try and qualify it. And you know what? Music is very heavily subjective. It is hard to argue from an objective standpoint on the certain because most music, at least music that gets released, it's not that it's written badly. It's just written usually very formulaically, or I've heard it a billion times. That's usually the metric on which I'm going to say, I don't like this. This sucks or whatever.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
No, those pop producers, they know what the fuck they're doing.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
not doing it poorly.
But I'm
They're
still,
not bad. They're very talented.
you're not going to catch
what
me
they do.
saying though that it's it's not a song or something because that's just stupid. It is. It's just a song I don't like.
Yeah. All right. Holy
Let's do it.
shit.
Well,
All right. What's his name? Lee
Oh,
McKinney.
Finn McKinney.
Finn. Why?
Yeah, and you keep saying Born of Osiris' guitarist name, Lee McKinney. This guy's
I
name is
do.
Finn McKinty.
Come on, give me a break. That's
No.
similar enough.
Shout out to my
Unlearn.
boy Lee. I
This-
love Lee
this-
McKinney. He's a cool dude.
This cookie is delicious, by the way, Dan. I'm eating the chocolate chip one.
Good.
What's that?
Fantastic. I'm probably going to go eat my fourth
I
one,
wish
so
there
don't
was.
judge me.
Whatever. Again, I wasn't counting. You are, so.
Oh.
Yeah. I wish there was more oatmeal raisin. I really fucking love
Here you
oatmeal
go.
raisin.
Don't judge me. I'm eating my fourth cookie, and you went. You're the one keeping count. That's great. That's awesome.
If I had more
Right.
oatmeal raisin, I'd give them to you. But
I know. I
unfortunately,
love.
all have
I
is
know no one
frosted
else.
sugary mess.
I hate
I know
it. I can't do it.
seemingly no one else on earth likes oatmeal raisin, but
Keep your fruit
I
out of my
stand.
cookie.
Oh, you do?
No, keep your fruit out of my cookie. That's disgusting.
Oh, shut up.
No, I do like oatmeal raisin.
Healthy.
If you didn't eat it, like if you didn't like them, I would have at some point eaten them. Probably just after all the other sugary ones, but I would have eaten it.
Oh, I wasn't telling you to shut up, Dan. I was telling Andrew to shut up.
I know.
Fruit out of my cookie. Fuck you.
Unjustly.
Do you eat
Whatever.
chocolate-covered strawberries?
Yeah,
fuck
those
yeah.
are delicious. But that's not a
Okay.
cookie.
Fuck yeah.
I know it's not a cookie. I'm just saying, I wonder what the root of this is. You know what? We're not going to get into this right now. That's something we could have
Anyway.
talked about in the last episode, for
I
the
was
C
abused.
stuff.
By an oatmeal cookie as a child. It stems all from that.
Oh.
Oh,
Were you
that got
touched by the
weird.
oatmeal cookie? I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah, he touched me in my little raisin. All right. All right.
Oh, fuck. All right, let's keep going.
And the reason for this, I think, is pretty obvious. It's because a huge part of the prog scene is made up of guitarists. And
I mean, so
That is
I think that's
probably
most
true.
metal, though.
Wait. All right. What did he say? Say it again.
He said
a
that he thinks
huge
that's
portion of the prog scene is made up of guitarists. I
Yeah.
mean, define huge portion.
Wait,
and
of performers or fans?
of the prog scene.
of
What does
prog
that mean?
music.
Of the creators of it, though, not the
Yeah.
What is a scene?
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
that the fans?
Yeah. So, like, essentially, you say,
Yeah, just
the
the-
music scene in Raleigh. So, essentially,
Those
people who
who
are
partake.
involved in music, the local fans, all that stuff. The music, like, scene as in SCENE, scene, music scene.
Yeah, no. Okay. Well, I
Like
just
my
I'm
local scene. Yeah.
making sure that didn't include because I think far more people aren't musicians
Correct.
than that are fans, and there might be more guitarists than anybody
Well,
else, but guitarists
Here,
aren't
let me
most.
let me roll him back, and we'll just clarify just
Yeah,
in
yeah,
case
yeah.
what he said. But I'm pretty sure that's what he said.
And the reason for this, I think, is pretty obvious. It's because a huge part of the prog scene is made up of guitarists.
Yeah, there you go.
Pretty obvious, he says.
Yeah, I know.
Pretty obvious.
No,
Okay.
I think
I'm
I
not a
am.
guitarist.
Well, I know, but here's the thing. I think I am inclined to. I'm not going to agree that it's only the prog scene. I am inclined to agree that a huge portion of the metal community, as far as or the portion of the metal community that are musicians, I think most of them would be guitarists. That just
Yes.
seems to be a more popular instrument.
Or vocalists.
And you usually need more.
vocalist,
You need
yes.
rhythm and lead.
Yes.
That's already double all the
And
other instruments.
Finding a drummer and or bassist seems notoriously hard. I see it all the time from musicians talking about, looking for these people. They seem to be harder to find. So I will agree with that statement. I don't. So I guess that would make sense. I mean, I mean, it doesn't make any sense that he's criticizing because if it's mostly guitarists, then where are the drummers, right? Well, who's writing this stuff? And maybe I guess that goes along with this whole thing about how it's guitarist writing and then handing it off to whoever. But
Yeah, or
honestly,
focusing
or
on riffs
rather,
because the
Maybe just
guitarist
MIDIing it.
one.
They
well,
might
yeah,
not
you
even have a
could.
drum.
A lot of people do MIDI their drums now. And for anyone who
yeah.
doesn't know, a better or a more understandable term for anyone who doesn't know what MIDI is. When we say MIDI, we're saying the word is MIDI. I don't remember what it stands for, but it's essentially, I don't want to call it electronic drums because people get a different image in their head.
Yeah.
Well, it's fake drums essentially, in the sense
It's
that
programmed.
programmed. Yeah, it's a pre-recorded sound that you place on a grid that fits your music.
Yeah.
That's probably the best way I could do it. Because when you say electronic, people think of like club music and stuff. So I don't.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not that.
Or like an E kit, like an
and
electronic drum
a lot
kit.
of
Not even
yeah,
that.
a lot. For all we know, a lot of the music that people listen to, shit. Even for all we know, a lot of music we listen to has programmed drums. But programmed drums have gotten so good sounding now that you can fool people.
They're
There
amazing.
was a
And
time where it
strings.
sounded very fake. But
Yeah, a lot of bands use strings like an orchestra. I think Leprous does too.
oh
and
yeah,
you can't even.
I do that all the fucking time.
I believe Leprous. Well, they have a cello player for one, so
Oh.
Leprous actually has
Then they may actually
Yeah.
do it themselves.
a cellist. I believe that they actually get whatever in Norway. They actually have like a band that records with them. So
That's cool.
because they're fucking awesome, and yeah, I mean you can generally tell whenever it's MIDI orchestra. It's all very
I don't think so.
dynamicless. Like
It depends
If
on-
you have a
just-
really good ear,
Depends on
maybe.
which one. Because
like for example, and I'm a fan of them, or at least a lot of their stuff. But like Lorna Shore's orchestral stuff is clearly done with a
what's
program.
funny is I wouldn't say it's clearly done because of how it sounds. It's just more so I'm pretty sure because they would have marketed it otherwise that they don't have a full orchestra behind them. If they did, if they actually got a full fucking orchestra to come record those parts, they would film that and put it out, and they would say, "Look what we did," because that's just good.
That's
That's just
fair.
good marketing to do. Like, why wouldn't you tell people that? Why would you not show
Architect
that
did
to
that.
people?
Yeah, I don't know if Architects records with a full orchestra. I know they've done videos with that orchestra, but I don't know.
I'm
You
assuming
can
that means
generally,
they
even
used
with
them.
real drums, I used to not be able to tell. And then the more I recorded,
Certain
the more I was like, okay,
Yeah, certain
can
drum
tell. I
kits
mean,
you
Get
can
Go
still
drums
tell,
are-
but
yeah,
Oh,
it's
dude,
hard.
yeah.
Get Good, it's hard to tell. Those are, I mean, they're
Get Good
pretty,
is really,
pretty fucking flawless.
and that's because they've gotten to a point now where you can change so many different aspects of the drums, the dynamics and all that
Right.
stuff, to where if you really want to
Customizable.
spend the time to make them sound like real drums, you can. And I would say I don't want to denigrate that because that is an art in and of itself. I would generally always advocate get a drummer, but I also understand that there aren't as many drummers out there. So, if you are one of these one-man bands and you don't have access to a musician like that, well then fine, use the MIDI drums. Like that is one of the great things about it is that anyone now can do it. There's problems with that, but that's one of those good things. It's like maybe that guy goes on to write, the best fucking music we've ever heard, and eventually, once he's gotten enough, money behind him, he can have the band and get the people or get the contacts he needs that to get a full band.
Yeah.
So guitars make up most of the. Oops.
I think I would agree. I don't. Let me roll them back a little bit further just to make sure I understand why he brought that up, because it's a little hard to remember sometimes. Let's see.
Ask anybody, hey, do you know that song Party in the USA? They're not going to tell you whatever the guitar part was in that song. They're going to say, oh yeah, the one that goes... And the reason for this, I think, is pretty obvious. It's because a huge part of the prog scene is made up of guitarists.
Okay, so he's saying that...
That's why the
Yeah,
focus is
he's-
on riffs.
Yes. Yeah, he's saying the reason the focus isn't on the
Which-
vocals or the lyrics or any other instrument is because
There's probably
guitars
a
make
higher
up most of the
density
music.
of guitar players in prog than any other genre of fan or whatever music
I'm not
fan
willing
base
to
for any
s-
other genre.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know that.
Wait,
I don't
wait.
have that
I
statistic.
would be happy, like, for genres that have guitars in them, guitar music.
Yeah,
if you
that's
have that,
true.
then I would probably say, yeah, if for the musicians in the fan base, it probably is more guitarists than it is drummers or, well,
Probably
shit,
just more
maybe not.
musicians.
Vocalists
Like,
might
take
be
the
in the
prog-
higher count. Everyone wants to be the fucking center stage person.
Well, the
you know?
prog
Everyone-
fan base probably has a higher density of musicians compared
know.
to any other genre.
Well, I might give you that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So then, if you
Rock.
take that a step further and say, okay, there's probably more guitarists than any other instrument player within, within that genre, then yeah, of course there's going to be more guitar players because there's just by proxy, there's more musicians. So
Yeah.
if you have a 3-to-1, musician ratio, versus like a, I guess or a 3-to-1 non-musician ratio compared to a 10-to-1, of course there's going to be more. Well, then if,
Hello? Whoa. What
30,
just happened?
if there's
happened?
Good?
33,
Okay.
what happened?
Sorry.
If
I don't know.
33% of those musicians are guitarists, that's just math. That's not even really fair. Like I guess maybe he's just saying that that's just the case, and because of that, the focus is on riffs. But then take all the other genres of music that have, like, progressive music is also more of a niche music. Like, I mean,
Yep.
tons of guitarists love death metal or thrash metal or even just regular old, heavy metal. That there's a ton of guitar fans. Are they also talking about riffs? I think they are. Like, is this an exclusively prog thing? That just doesn't really make sense to say that, oh, there's more musicians, so therefore more discussion around riffs. Like, we haven't even really proven that that's the case, that riffs are a huge focus in prog. And even if they were, like, think about how many Lamb of God fans are guitarists or musicians. Probably a lot. Lamb of God has some of the best riffs in the fucking game. Like, is it wrong then to talk about Lamb of God's riffs? I mean, that's a focal point of their music. Like, yeah, Randy has some sick vocals. Chris Adler is a wildly respected, well-known drummer. But, whenever you think of, like, I don't know, Laid to Rest, I mean, maybe some people think of vocal part, but you think of the,
I mean,
you think of that riff.
I'm in
I
for
do.
all of it. I'm in for the riff. I'm in for
All
Chris
of it,
Adler's
sure.
drumming, the vocals, everything. I'm in for it all personally. It's going to kind of
Well, but
vary.
then you could say that about prog.
Well, sure, exactly. It's gonna vary for one between every person, and also, like, just because you're a guitarist doesn't mean you're necessarily always going to like the guitar parts or write mostly
That's
guitar
about
parts. Because even Aaron from Intervals on A Voice Within, he dialed back his guitar writing
did.
because they
He
got a
did.
vocalist. Because he understands there's
Yeah.
another element that now needs to fit in. He doesn't have to, or he doesn't need to fill in that space. Whereas before, when it was all instrumental, there's more space. You don't have the lyrics. You have to fill it in with purely instrumentals. And so when you bring
Yeah.
in that vocalist, it's another element to balance out. So I mean, to say that again, I'm just constantly bring it back. that is the problem. It's not a problem
Right.
inherently.
Right.
It's like to suggest
Yeah.
that this is just like it is intrinsic, inherent, every fucking I word that everyone loves to use. It's stupid. It's dumb. It's a dumb thing to say.
Yeah, it isn't really a problem. I mean, maybe he could say that because, assuming that all of this is true, which it's not, but assuming that all of this is true, then because of such a heavy focus on riffs in this degree, I'm playing full on Satan's advocate. I am Beelzebub incarnate. That because of this huge focus on riffs, then the quality of the songwriting is going to be more linear and more kind of mismatch, whatever riff salad, and the actual diversity and the ingenuity of the songs are going to be it's going to be more lackluster and more predictable. Like, I guess that's kind of where he's coming from, is because it's like, oh man, let's just write the gentiest, proggiest riff, whatever. That's going to be the sole focus of every song. So then the other qualities are going to suffer as a result. Okay, that is an argument. If that's what he's saying, which is kind of what I'm deducing from this, I don't.
I
No,
still don't think that's a
saying
problem though.
it's- Yeah, I mean, problem maybe that we're going to get shittier music by that standard as a result. Like,
Um,
'cause we could say the problem with pop music and talk about why it's actually having an adverse effect on music, on writing, on lyrical
sure.
quality, how it's actually,
You would
we
also
could,
argue
we could
that a large portion
culturally.
of that argument, though, would be because it's popular, because the mainstream is following it. A thing with progressive music, it's like there's a reason that progressive music isn't insanely popular compared
Right.
to something like Taylor Swift or something. You know, it's because it's not as accessible to people. It's not as popular because not as many people
Yeah, it's
gravitate or
digestible.
can, yeah, it's not as digestible, not as relatable, not everything. And so that's why I would say, like, even if I granted him that, sure, we all these things add up to this is why, if prog music really was all like this, and I granted him that, okay, yeah, that's why that's all prog music is just guitar music and or guitarists writing, that's all happening, all that good stuff. I still wouldn't say that's a problem with it.
Right.
What I would say is that is something I don't like about it.
Yeah,
Because
that's
plenty of
just
people
yeah.
can like the music that gets produced from that. There's plenty of, like, look at After the Burial's Pie. They wrote that song just to do it. It was just because they wanted to write a gent song with the pattern of from the sequence of
3.14.
numbers of pi. And
I
I
love
think I
that.
can't remember how many numbers they actually took into account when creating the
I
pattern
think
for
they
it. I
go
think
pretty damn far.
they do. They went like 50 characters in or something crazy
Wow.
like that. And that song does not repeat at all. There's no. It's like
That
two
makes
minutes,
sense.
and it's just the
That's
pattern,
cool.
and there's no repetition in it. They don't repeat
Oh
the
man.
pattern ever.
Cool. I like that.
Yeah, it's just a
Creative.
fun little
Yeah,
dumb
that's
thing.
just a fun gimmick. That's really what
Yeah,
it
Yeah.
is. It's just a
and you know
fun
what? I
gimmick.
like
They
that
don't.
song. I don't just say, "Oh, it's just music for guitar nerds." It is kind of for nerds, but also people love that song. That's not one of their most well known, but it's also from a less known EP that didn't get a lot of traction. It was just from before they were as big as they are. So
I
you
was
could,
gonna say
it
they were
might be
nobody
bigger if
at
they
that point.
released it now. If they had just come out with it, it might be bigger. Who knows? Um,
Yeah,
Literally math
absolutely.
metal.
Again, this is not a problem. Uh, I don't think that needs solving necessarily. Even as much as I don't like black and deathcore, I'm not. I have my opinions on what could maybe push the genre forward. I don't necessarily think. I don't think it's this like objective problem that so many of the bands maybe sound similar or that it pushes mostly vocals, drums, and orchestrals and leaves guitar and bass in the wind. I don't like that, but I do think there's a way you can do that. that I would like it, but plenty of people do like it. So what the fuck? What am I talking about?
Yeah. Well, and I think what's that band, that Disembodied Tyrant Slit EP with Synesthesia or whatever? There's a lot
Yeah.
of Black and Deathcore in there, and they do it so well. That is honestly, that's going in my top 10 for this year. That is a fucking fantastic EP, and it's different in a lot of ways than like the Mental Cruelty or Lorna Shore or Worm Shepherd style Black and
I
Deathcore.
think
They actually really put on a unique, tinge on
Yeah.
it, and it stands out for that reason. They do it right, essentially, at least
I think it
in
has some
our
more memorable
understandings.
parts than most of the other Black and Deathcore bands. That's for sure. The faster
Absolutely.
paced stuff, better. I like the riffs more. I can remember them.
I do
They
too.
feel
Oh
energetic.
no, riff's bad.
Oh,
Canceled. You're not
shit!
allowed
I'm
to have an
sorry. Oh
opinion.
no, riff salad. Fuck. What am I gonna do now?
So
Damn it!
stupid.
Finn said that's bad. What do I do now? Damn it! Oh wait, they're not
Just-
progressive music. They're Black and Deathcore. It's okay. It's okay.
No.
It's not a problem with Black and Deathcore. It's not a problem with that genre.
Finn McKenty 1, us 0, I guess.
Lost 0, we lose. That's
Damn
we're
it.
done.
All right, sorry guys. That's the end of the episode. We're canceling our
Yeah,
podcast. It's over.
Anyway,
All right, let's.
Yeah. Anyway,
Another
what more?
3.5
What,
minutes.
what more hell must we go through?
And
A lot.
guitarists, in their mind, guitar is the center of the entire universe. Everything else.
As a guitarist,
God.
no.
Okay, hold
So
on,
there
wait.
you go.
Something I
Proved
wanted
you
to
wrong.
say.
Next.
Exists
Is
just to
oh.
elevate and showcase the guitarist. They're almost like pathologically incapable of writing a song where the guitars aren't the focal point of everything.
oh
Really?
my
Oh my
God.
goodness. Oh man, thank you for speaking for me, Finn. I really appreciate it.
Well, now is he saying
I-
all guitarists or prog guitarists? Because
Hold on.
that literally
Let's-
means that
Let's
every band
go
with a guitar,
back.
including the bands that he likes, all these hardcore punk bands that he worships, does that apply to them? Because they're not progressive by his
let's
standards.
go back. Hold on.
Guitarists. And
Oops, hold on. Let me go
Holy
back. a little
fucking
bit
shit.
further. Let me go back.
He must regret this video. I hope he does.
this, I think, is pretty
For his
obvious. It's
sake.
because a huge part of the prog scene is made up of guitarists. And guitarists, in their mind, guitar.
Oh, there you go. He didn't say prog guitarist. He
All
said, guitarists.
Wow.
There you go. So, yes, I really appreciate this view. As a guitarist, yes, I'm very self-centered. I really appreciate I'm already making the wrong argument. Yes, fuck drums, fuck vocals, fuck bass, fuck electronics, fuck orchestrals, fuck everything. Guitarists, everything. I love it. That is the end all be all. If there are not good riffs, I will not listen to it. Not even good. I'm not even fuck that. If there aren't riffs, even if they're terrible, if they aren't in there, I refuse to listen to it. It's the center of my universe. Fuck you, Dan. Fuck your instrument. Fuck you, Andrew.
Yeah,
fuck
that's
your
an
instrument.
insane viewpoint.
I am a
to hold.
guitarist,
That's-
and I am better than you. There you go. So
I mean,
There's nothing more to even say about that.
isn't the cliche that, like in band, we always said trumpet players, or even in jazz, like trumpet players were typically more cocky just because they had that upper part. They had the melody typically. Like, is it? I mean, you tell me. Obviously, you're being facetious here, but like, are guitarists typically more cocky than like a bass player? Isn't that
Nothing like a vocalist.
I don't know.
Like-
Like cocky is a weird one because so even for vocalists, a lot of people, you could say a vocalist is being cocky about something, but it's mostly because that people have a tendency to gravitate towards vocals. They are kind of the face of the band. They are the ones that talk to the crowd directly at shows, so naturally people are going to gravitate more towards them. Secondly, after that, I think people generally have a tendency to gravitate towards guitarists and then drummers and bassists after that, generally speaking. But when you get into prog, that's not as much the case. I think people have a tendency to gravitate towards all members. Still the vocalist. If you have a vocalist, they're always going to be number one. But then after that, it could go fucking anywhere. 'Cause sometimes you could have guitarists that are maybe not putting in as much, not effort, but like they're not writing as complex stuff, whereas the drummer might be doing crazier stuff, and people appreciate that. Cocky? No. I personally would not say that. I think generally I've met more cocky vocalists than I've met cocky
Yeah,
guitarists.
me too. By a
There are
mile.
cocky members of that play all different instruments. It's not a
Yes.
matter of what instrument you play. It's a matter of the person.
That's
Like
true.
this is stupid. This is a really dumb thing to
This
say.
is
And it's fun to be a musician. In fact, it's fun that we are all musicians and we have our different perspectives on who is the most cocky in like our respective genres. But it is just funny that he would say that because this is a cocky thing to say. It's really cocky to be like, oh, I'm the most humble. But like, I like whenever I'm on stage, or whenever I've been on stage, I guess. I'm not a cocky person at all. I'm actually I want those lights fucking bright as hell so I don't have to see the crowd because I'm like, oh god, they make me nervous. Like I'm just like, oh, just let me play good. Let me not. Oh, I fucked up a note. Oh no, they know.
I was gonna say,
They know I messed
if
up.
anything,
And
I
then
was more of the showboatman than you or anyone else.
than
Right?
anyone, and yeah, like, and even then.
I'm not
You
a
weren't
guitarist.
constantly back there like standing up, like shouting to the crowd and shit. Like it just, you're just
We did
feeling the
sometimes.
music. You're fucking into it. And even I've
Yeah.
had a couple moments where I'd be up there playing or something, and I was having a good night. I was playing well, and the crowd was receiving it really well. And so then that's usually what gets me to be more energetic or more quote unquote cocky.
Sure.
If the crowd's really fucking into it, well, then I'm really fucking into it. If they're not into it
Yeah.
at all,
Yeah.
then I'm having a bad
That's a
time,
great feeling.
and I want to get off stage if they're not enjoying it. But yeah, there's not. You know what? I don't even this. I'm gonna say it this time. I
I'm
don't
gonna
want
say
to
this is a
respond to
nothing
this.
burger.
This
I
is
just keep
stupid.
going.
It's a
Fuck
dumb
that.
thing to say. Dumb generalization. You don't know every guitarist. Not that you have to know, but give me a break. You're gonna say that about the fucking. You can say that about those prog bands that you're friends with, buddy. Bet not.
You're
Guitar
right.
is the center of the entire
right.
universe. Everything else exists just to elevate and showcase the guitarist. They're almost like
No.
pathologically incapable of writing a song where the guitars aren't the focal
No.
point of everything.
God, it
Just
hurts.
keep going.
I know, but I have
even-
to. I have to groan at least. I have to pause it and groan so that way,
I'm not
if he
even
does
gonna
say
dignify
something
this
after
one.
this, then I can respond to it effectively. But I have to groan. I have to do it. God.
Let's see.
Damn. That's.
That's pretty stupid.
It
That's
almost sounds
just
like I have to believe he's saying it almost in jest. Like, is that rage bait?
Man. I don't care.
It's
No,
almost
I'm not
feels like
entertaining
rage
that
bait.
argument. I'm not doing it. I'm not entertaining.
I'm not even going to dignify it. With a response.
Sometimes
really
I can accept jokes here or there. Like sometimes it's easier
I think
to
it was
tell.
in jest.
It's
But it's too. The problem
I
is
don't-
it's too close to his actual argument that you.
Yeah.
You
well,
can't
yeah.
really
This is this
separate.
whole argument this whole time. So how am I supposed to take this as a joke? And you know what? Fuck you. How am I
Right.
supposed to tell what is
Yeah.
and isn't a joke if it all sounds like if it all sounds like rage bait or it all sounds like a serious argument? How is it
Yes,
really on me
I
that
agree.
you didn't make your
Right,
joke
you can't
clearer?
differentiate.
And is that really a joke to just say every
Shit on a
guitarist
whole-
is egotistical? It's not
I
really
was
a
gonna
joke.
say
It's no joke.
alienated a huge part of his fan base too. Like there's a lot of
There's just-
musicians that listen to him.
Really?
Beyond
That's
that,
true.
whatever. You can make jokes about groups of people. It's just that's not. There's no joke here yet. Maybe he's got a punchline coming that'll make me laugh, and I'll regrettably take back everything I've said. But
I don't think so.
yeah, probably
Keep-
not. But I got the groan out. What else has he got?
Everything. And so you can see the problem here. A big chunk of the genre has turned into guitarists
yeah,
writing
totally.
songs to just impress other guitarists.
No evidence. There's no. Yeah. Hey guys,
No.
you can see the problem here, can't you? Right?
He thinks that like
There's
the
no
problem
evidence!
is a big, it's all like high school drama. Oh, I'm doing this to impress this. What? That's not what the prog scene is.
What?
It's
Like,
not a bunch
how
of-
am I supposed to see a problem? when he hasn't presented me with any actual fucking evidence. He hasn't actually
Yeah,
even...
that's a
The
big
only
thing.
clip
There's no
he's
evidence.
played of what he considers prog was that clip way at the beginning. Or no, he also played Polaris and Polyphia, right? But he cited those two, I think, as good examples.
Polaris is not.
Yeah, he's thrown the vitalism
No,
clip. I don't know what.
Or no,
band
it
he's
was
showing
Issues. I'm
now.
sorry, not Polaris. It was Issues, that
That's
gospel
right.
chorus thing.
He did show
boy,
them
but-
at one point.
But
Weird
still,
I forgot why.
I don't know who this is on screen. I can't.
I
tell.
don't either. But what evidence is there so far? Any?
Riff Salad.
No, that's not
guitar-
evidence. That's his claim.
All right, that guitarists only write prog to jerk themselves off, and that's why
his
it's bad.
claim.
Yeah, there
No.
really is. It's all
That's his
conjecture.
claim. There
Right.
is no evidence.
Evidence.
That's just his claim. You have
I
to
mean, maybe the
support
song-
it.
But yeah, it is retarded. I don't get it.
God.
I really don't.
All right, let's. Fuck me. Hold on. Let me rewind it.
Happily. Sorry.
Oh
I don't
Christ!
know
I
what
didn't
band
rewind
he's
it like
on
at all.
screen.
I wish I could blow this up bigger. It's just because I'm on two monitors. I can't explain why I can't do that, but it's hard to get the thing to skip back just a few seconds. I wish there was like on
Use your arrow
YouTube you
key?
can do that thing where you can skip forward or backwards like 10 seconds. I wish there was a button like that to watch together, but there is
Can you
not.
use your arrow keys to do that?
What?
Can you use the left and right arrow keys to skip it?
Well,
Because you're tabbing
oh, God.
out.
I don't know. I'll test it after the stream if I remember, which I won't. So if you remember,
Does he
remind
put-
me.
Does he put like Mick Gordon in this category? Like, where does this stop? You know,
I
like
don't know, man. I don't know. It stops somewhere, and if you pressed him on it, I'm sure it would stop much further back than where he goes. So let's see.
Of writing a song where the guitars aren't the focal point of everything. And so you can see the problem here. A big chunk of the genre has turned into guitarists writing songs to just impress other guitarists that nobody else is interested in because there's no actual songs, just riffs. I mean, compare metalcore of like
I'm only pausing it just so I can groan, but we've already responded
that's
to
just a
that.
groan.
It's just dumb. I don't know what to
songs
do with
just
that.
riffs.
It's
We've
not what they're
responded to
doing.
it with
No
just.
one's-
It's not what they're doing.
What the? No.
I know.
Like, would you say that? Like, what about wow, I don't know. I can't think of their name. The Omnific, right? They're very
haven't listened to
progressive.
them.
It's all bass players.
are very-
So doesn't that kind of
Yeah.
throw? Not
So
that that's
for
like
those
huge.
who don't
I mean,
know,
that would
it's
be a
three bass
cherry
players
picked
and a drummer.
one example,
Sure.
but
Or
obviously, throw a bunch of fucking examples at them. Then, God, man, bad argument. Holy
This would
shit!
Well,
like
the
the
Omnific
thing-
has a lot of sections that aren't even. I guess they would technically be riffs, but there's a lot of space. There's a lot more to the song
Very
structure
rhythmic.
than just riff. It is very rhythmic, but
metric modulation.
yeah, and a lot of
They're
music
amazing.
theory, a lot of rhythm theory in there that's very rhythmically driven, but it's not like every song is cookie cutter. I can show you, 10 different Omnific songs that are pretty unique in their own right, especially their newer stuff.
mean-
The album begins with an a cappella song.
I mean,
So,
is he? I
that's
don't think
pretty-
he's saying it's cookie
impressive.
cutter.
I,
mean,
think
he's
he
make-
is. He's
I
saying that
mean,
it's just
I-
riffs.
I
styled for
suppose
other
so.
guitar
You could.
parts.
That would be its own version of generic at that point, I guess.
Kind of. Yeah, I would
Because then,
say
yeah,
that
you
that
would say
was
it's
kind of
generally
and
this.
it's just
so.
or just instrumental riffing for other guitarists that are all he's just saying it's technical instrumental riffing for guitar nerds that all sounds alike. That's his version of generic, I would say. Like there's no nuance there.
Yeah, I
It's his
suppose
argument
you
at
could say
all.
that. It's generic for progressive metal, I guess. You would say.
What even? Like
Which is kind of.
I know.
give me a fucking break.
I know.
Anyway.
All right, let's.
Continue.
like say 2004 or 5, like the Kill Switch era, which had some very good players, but was
Whoa, hold on. Why are you invoking kill
Okay.
switch? Let me rewind. Hold on.
Killswitch, the band that has some of the most memorable riffs in metal.
Yeah, and are they
Yeah,
even
hold on.
progressive?
Hold on. Hold on. Let's just see what he says first.
They're
before we go
metalcore.
down.
Metal.
Yeah, they're
They're
metalcore.
hard. They're pure metalcore.
They're one of the big four of metalcore.
I mean, yeah,
They
they're
are still in the big four.
one of the, if not the band that popularized.
Yeah, they're kind of the
but-
quintessential metalcore band in the best way. Like
Yeah.
All right, let's
Yeah.
see why he is
All right.
invoking their
August
name.
Burnt Red.
Else is interested in because there's no actual songs, just riffs. I mean, compare metalcore of like say 2004 or 5, like the Killswitch era, which had some very good players, but was definitely about the songs.
That's such a good song.
It is.
That is a great song, and there are progressive songs that are that. I'm not going to say
And
are on the
I
same
think that is what he's
caliber
saying
necessarily,
here. In fact, let's see what he
I mean,
finishes this up with.
Apples and
I
Oranges,
did need to
kind of.
pause
But there's
for
songs
copyright.
that are as memorable as that song that are in the progressive space. They're all like they're different because
hold
they're
on.
a
Let's
genre.
see what he says about this, because I have a feeling he's using this to say like, see, metalcore had riffs, but it was about the song. You know, I think he's using this as a positive example. Let me see. Pausing for copyright because I don't want to get taken down. La 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 la.
To this new stuff, there's just a bunch of generic dudes playing Architect songs on
Generic dudes. That's just funny. I think that's
Generic dudes.
I don't think that's the right wording. Generic dudes, but that is funny to me.
I mean, I
generic
think he's
dudes.
he's kind of creating an archetype out of.
Oh,
the
I mean, and
musician.
funnily enough, there is kind of one. You know, it not.
There
the way
is
I would say
kind
it
of
is
one.
more. The way I would cite or suggest it is more like there is a general like way that a lot of people dress in certain genres, and there's
Absolutely.
and that can be
Well,
kind of
but that's
funny.
not unique to Prague. Like, I mean,
No.
Prague isn't even really. Prague's all over the place. If anything has a generic
dude.
fucking metal. And
I was about to
those
say.
two, oh my god, man! Just go
Yeah,
to
everyone-
any shitty local show, and they all
Everyone's
dress
wearing
the
the
same.
Adidas with the fucking
Band
Nike
shirts,
sweatpants and the fucking.
black skinny jeans.
Yep. Well,
Snapback. hat,
skinny jeans
whatever,
are out of
like-
style now. Everyone's wearing like Nike pants.
Yeah, joggers.
Yeah, everyone's got
Okay,
the joggers,
sure.
some kind of oversized T-shirt, and maybe not even.
I'm going to Minecraft.
A hoodie. You're going to Minecraft. All right, let's see. Kill switch. How dare you? Or is he saying?
Yeah,
he said
so
he's
I
saying
mean-
something good. I forgot what he said.
All about the song. Like,
Um,
throw on anything from Octavarium by Dream Theater. Like, you're going to tell me that it's just all about the riffs? Like, it's not. There's so many
fuck.
elements to those songs that are so above and beyond just the guitar melody that to pigeonhole an entire genre being just this vitalism gent, or even vitalism they've had multiple iterations of their band. Whenever the two of the three members left, or three of the four members left, they became, what he's describing, which is fair. But then, going back to the original Pagan era or Pagan 2, that era, like, it's fantastic.
Those
It's
are
a
albums
whole
by that
different.
band, by the way. Just in case.
Yeah,
anyone
let me
watches
see.
this doesn't know.
Vitalism.
In case anyone who doesn't
Well,
know
no,
that
those are-
band, those are albums by the
Those
band
were
Vitalism or whatever
Those were
songs. I'm just trying to clarify
Yeah,
because when you
those
say
songs-
going back to the pagan era, that sounds like not
Oh,
to anyone that doesn't
So,
know
like,
those
sorry.
songs.
Psy was 2017. That was before all the members left or whatever. But go listen to Pagan Part 2 and then listen to the new stuff. Like, I understand the disdain for this very cookie cutter, kind of riff salad. Like, not to say that it doesn't exist. It does exist.
Yeah.
A lot of the bands that I used to love became that. And I go, fuck you. Like, give me what I like again. Don't
Well-
sacrifice quality just because, I don't know, you either lost inspiration or you want to just focus on writing riffs. Like, I understand if you want to just focus on nothing but your riff or, that's it. Like really no effort to the drums, no effort to the song structure. It is just riffs. Like this does exist. What he's explaining does exist. It is a subset of, I guess, prog. It's really in gent. It's in a lot of metalcore. It's in a lot of deathcore. It's not unique to progressive metal, though. To say that it's found primarily in prog, or that prog is primarily that, like that's just factually untrue. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not even. I don't even need an argument against it. It's just no, no, it's not. Like he's shown no evidence outside of, oh, it's not Kill Switch, so it's Riff
Yeah,
Salad.
and let's see what he has to say about that because if we didn't finish his statement on
Yeah,
it,
keep going.
pausing for copyright because I don't want to play for more than half a second. Yep, Broken Heart.
Great
Woo! I miss you, Howard. God,
I also
Please
miss
come
you,
back.
They were
Howard.
still good
Please
though.
I
come
like
back.
Jesse though.
I do
Jesse's a great
too. I don't
singer.
want to. I don't want to shit on Jesse because he is. a
He's
good
fantastic. They were great when we saw them.
vocalist. I just really
Yes,
like
they were.
Howard. Just really like him. All right,
Need
continuing.
coordinates, Andrew.
I'm continuing with tears in my eyes.
To this new stuff, there's just a bunch of generic dudes playing Architect songs in a colored room.
Fuck you! Oh no 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 no!
Oh,
no.
fuck off.
Fuck you! That's Crystal
Fuck
Lake.
off.
Here's all right. One thing, Crystal Lake. They have some progressive elements. They're generally not considered.
What is this?
prog.
I don't know
Yeah.
what this is. What did he
This
say?
is a band. Yes,
Who is
it's
that?
a Japanese
Oh.
metalcore band called Crystal Lake. They are so fucking good. I love them. I know I'm biased. I don't give a shit.
I love that song.
Don't give a shit. I love
Yeah,
them.
so Andrew knows them.
Oh, okay, good. This is the song Apollo by Crystal Lake. And funnily enough, the part he's playing is what I would probably consider an Architect's riff. I know what he's talking about. I cannot explain that or quantify that to anyone, though, unfortunately. It's usually notes played on the
Yeah,
low...
it's a stylistic thing. It's
Well, it's usually notes played on the low string. So, like, it's all played on the... It's low or high string, depending on how you... If you're looking at tabs, or rather, not tabs. Never mind. The lowest sounding string. So the note that plays the lowest... Or the string that plays the lowest note. And then you're playing around the 12th to 16th fret range is generally how it goes. But they have some progressive elements. I would not consider them a prog band. I don't think most people would.
let me think about that. No, yeah, I wouldn't either.
Yeah,
They're-
so like I think this is a bad example. This is not no. I don't think anyone considers Crystal Lake prog. Again, just continuing this series of examples of things that aren't considered that. These like I choose bands in the prog community. Like go explore that. Just go join a fucking Facebook group called I don't know progressive
say.
metal. Just go join that and see who people are talking
Yeah.
about, and then make this argument. Also, Crystal Lake isn't Riff Salad. I
we do that?
listen to them quite often.
Can we-
They have a
can we
lot
do
of
that right now?
repeating things. What? Can
Can
we?
we,
yeah,
can
let
we
me.
do that
I
right
was
now?
gonna say, let me go.
Oh, just listen to them right now. I wish,
No,
but
no.
we.
No, the
Oh.
Facebook group. Can we go and just?
Oh,
you know,
I bet you Dan is in
let's do
one.
it.
So go.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Yeah, let's
I
do
think
it.
I'm in all of them. Let me see.
Yeah, I don't know. Just go to one of those groups. Just look at who people are posting about or whatever. It's probably gonna be a bunch of bands we don't even fucking know.
Probably.
Well,
Yeah.
Speak for yourself. But yeah, let me.
Well, no, it's gonna be bands you don't know either. Fuck you. You don't know every prog band. Maybe you
No,
do.
you're right.
To Daniel's
Maybe.
credit, he has named not
All
only
right.
every band that's come up, the artist, or sorry, wow, the guys in the band, which is very. You said his number earlier, and I was like, how the hell did you know that? You are very, very.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
So let's
I will
see.
take back what I said for now.
Yeah,
We'll see. I'm sure that-
no,
I mean,
there are a lot of
progressive
niche
niche.
bands.
Can you
here.
name
It's just a
some
lot
that
of
we
people
would-
posting
No.
their bands.
Oh,
Okay.
End your life, please.
Let's see, Prague. So like Haken, for example. Like there's
What is that?
so much to
Prague
Haken's
band.
music aside from the riffs. that that honestly rival. Let me word this correctly. Like the diversity of the elements in Haken's music rivals that of a lot of the whatever the band, whatever the criteria that he would use to argue against that kind of music. So like
Well,
he's
yeah,
bringing up kill,
I,
kill
I don't,
switch.
I don't listen to a lot of Haken, but from what I have
I
heard,
love
it is
Haken.
not guitar centric. It is very much everything centric. It's more
It is
vocally
everything
driven.
centric.
It's vocally
Yeah.
driven, and then the guitar, everything gets its moment to shine. Um, like it's not purely vocals. It's not purely guitars or bass or drums or keyboard or whatever.
Is it
It's
prog metal
everything
Okay,
has
though?
so
its moment.
Haken is definitely prog metal.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. Haken is for sure.
Absolutely. Song structure wise, yeah, they are definitely pushing the genre forward in a lot of ways. And they're very just unorthodox writers. They're brilliant. They're also incredible live. I saw them. They're
They are really
fucking
good live. Yeah.
fantastic.
Is that Liam
I'm in the
Neeson's favorite
prog metal
band?
subreddit. Say
Nothing.
that again?
I said, is that Liam Neeson's favorite band? Haken?
Oh,
Wow.
ha ha
Sorry, go ahead.
So I'm in the prog metal subreddit. I'm the bands that are mentioned are Gojira,
ha.
Mandroid Echo, who I don't know if you guys know.
Gojira. Are
Adam,
they
if you know that band,
prog
Alt,
metal?
ALT. Now, Alt is one of the bands that does kind of fit what he's talking about. It is kind of a lot of gent, kind of a lot of, you know, riffage, I guess, or just riffing, like as opposed to riffing with it. I mean, again, it
Okay.
still does have a song structure
So
though, but
what
maybe
are
less
so
memorable
what are
riffs. I don't know.
people what are people saying about it though? Don't name off any of the usernames or anything like that. But like what's
No,
some of the
yeah.
comments on it?
So the top thing is that Gojira is going to be performing at the Olympics. So that's the top thing on there
No
right now.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the first
No
metal band to perform at the
way.
Olympics. Yeah. Isn't
All
that
right,
fucking
I'm
awesome?
watching the Olympics now. Holy
Me
crap.
too.
Hey, the
That's so
Olympics
So
cool.
had
let's see.
Sean several years ago playing over the on the TV. It was pretty cool.
I,
So
that
I'm
is
not.
So
Yeah,
let's see.
it's wild.
People are
wow.
just excited about it. Let's see. Some of their music is an Olympic event to play in itself. So they're talking a lot about the music. The first member that's been mentioned is the drummer. So I
Oh,
find that to be peculiar.
oh.
They talk about the
That's
song.
funny.
That's funny.
Mario Duplantier should get the gold. That's funny. Caligula's horse play. So they mentioned Caligula's horse. Let's see. Andreas Kisser did the closing ceremony of the Paralympics. Granted, solo, not as. Oh wow, is that the guy from Sepultura? That's pretty cool. Um, let's see. So a
A
lot of
year,
people just talking about how amazing that is. Android
Okay.
Echo Star, great fucking band. If you've never listened to them, really, really great band. People are just talking that they're underrated, that they love them, about the mix. So I have nothing so far about the guitar work. A guy whose band opened for them, new material. Okay, even on the alt one, let's see. Alt sounds good. Nothing they've ever put out has been memorable, but this seems like a big step up. Okay, so this must be a new song. A band called Ancients, another gent band.
is this popular?
Ancients is one of the bands that I would say fits the mold. Nothing against them, but they are definitely a gent band. Um, with I can't say that I can really point out any memorable melodies or anything with their stuff. Nothing against them. Just I don't think that they stand out like Gojira does, or even Mandroid or Caligula's horse. Like if he's basing the entirety of the genre on bands like, you know, I mean, think of all the gent bands that we could reference. There's so fucking many of them.
Well, what's
I
funny
mean,
is
it's
half
like
the ones I would
demons.
reference I can't fucking remember. So if
Well,
I
who's
can't
that?
remember them, then I can't reference them. But I
Let's
mean,
see. No spot.
this is any genre. There's plenty of bands that are just they'll never get larger because they don't have as maybe large of an appeal. They may develop niche ones. Um, but yeah, keep going, keep going. Sorry.
Let's see. Create your own prog rock metal supergroup. So that's kind of like a fun discussion.
Name all of them from that.
something about leprous.
Are you able to
A
sort by?
hymns ad.
Are you,
Another ancient single.
Dan.
yeah, are you able to sort by popular of all time and just see what the most
No, that's a great idea though. Let me do that.
reference?
Good point. Okay, top.
Did you get further away from your mic, Andrew? You sound quieter.
I did. Yeah, I did it.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Quit
so
jacking
top
off.
for all time.
Sorry. It's.
Top
I have
for-
to Google.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't hear you.
Sorry, I'm here.
Small
Hello.
guide to get into prog metal. So let's see.
No.
Part 0. Some information on the genre and motivation. Comments. Okay, what is progressive metal?
What did you search for? I'm sorry. What did you search?
I'm still just in the prog metal subreddit, and I filtered it by top post of all time.
Oh, okay.
So let's see. It's kind of like an overview of prog at the very top, and then after that, Mike Portnoy returns to Dream Theater. Wow, that's the top thing. That's crazy. Ironically, the drummer. That's fucking hilarious. Is I post about the drummer. The release of Fear Inoculum by Tool. This is 5 years old, obviously, but Tool's Neil Peart's death is up there. So again, another drum related thing. Another Tool post. Rebecca Black's Friday for some reason.
Wait. No, that's got to be like a cover or something.
Well, yeah.
Right?
Well, it's probably a joke.
Let me see. It's harsh. The best thing about the flare. See you in the. Okay, so it's like it's irony posting.
Yeah.
Drummer of Thank You Scientists. So again, another drummer related
Another drummer.
post. Pliny himself doing an Ask Me Anything. That's pretty cool.
You want to do that? That's so cool.
Gojira's one of Gojira's songs. Devin Townsend doing an Ask Me Anything. Eddie Van Halen's death. So this is the first really guitar-centric thing, and it's funny because it's not even really a... I guess you could consider him progressive in his own way, but I don't consider him to be a prog guitarist. Like, I don't... He was progressive as a musician, but not by the standards that most people would use as far as prog.
Yeah.
Or Tool, Animals as Leaders, and Mastodon is going to our feature on the original soundtrack for Bill and Ted Face the Music. That's kind of cool.
Yes,
That's really cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. Yes,
That's pretty neat.
I mean, funnily enough,
BT Bam.
I would imagine that's due to Keanu because he's in a band. He has a band of his own. I've never listened to it. I think he plays bass in it.
He is.
Yeah, it's not great, I'll be honest, but good for him because I like.
I never listened to it, but I figured. But he's just an all around lovable human.
I love hot takes.
He's great.
Really cool.
BT Bam asked me anything. Why the Star Spangled Banner should be replaced by Mastodon's Crusher Destroyer as our national anthem. I totally agree with that. By the way,
I think
for BT Bam. So
I think
I'm scrolling. Alexi Laiho passing away. That's up here. Rest in peace to a guitar god. No, the guitarist for Children of Bodom. Oh my god!
I'm Brazzers. Lexi Laiho. That just sounds
Look,
like.
I will give you. All right,
Lexi Laiho.
That's
Lexi Laiho. That's perfect. Laiho. Sorry, go ahead.
Anyway, yeah.
I'm just kidding. Okay, I forgot why I had you do that. We were talking about.
Well, the whole point
nobody was discussing riffs.
Yeah, the whole point is that all the people he sees, that's all guitar centric. It's just generic guitar dudes, writing Architects riffs, and then that's where we're at right now. God.
Let's keep it going. Try to get through.
You know what? All those examples, fucking Mastodon, Gojira, Children of Bodom, they're not writing these riffs, my guy. They aren't. You got to go listen to them. Gotta expand your mind a little there. I almost called him Finty.
Wait.
Hinty.
But you said they're not writing these. Oh, writing the Architects riffs. No,
yeah, they're not. They're not doing the things he says they're
no.
doing. Like But
No.
these are popular bands in the genre. You should analyze them.
Metalcore is doing that. Metalcore is
Yeah.
all architect riffs now with Linkin Park choruses. That's all metalcore is now. And it's fucking infuriating because they are. I mean, if he's going to attack any subgenre,
I
it should.
know.
And I think he did recently. He did attack metalcore, and I actually agreed with a lot of what he
That'd be a
said.
fun
A lot
one
of it
to
was
do.
like,
Well, yeah, I was gonna say we should cover that eventually. I'm not gonna cover
we
it
should.
right
I saw a
now.
lot of people talking about it.
Yeah,
I would
I
have
have
nothing to
friends
say
who were
on that.
featured in the video. I'm friends with people who were in bands that were featured, and they didn't like it. They didn't like being brought into
Oh,
that
wow.
conversation because obviously
Well,
it was negative.
What's
So-
funny is I almost wonder if when we watch it, if I'm gonna agree with some of what he has to say, despite
I did.
about those bands.
I actually did.
Yeah, because it's like, yeah, of
I
course,
did.
if your band gets brought in as an example of why there's a problem with something, you're like, hey, like naturally.
Yeah, and some of it may have not been like he may cherry pick songs that are just these one-offs that their band
we'll
was
have
like,
to see.
really
We'll-
fuck you.
We'll have to
But-
see when. Well, I guess I'll have to
Anyway.
see whenever we watch.
Yeah,
it.
fuck
Yeah,
him
let's-
using Crystal Lake as an example for this though. That is some bullshit. That is.
I mean, well, it's just it doesn't make any sense. It's just wrong. Again, use bands from the genre. Do it.
yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
hard. I could find you some
It's not
generic
hard.
prog bands. It can't be that hard.
Sure,
Come
me too.
on. All right, let's keep going. I'm gonna have to pause for copyright, so don't worry about why I pause it. Yep.
So hard.
Uh-huh.
I love this.
And I do kind of blame this on the influence of prog because this was
Well,
Hang on,
hold
keep
let's
going. I
just-
wanna hear the
Yeah, I
whole
know. Fuck. Influence of prog. Shut up.
not the case in the 80s, 90s, or even the 2000s when guitar music was a lot more popular. Like
Old.
Okay, hold on.
So what?
Actually, he
Yeah.
finally mentioned the word that I was hoping he would say, or phrase, which is guitar music. Because
Yeah.
he has mentioned, whenever you mention all of those kinds of bands, even if it's not metal, I mean, all of these fit under the umbrella of guitar music. Like,
Yeah.
I wanted to say that whenever
As
he
long as
talked
it
about,
has
guitar
in it.
the Beatles were pretty well. Hold on, let me think real quick. Yeah, of the major, like they really pioneered the same record label that signed the Rolling Stones turned down the Beatles at first because they thought the guitar music was on its way out. Right, so I don't know why that was relevant, but interesting little thing. It's like guitar music stemmed kind of out from there, and obviously went into stuff like, blues but like I wouldn't consider like BB King guitar music. He played the guitar, but like that was blues. That was a lot different than the Bostons and the
Let me think
Beatles.
about that for a
Well,
second.
so
I think an argument could be made that it is.
Sure. Back then they would have said that too, but we now know. Like,
Yeah,
you
I
think-
could see that being an argument. I would.
what's
maybe
funny is
defend
I feel like
that
he's
against-
leading up to arguing that guitar music didn't used to be like it didn't have. Like he's about to argue that it was more unique back then. It's sort of like it's kind of the I don't want to say boomer, but just the old man argument of you kids and your architects riffs,
and that's not
get
true.
off
Hair-
my lawn. Like
Poison and Cinderella and
like,
Twisted
there's
Sister.
so much generic music back then. You have the big
insane.
bands that did it, and then a bunch of smaller bands that, but I don't not rip them off, but basically, came out and didn't have.
Yeah, they
didn't
rode the
ever make
trend.
it. They didn't ever
Yeah.
make it. All we have now for our generation are the bands who made
Which is-
it.
You're describing
Like, how
survivorship bias, of course.
Exactly.
Which is
How much
very
fucking
dangerous.
music was made back then that didn't get as famous? So
Yeah.
much, I'm sure. So much.
yeah.
This
yeah.
whole idea that like we're
Maybe
gonna
not as much as now,
gonna pick
but they didn't
all of
have
the-
bedroom studios back
Yeah.
then like they do now.
per capita, though.
exactly. Like
There's just more
nowadays, I'm happy to admit there's more generic music now, and it's in a quantity amount. Like there's more of
Yeah, I
it.
agree.
Not that music is more generic. It's just
Yes.
which
that's
you could
very
even
important.
argue that, but I'm not making that argument right now. Just that he's going to analyze all these bands from back then. That what, we'll see what he says about it. But I'm pretty sure that's what he's leading up to here with this is that back then like you had whatever Sabbath, and then you had the Beatles, and then you had whoever, and it's like, well, yeah, but these are all like the big band. These are all the bands that made it because they were talented, because they had whatever. Like, you're not gonna sit. It's the same thing today. If people don't like your music or gravitate towards it, you're not gonna make it. Like, you're not. So
Yeah.
why are you gonna cherry pick those
Yeah, and
as being
that
the
doesn't
bands
speak as
that
much
represent the
talent
genre?
as popularity.
Exactly. Like, you're not gonna pick some obscure local band from the middle of like fucking nowhere in Germany as your representation of a whole genre. You're just not gonna do that because that's dumb. It's very dumb.
Yeah. Yeah, it is dumb.
Ugh. God. What else? What has he got to say? What does he got to say?
Yeah,
Like
keep
take
going.
Van Halen for an example. Obviously a very heavily guitar-driven band, arguably like the greatest guitar hero of all time, but they never ever lost sight of the song. I mean,
God. See,
I wish
again,
that he
that's another
would use
nebula.
different terminology.
I also wish that. Thank you. I was gonna say that's
What does that
like
even
what do you
mean?
mean?
Lost
Never
sight of the
lost sight of the song. Oh,
What does that mean?
This great. It's the primordial song. Oh,
Primordial.
this fucking like
the
this
song
fucking
that always
just
was.
ethereal thing. The
Van
song.
Halen wrote a bunch of not great songs. Yeah,
I
if
was
you
about to
take
say, I'm
a
pretty sure there's a huge portion of his career that people didn't like him anymore because
garbage. Yeah, like
they
what
changed.
about whenever Sammy Hagar was in that band and they didn't do as well? What about that? Did they lose sight whenever they weren't as David Lee Roth? I don't know. That's a weird. You're right. It's very nebulous and that's very
It's
broad.
just they never lost sight of the song. It's like,
Sight of
so
the
you mean
song.
song structure, right? Like that's probably what he's going for. If
Yeah,
I have
maybe
to
like
be
how
generous.
all the elements work cohesively as a singular unit. Like I think that's kind of what he's saying is it wasn't so
God,
heavily focused on one
but how
element.
could you even begin to quantify that? Really,
I don't know how you could
like
quantify
how are you going to sit there and say, oh, these
Well,
elements?
I know how
are-
you could. That's going down the music theory rabbit hole. He ain't fucking doing
Well,
that.
even then,
I can tell you.
I wouldn't always go. Maybe, yeah. That music theory probably would explain that. But yeah, he probably doesn't understand music theory. I don't. So I'm not gonna like fault him.
He
for
says
that
that
or
he's
something.
not really well versed in it. Like
Well,
he's even admitted it.
and that's fine. Most people aren't. That's something you
nerd.
need to like study and learn. That's something you got to take time out of your fucking day for.
But you gotta care.
You kind of need to realize that, like, I don't know most music theory. I don't really know any. But I'm not going to sit there and make that claim that
You know more than you think.
there's a lack of cohesion between the elements of something because, I mean, I don't know. If you had, like, if you took that, whatever that piano song were, the 10,000 miles or whatever, 1,000 miles, if you took
Yeah.
that and then you just added over it the sounds of pigs fucking, I might say, I don't know if this meshes very well. You know, that feels intuitive in the sense that we can all probably say, yeah, I don't really think this makes for an enjoyable, like, casual listen outside of it just being a meme. But
Swamp.
to sit there and start going, because how are you going to quantify that they never lost sight of the song versus, I don't know, a prog band? Are you going to say that Dream Theater lost sight of the song by the 20-minute mark? Maybe they fucking did. I don't know. What does that mean? It means nothing. I'll tell you that.
Side of the song. I wish. Yeah, I mean,
That's kind of
that doesn't
that's
really
a
mean
buzzword in
anything.
this context. It's a buzzword in this
Kind
context.
of.
Like, you're just meant to
Yeah.
hear it and go, yeah. You're just meant to intuitively guess what he is
Yeah.
talking about, and everyone in the audience can go, yeah, I agree with that. Van Halen, I love him. He is known as one of the greats, isn't he? Yeah. Your bands just don't
That is
write
kinda what
music
he's
like
doing.
this anymore. You know,
That's great.
like
Just because I don't like it, so they lost sight of the song. I guess that's
Yeah,
a shame.
I-
How sad.
yeah.
Dumb. All right.
Yep, dumb.
Everybody
Dumb.
knows the chorus to Jump.
All right, look, hot take here. I hate that song.
Really?
Yeah, I don't like that song at all.
Um,
I do know the chorus to it, to his credit, I guess. But
Definitely
I mean, is
pop
that
song.
good? I remember the choruses of a lot of songs I fucking hate.
not even a chorus, really. It's just him saying "jump" over the synth.
That-
That's all
I mean
that
that,
chorus
but
is.
that, I mean you
That's
call
definitely-
that is the chorus. That's the part that.
No. It is the chorus, but like, there's no. It's just him saying "jump" twice. Might as well jump. It's not like, I don't know. Whenever I think of like, what I'm saying is, oh, yeah, anyone can remember 2 words. Like, it's not like
yeah.
he picked a very hard to make memorable because
Also,
of how good it is.
How funny
song.
is it to choose a chorus that has almost a distinct lack of guitar in this section?
It's true too.
If I'm-
From a
if I'm
band named after the
Yeah.
guitarist. What the heck?
Maybe that's. I mean, I guess that's maybe part of his argument is that he hasn't said this, but that this
Good
isn't
point.
guitar centric. But I could argue
Yeah.
it's synth centric. Maybe it's centered on the keyboards instead.
Yeah, or I guess in this
So-
case, riff centric. Like if that's
I don't know.
Yeah, and that is
Going-
the
It's
that is
like-
the iconic. I would call that the jump riff. Bum 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 bum. That is.
I would
Yeah,
also
yeah.
call
that
it-
is.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. And so like we're swapping instruments. I could just then go, "Oh, well, this is keyboard salad." Ah, what now? I don't
What
know.
is?
It's
Why did
not.
he bring?
But-
Why did he bring? What is he saying? Do we
Hang
know
on.
yet?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm gonna roll it back like 15 seconds just because, so we can get this whole fucking point because I feel like we've lost it.
when
We've
guitar
lost sight of
music
the
was
song,
a lot more
dude.
popular. Like take Van Halen for an example. Obviously a very heavily guitar-driven band, arguably like the greatest guitar hero of all time, but they never
Okay.
ever lost sight of the song. I mean, everybody knows the chorus to Jump.
So that is what I think we would call a non sequitur.
Yeah. What is he? What
So
does this have to
the
do
argument I would have made was the one I just made in the sense that like because he was just talking about how when guitar music was most popular, but then I would think he would say, but look at Jump, the chorus doesn't feature as much guitar. It's not about that. But no, he just says, but everybody remembers the chorus to Jump. He doesn't say anything about the guitars here.
Maybe he's
saying,
gonna say.
"But look,
Maybe he's gonna
the
lead into that.
lyrics, the vocals. I don't know. Let's see what he says. I don't.
Yeah, I mean that
I
there's
have a
more
feeling
to
he's
it
not going to
than
follow
just
it up.
a riff. I don't know.
I'm pausing for copyright.
That one
So
will
much
definitely-
music.
And you might say, well, I don't care. Music doesn't need to be popular to be good. And you're right.
Uh-huh.
That is true. But think about the
Okay.
kind of second order effects here. The fact that Van Halen was such a huge band and had that kind of mainstream success is what made Eddie Van Halen such a transformational figure and enabled him to do so much for guitar and guitar music in
We're kind of shifting
What
arguments
is
here.
your
Yeah,
now.
wait.
argument?
That's causation correlation though. Like, yeah, maybe him being famous is what shaped guitar music, or maybe the populace recognized how amazing he was and he became famous because he was so good, which yes, in then turn inspired millions. I don't know if that's a super.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's.
Let me
putting
roll him
the
back
cart
here. I
before
feel
the
like we're
horse.
kind of shifting arguments because now he's just kind of making this
And that
saying
too,
because they
yeah.
had mainstream appeal. That's like what made them so good. And
That is weird. What
that's
is he
not.
saying?
I don't understand. Is he saying that focusing only on guitar means that you'll never become mainstream? I mean,
He doesn't even mention.
I don't.
But
Hold
then-
on.
In
I'm
Jump,
gonna-
there's no guitar.
I
That's
know.
so weird.
I mean, there might be guitar buried in
I
there.
think
In
there
fact,
is some
I'm gonna
under
just.
hidden, layered under the synth. I think
Yeah,
that is-
it's not the focus, but let's.
No,
It's
uh-uh.
not.
effects here. The fact that Van Halen was such a huge band and had that kind of mainstream success is what made Eddie Van Halen such a transformational figure and enabled him to do so much for guitar and guitar music in general. How many people got into guitar because of him? And would they have ever discovered him if he took the easy way out of just writing nerdy fusion songs for other
What? What?
Oh,
That's
my
not the easy way
God.
out. I would argue that Jump was the easy way out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jump is
yeah.
a very catchy, just straightforward.
Yeah, it's
Look,
pop.
let's
Yeah.
dance
That's a
to
pop
this.
song. All
That
intents
is-
and purposes. Jump.
That would be the
is when
easy
they
way
went
out. What?
Yeah.
What are
Jump.
you talking about, man? It's. Oh my god. Fuck. That is.
Jump-
the
Like,
easy
if you
way
compare
out.
that
That's
to-
funny.
even their other famous songs like Panama, like that's not the standard Van Halen. Like it is. That's the most popular one, but I don't even think that's of all of the Van. Like if you think of Van Halen, like I think of Eddie shredding. This is
Yeah.
not an Eddie shred song, so that's weird. That is
Are you thinking
very.
of like the Eruption solo? Like that's probably the most
Yeah, you really got me. Like banana.
famous.
That's what I think of. This
Well,
is
yeah,
like
funnily
pop.
enough, so my parents, they love Van Halen, but they recognize a distinct, like, there is a distinction between eras. Jump is a different
Yeah,
era that a
absolutely.
lot of the early Eddie Van Halen fans I don't think liked. My parents are kind of like, yeah, this is kind of when, they started going this weirder route. Not that my parents are the arbiter of fucking everything, but, like, they were around during that time. So I have people that could tell me, that things it changed and he wasn't maybe as popular. Like that's a very popular song, Jump, but I don't think that's really when you think
I
of
think the
Eddie
band
Van
got more
Halen, you think
popular,
of
but
guitar
he as
first.
a musician
Yeah,
stopped standing out as much as he did whenever
yeah.
he was,
Yeah.
wow, how crazy, the fucking focus. Like that absolutely makes sense that he's no
Totally.
longer the focal point, so the focus is going to be on catchy choruses, sing along lyrics and very kind of formulaic song structures. That's a pop song for all intents and
You know
purposes.
what?
Jump was basically 80s pop.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
be honest.
Also, this
Pop rock.
idea, like the focus, it's his whole argument here is that the Eddie Van Halen, because it wasn't just guitar focused music for guitar nerds, that's why he was so popular. I'm like, well, no, it's maybe who knows, maybe it's fucking part of it, but the whole point is the focus was just shifted because he was very influential guitarist. I can almost guarantee you, Jump is not what got people into guitar because of him. It was his earlier work.
Absolutely, man.
With Eruption and yeah.
It was yes,
Yeah.
it was when he's
Yeah, it
shredding and
was
doing this
that.
crazy stuff. People are like, oh my god, what a because you didn't have a lot of that at that time.
No, no.
And so it's really just the focus was shifted. Maybe the focus is now more on the chorus, more on other instruments in the band. So would you say he's writing vocal centric music for vocal nerds? No,
Right.
No one says
Right.
that.
Why?
No one says
And that was the fight between Eddie and David Lee Roth towards the end hated each other. Hated. They cut tours short in like the 2010s. They hated, and it's because David Lee Roth was, like we said, the textbook frontman, cocky, confident, and Van Halen was too. I mean, he's part of the reason they got huge is his guitar playing. So now suddenly you have that clash of who is the main focus now. So I forgot what you just said, but it had to do with the front guy. What is the main focus? And now you have two guys fighting for that. That's affecting the music and the culture.
Well, my main thing is just to call out kind of I don't know if it's hypocrisy, but it's just sort of this idea that, okay, so why are we picking so hard on guitarists, right? We don't pick on, I guess that's a dumb thing to say. I was about to say we don't pick on Taylor Swift for just focusing on vocals. A lot of people do, but a lot of people don't. Her fans
pick on
don't.
her
Her
too.
fans fucking love Taylor. They love her voice. And I guarantee, but you're not going to catch people, you're not going to catch her fans sitting there being, talking about, I love vocal centric music. You don't really hear that. We don't, for some reason, if a band is all about the vocals, we don't really hear that as much. I've said it before, like, I don't really like, but it's not because the vocals are the focus. It's because I don't generally prefer a band when, oh Jesus, a child abduction alert. Good Lord.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's always.
You want to read it out?
No,
Trevor?
I'm not reading that out. Oh well.
Yeah.
Well.
Just in case. Can you imagine that's how we got on the map
Actually-
when one guy joined and he heard you read the abduction
might-
thing and they found him.
Fuck! I got rid of the alert. Damn it! I had a chance
Uh-oh.
to maybe do something
Oh,
else there.
sorry there, little
Shit,
Oh,
I'm
you could
sorry.
have saved your life,
Did
Adam.
you guys not get the alert? Maybe I'm sure
I
you
live
wouldn't,
in
Andrew. You're in a
Virginia.
different fucking state.
I did, but I'm being shot by a skeleton, so that's more
I mean-
important than my
Oh,
kids'
no.
right now.
I live in
Oh
West
fuck! All
Virginia.
right. I
And
hope this isn't what gets us. Yeah, blows us up. Jesus Christ. Oh
do we
my
want to
God. I
continue
don't.
with?
What was I even talking about?
We were talking about how pop music, and actually, I think Lee Wood or Finn. I don't know why I keep calling him Lee. Holy crap! You
Poor
said
Lee.
pop music
Because
doesn't
you're
get a lot of.
racist. It's okay. You have something against the Irish, apparently.
Hey, Lee Lucky.
Even though that's
Hey,
not
Lee.
racism.
am I? Is
Um,
this?
I
Oh,
think I was
sorry.
just talking about the fact that,
It's not
well,
vocal
like, why are
centric.
we picking? Yeah, why are we picking so hard on guitarists or guitar-centered focused music when there's plenty of genres? Oh, right. I was talking about what I generally like. How if I hear a band and it is mostly, or a group, artist, whatever, doesn't matter, and it is mostly focused on the vocals, I generally, maybe not even generally, just sometimes I will hear it and go, I wish there was more coming out of the other instruments. I generally want a more
Yeah.
balanced set of
Right.
music.
Multifaceted.
Yeah, like I don't just want one element to be the forefront. If it's mostly guitars, I can appreciate that for it. And same thing with vocals. If it's, if they're a super talented vocalist, I can listen to it and I can go, wow, what incredible vocals. But when I mostly
Yeah.
want out of my music is for a balance to be struck, and so I'm not gonna, that doesn't really mean anything when it comes to me liking the more vocally centric music, right? If I like that song and it's mostly about the vocals, okay, I like that song. It's not a problem I necessarily perceive with the genre, or it's not inherently a problem because if the artist is a vocalist and then they write all the other music, but they want it to be focused on the vocals, okay, that's their choice. They can do that. Like maybe I won't like it as much, but who the fuck cares at the end of the day? If it's good, it's good. If it's whatever, if you don't like it, then you don't like it. And if it's just straight up bad,
Yeah.
if it's like, I mean, whatever, harsh noise, that might be an example where I could say it's might be objectively bad, but almost on purpose. And so then, like, where do I even go from there? Like, is it actually bad if someone fucking likes it? I don't know. I
Why would
don't
anyone
know.
like? What would be the? I know that's a tangent, but like, what?
Well,
Why? Like,
listen
Why?
to
why?
Parting
Why would someone
Soliloquy
listen to harsh
by
noise?
Yeah,
Parting
like what?
Soliloquy
I don't
by
know.
Black Tongue has an actual musical
Well,
purpose.
Yeah,
but
but
again,
talk
that's
throughout.
an element. They are telling a story. It's being used for an effect. It's not just the whole
Yes.
thing. It's
Yeah,
not
that's
just
true.
white noise, static, but
Mm-hmm.
being blasted at like 30 dB to clip.
Yeah,
your
go
fucking
listen to I think
speakers.
it's the Hija Kaiden tapes. Let me see. It's
Oh, that just
Yeah,
sounds.
that's the one you always bring up.
yeah. Yeah, it's just tapes by Hijo Kaidan. Honestly, some of the if I was gonna listen to harsh noise, this is the one I would listen to. I know it's kind of a weird.
I
It's
won't listen to any
that
of it.
that
It's
shit.
not my cup of tea.
It
That's
keeps
for
me
sure.
up at night. It's fucking scary, is what it is. It's a scary, unsettling. I don't know. It's almost like soundscapes where you're like, oh, why would anyone listen to this? But it conveys an emotion. It kind of sets the
Actually, I'll give you
you know.
that. Because, like that one, what is it? Odyssey to the Gallows by Slice the Cake. Like
Yeah,
that's
that's
like a 30-minute long soundscape with nothing, like really atmospheric, long, drawn out notes with vocals over it, finishing out a story from a previous from the other album, Odyssey to the West. And
yeah.
that
And I
that is
don't really
something.
care for that. I
Well, funnily
appreciate it
enough,
for what it
I love
is.
it, but I don't listen to it very often because it scares me to listen to it. Um, it's
I want to
just
listen to this.
it's just scary sounding. I would highly recommend those two albums to you, Andrew. Like the order is you listen to Odyssey to the West and then Odyssey to the Gallows. Odyssey to the West is a
Lovely.
full album, whereas Odyssey to the Gallows is like
Yeah,
this
just
30
listen to
minute
that
long
album.
song.
That's a masterpiece.
It is so good. Um,
It tells it's a journey. It's
It really
amazing.
is. It's almost like it almost feels like a play in a way. because
Kind
there's
of.
there's
Yeah.
narration and
Very
stuff like that. He
theatrical.
voice acts it. It's really
Oh,
cool.
cool. That's cool. All
Oh,
right.
it's so
Anyway,
fucking good.
let's get back to this. Just to clarify, this is actually whatever. Never mind. I'm not going to clarify anything. I think we already did. Whatever.
other guitarists, or to use a more modern example, Periphery.
Wait, hold on. What was he talking
Hey.
about there? We're at 8:17. Let me go back.
Oh,
How
I
many
think
people
he's
got into
Well, hold on. We'll just let him say it.
guitar because of him? And would they have ever discovered him if he took the easy way out of just writing nerdy fusion songs for other guitarists? Or to use a more modern example, Periphery.
Pausing for copyright. Copyright.
They're easily the most popular band in that like modern progressive metal scene.
Maybe
Yeah.
modern progressive metal scene, because I guess Dream Theater's prior to that.
Yeah, I mean, let me think
Maybe.
about that for a second.
I just so we can keep this moving along. I think I'll go. I'll just agree. I don't fuck whatever. Who cares?
I mean, who else? Who's more popular than Periphery?
I don't know. I mean, there's other more popular bands, but I'll give it to them. They are pretty influential in terms of
Yeah.
everyone
I
kind of
would
knows
say,
their members
I mean,
and
in
stuff.
the prog space, probably Polyphia.
Well, now this was a few years ago at least.
Yeah, that's true. Let me think.
So, but it's fine. Let's just give it to them, and then
that's
we'll go
fine.
from there.
I'm okay.
I don't. We need to get moving.
And they're also the one that has the most like conventional song structures and sometimes almost pop-like choruses. This is not a coincidence. And again, think about how much they have done for the prog metal scene and guitar in general. And again,
All right. So this is what I'm starting to remember about this video is that he's essentially saying because it won't get popular, then that is the problem. Because that is
Yeah,
what
I mean,
if
even
I remember right, that's
conventional
what it starts
songs-
to boil down to. Yeah, and I don't even know if I'd say
Periphery
that.
songs are not.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think I would even agree with that. They do have, a lot of prog bands have conventional song structures. Tool has conventional song structures. What do you mean?
In a lot of their songs.
They do, for sure. They have fucking intro, verse, chorus. Like, they have that stuff.
Yeah, I guess.
Some of their most popular songs are those things.
It's-
But again, if he's talking about modern, yeah, I guess maybe. I don't know if I'd say the most again, but that's also because the closer you get to more conventional song structure, the further you start to move away from what prog is.
Prog, yeah.
Periphery does or did, maybe still does, have a natural talent or natural gift of kind of fusing those things, where they will have like an 8-minute song. They'll have the choruses, they'll have the memorable stuff, but then they'll also have plenty of moments of just filling it with super technical, super proggy,
I was
music
gonna
and
say, like, I wouldn't use them as an example of. They have songs that are on the more conventional song structure side, but
stuff.
go listen to. I mean, I don't know, from this era, like you could listen to songs off of even as recent as their newest album that aren't
Yeah.
conventional per se. I wouldn't say that that's conventional. They're still pretty unorthodox as far as standard songwriting goes.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I don't. It's funny that he uses this example because Periphery has a lot of elements that are, kind of guitar nerd shit. Like they get referenced by guitar nerds more than any other fucking band that I see.
Yep.
Other than
And that's
Dream
what I was
Theater
gonna say. It's funny.
It's funny.
Misha has such a presence. Misha, one of their guitarists, has such a online presence, and he always has. He's actually a big reason the band blew up. It's because of his early work, just with Bulb.
Yeah.
He kind of made his, or he got his fame from being the guitar nerd, and so and kind of writing music for guitar nerds, and then that got fused with some of the more like the poppier elements that Spencer brought.
Marketable.
But even Spencer
Yeah,
isn't just pure pop because he can write in like crazy vocal melodies and write to these insane time signatures and all this shit. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back. You guys can keep talking for a second.
yeah. It's just, I mean, if you, it depends on, I guess, what era. Like, go listen to P1 or even P2. Like we were mentioning, Make Total Destroy. That song, I mean, there is nothing conventional about Make Total Destroy. Like, there's parts, but it's funny that he uses this example. Like Spencer's voice is very marketable, sure. A lot of their riffs are very memorable, sure. They definitely have elements that you could say are, I don't know, reminiscent of or whatever, indicative of pop, but only to a certain extent. Like that's not what makes them progressive. Like so what is his argument that progressive bands need more pop influence? Like I don't want to be disingenuous and say that that's what he's saying, but what is the argument here? Like I can think of so many elements about Periphery that are right along what he's saying is the problem with progressive music. I would say it's what makes progressive music great. And Periphery's not the proggiest band out there. Like they are a balance, but they
What
have a
was
lot
his
of riffs.
segue? He said he talked about Periphery because of Van Halen. He talked about Van Halen because of how important what Eddie did by taking the risk of being whatever. He turned out to be more influential. So the point here is that yeah, like Adam said, if you're not influential or I don't even know. I don't know
Yeah, like
what
if you're not doing your job as a musician and you're focusing just on the guitar nerd riff shit, and you're doing a disservice to music, I guess. Is that seem fair? Like I don't want to misrepresent what he's saying, but
I don't
is
What
that a
what
fair assessment of
what
what
did you
he's saying?
say?
I don't think that makes sense. Like like if you're not doing what he's claiming Van Halen did and Periphery did, where they're progressive, but they're more than just guitar nerds, or they're writing songs that are not as niche. Like, is he saying that that's the obligation for guitarists that are
I
capable of
mean,
doing?
that's the impression I get that this. Well, that's what I was saying earlier. Is that essentially what if I remember right about this video, we'll see how it goes on. But it eventually boils down to this like, if you're not writing conventional song structures or sort of having this mainstream appeal, then you are then that's the problem. It almost feels like he's just arguing from a point of, well, you're never gonna get popular, you're never gonna make money, as if that's always the point, right? And
Yeah,
I feel like for a lot of musicians, that's at least not usually the point you start out at. Well, maybe a lot of musicians get popular, and then that becomes the point is to stay popular, and so that's why you write what you write or write more mainstream appealing music, but it's just it's not a problem. That's like if you want to write that, then
yeah,
then people can write that. I mean, we fucking wrote music that, and again, being purposely vague, but we wrote music that we just wanted to write. I mean, it wasn't to get more popular. Yeah, it obviously you want more people to hear it because if you wanted to make your
career.
career out of it, then you want more people to hear it. But we never, like, I guess we were lucky enough to never have like any, labels or anything like that ever come down on us and be like, hey, you need to have this in there so that you can make more money. It was very much just like, oh, you guys, you owe us this many albums, so when it comes time, you
Yeah,
owe
there
us
was a
this
time that
music.
there was a little label influence on one of the
Um,
albums that they didn't like certain, if you remember, that there was
I don't,
not enough of something. I don't even remember what it was, but they did
I
have a
don't.
problem with something that it
Oh, it
didn't fit
was
the
yeah, it
mold.
was our first. It was yeah, yeah, yeah. I do remember they did have a slight issue with the amount. I think it was the amount of singing on the album, which funnily enough there wasn't that much of it, but a lot of their core fan base, we didn't end up changing it. I know that we kept it in.
Fuck them.
Because we argued for it. It's like, no, fuck you. Like, we wrote this. It's like, you wanted to, sign us or whatever.
Sign us.
Then,
Yeah.
we're gonna give you what we want to write. Like, why would you hopefully saw something in us more than just money. And so you're going to, we argued for it and we got it. And then there was a section of that label's core fan base that didn't like it. And that is what it is. We kind of knew what we were getting into. We were writing more on the metalcore-ish, deathcore side, and they were much more of a classic death metal label. So, that's just what happens. It is what it is, and that did influence us going forward. Some of the backlash we received, I can recognize that now. It felt like at the time it was much more like, oh no, we're shifting in this direction because we want to. But I think some of it did have to do with the backlash we got. Sort of this
I think so.
And funnily enough, now it's like, well, whatever. There's nothing really going on. We're just sort of writing music to write music. So who cares? You want to have this in there? All right, we're gonna do it. Then you do it, but we don't have any aspirations of growing much larger anymore. Partly because everyone's got other shit going on now, so it has become more of a hobby. But then also because it's we got more into the industry, saw more of it. It became a lot more who versus what very much if someone out there that runs all these tours doesn't like your band, well then they're not going to put it on. Then they're not going to put you on. And it's like, man, that's fucking crazy to me. It can't just be that, oh, look, we have this many monthly listeners. Can we have a tour now? And they're like, nope, I don't like you, so fuck
all
you.
gatekeeping, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of gatekeeping out there. And funnily enough, I say gatekeep things you love. But that,
it's the wrong term.
The same.
It's quality control. It's quality control.
Well, sure, but I don't know.
Right.
Who are you to argue? Because if a bunch of people, really at the end of the day, what mostly matters to them is, are you going to make them money? Second to that is, do I like you? If you're not friends with them, good fucking luck.
Yeah.
And so, because they can hate your music but like you, and then you'll get put on the fucking tours. Because it can be this whole mishmash of all these stupid elements. They're like, oh, they'll make money. I hate the music, but you know what? All right. It's like, I hate you and I hate your music, but you make us money, so I'm going to put you on tours. And then the other half of that is, well, you're not going to make us any money, but I like your music personally, and I like you. And so I will still put you on tours. And if you don't fall somehow into one of those, well, good luck. You're fucked until you start making money on your own. You have to put in all that fucking work. You have to go out there, pay the fucking promotional companies. You have to do all that, even when you're on a label. That's the crazy part. Not for super huge artists. If you're a big artist, well, you're already making everybody money, so half the work's done for you. But if you're a small artist, good fucking luck. Someone out there doesn't like your fucking band, and they control a bunch of the stuff that happens within the music industry. Well, you're gonna have to. Yeah, you got to go pay for all those companies. You got to do all that work. And then once you start making money, then they start looking at you. And then they're like, oh, okay, we'll put you on a tour. Yeah. After you put in all this work yourself, we'll start siphoning money off of you. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. I don't know how we got on this subject. This doesn't have anything to do with this video.
Becoming popular, he said, is the litmus test.
Oh, right. Yeah. Let's keep going. Yeah, I think that's the argument's going to shift. It's not a problem with riffs. It's a problem with, this isn't going to make you money, or this isn't going to get you popular.
This weird niche.
Again, just like Van Halen, it's because of the songwriting, because they have better songwriting than 90% of the bands in their genre that just crank out that uninspired riff salad from.
I'm going to say, I guarantee he can't quantify that. Let's just keep moving, though. We've already responded to that, I think. Ugh.
other guitarists. So if you care about the future of guitar music and rock in general, the best thing that you can do is actually to think less about guitar and more about songs. Or next time you look out into the crowd of a rock show, it's gonna be a bunch of dudes with beards standing there like this, trying to figure out what string gauge the guitarist is using, and that is not a good thing for the long-term health.
I
No, they're not.
Is it not? Hold on. Actually, fuck that. I think it might be. Because if you have a whole bunch of guitar nerds showing up to your shows looking at, oh, what is he using? What is that? Then you are going to maybe be more inspired to do things. Even if it's just upgrading what gear you're using, you're going to be more inspired to pick up the guitar, more inspired to play it. And so that could then inspire more musicians and so on and so forth. So who cares? He's basically describing every fucking local show we've ever played. Like, just a bunch of people standing around staring at us, and half of them like it, half of them are just like, yeah, whatever, you know. It's
Yeah,
not
I was
their
gonna
thing.
say it's,
Like, that is just shows. Like, I don't have a beard, but I still go to, like, most shows, and half the bands I don't like, and I just stand there with my fucking arms crossed or whatever. People perceive that as me hating or judging the band, and it's just like, no, I'm just kind of waiting. I got paid to be here, and I'm just sort of waiting for the bands I want to be here for. And so what if I'm staring at what gear they're using? I am curious sometimes, because if I hear an element of their music that interests me, then I want to get up closer, kind of look at what they're doing, like look at the techniques. That's
yeah, I think he's approaching this from somebody who isn't a musician, so I don't think he's going to understand
Is he not? I
music
wonder.
that isn't made
I feel
from.
like does he not play any instrument? Has he ever talked about it?
I don't. I think maybe a long time ago he like tried to be in a band, but he's not like a musician. Like, he
Like
wouldn't.
he's
I
not
don't think he
currently playing.
identifies.
He's not really. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't
Okay.
even think that he has a lot of like expertise in. He does on the industry,
Well,
but
clearly.
as a content creator, not really as a musician or as an artist per se. Those are two very different things. Like he
Well,
has
I just.
connections with bands and
Yeah.
shit, but he doesn't approach it from somebody who is also a musician, and that matters whenever you're going to be talking about music related things from a
Yeah.
compositional standpoint. 'Cause he's coming at this from kind of a I don't even know, like from a cultural standpoint, which normally would be fine,
I don't think
but
it's accurate.
he's
That's my problem.
misrepresenting the whole thing fundamentally, just from the ground up. He's talking about Prague as if it's something that it's not, and
Yeah.
it's just, I mean, disingenuous doesn't even begin to cover it. It really is just bad. Fuck.
Yeah. I don't. Whether I think he is generally pretty knowledgeable about the industry. I don't necessarily think he's like if he wants to talk about here's what's going to get you popular or famous, I think you could gain some insight. Even then though, like just saying focus more on the song, less on the riffs, and it's like, well, I mean if the song is the riffs though,
Yeah, it's just
what am
not
I
really
supposed to do with
advice
that? I don't know.
at all.
Yeah, exactly. I
It's
think we
really
said
just
this last time.
preference.
Yeah, I think we said that
I mean,
last
it's just
time.
his
The whole
preference. He's taking his preference and making it like, oh, this is the future of this genre is at stake if you whatever. And it's like, I mean, I would argue that, and I like Gent, but I would argue that Gent as a whole is having more of an adverse effect on prog music than anything, because now that element that used to be kind of progressive has devolved into really just syncopated. It's kind of become a meme, like
Well, then it
almost
well then you
literally.
wouldn't even call it prog anymore. It's not really that.
Right.
Also, I don't know if I'd say it's not
Well,
really it's not an adverse effect. It's more so just that you would see bands that had maybe more diversity in their music in the sense that they had a whole bunch of different elements in their music, such as different instruments or something like that. And you're seeing it get kind of watered down to less
yeah.
of that. You're seeing more just, it's more of just the core group of guys focused, core or people rather. But in the sense that, oh, it's just kind of back to two guitarists, a bassist, a vocalist, and a drummer, as opposed to all those people plus maybe featuring, I don't know, a full-on orchestra, a keyboardist, stuff like that, and removing maybe some of the more diverse sounds within the music, or because I mean, gent kind of stems off of prog in a way. Meshuggah is extremely progressive in the way they write things, and they invented that shit. But like all things, though, it gets popular, and then it gets watered
Yeah.
down into many other things, and eventually stems out into all the other genres, becomes a watered down version of what it once was. But then you still have the bands that started it all that are trucking along, fucking still innovating. Meshuggah is still going. They're
I
still
know.
coming
It's
up with these
incredible.
fucking insane, ridiculous songs and patterns, and it's so
Yeah.
like we never lose that. Some bands do, but you know that more. I guess I don't want to say true. That sounds so pretentious, but
Yeah, like I guess just original really is kind
yeah,
of the
that like
originality.
there's still gonna be that. It's just that obviously when anything gets popular, the masses get a hold of it, and then it gets
Yeah, that
you
that is
know
kind of it,
the people
which is
that don't.
ironic because that's kind of antithetical to his whole argument that, oh, you need to appeal to the masses to
Well,
get
exactly. Well, it
Being
seems
like
like what
so
he wants
stupid.
is more generic music, although he's arguing that it's generic to write these, crazy riff salady songs that are
Yeah, it's
not
just that
popular
makes so
usually. They are unpopular because they don't appeal to the masses, so you could almost call that
right.
more progressive because it's doing something that is breaking the mold. That is kind of what progressive music is all
Well, and
about.
that's maybe his whole point of what's the problem with it. Maybe that's what that stems from is,
Well,
oh, this music isn't really doing anything of value because it's not appealing to anybody outside of nerds. That's like kind of his argument. Like that is an argument, but it's fucking stupid. It's just a stupid non-issue that he's like he
exactly.
just doesn't understand what progressive music like the point. I think he just doesn't get the point of it, which is fine. You can say, I don't really see what's enjoyable about that. I
Yeah.
mean, that's fine. We can argue over tastes all day, but I can say that it has objective benefit, just culturally speaking, so that it doesn't become a bunch of homogenized, cookie cutter formulaic crap. Don't you want something that's going to break the mold? Don't you want to get, you're not going to find the next Rush if you don't have musicians innovating and
I was
doing
gonna
shit
say
that's fucking different.
you gotta take the good with the bad. Like, yeah, maybe you do
Right.
just get a whole bunch of shredding people, but then you get one person that saw the shredding stuff and goes, "Huh, I like this, but I want to form it into
Right.
something else. I want to do
Do
something
something
different
with
with
it.
it. I want to,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't want to just shred. I want to shred, but also do this with it, and then yeah, you get the next fucking Polyphia, or the next Pliny or something. Um,
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what Polyphia was. If you remember, they started out with
oh
their
yeah,
Inspire
they
EP,
were
and it was
super,
just
super
shred music. It
shreddy.
was kind of what he's saying it was. And it's ironic that he's
Exactly.
using them now in the way that he's using them
Well, and
because
he
they
would probably argue that
completely
they grew up, Dan. They grew up. All right.
maybe. Oh, but they still, I mean, they still shred like I mean, all of them write incredible stuff, but Tim still
Yeah.
shreds in sections in the same way. I'm not in the same way, but to the same degree of shredding. And, I mean, they're just good songwriters. Like you
Yeah.
can
Well,
still
guess
be
what?
guitar nerd.
They have basic hip hop beats behind it, sort of. So there you go. It's not riff
Yeah, that's
salad.
kind of I don't know. That's kind of a
It
reductionist
appeals
view.
more to the mainstream, though. Yeah. There you go. You know.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah. So it's good
That's
then.
not
There you
what
go.
makes them good, though. Like that's the thing that I would rebut and say,
No, it totally is what makes
even if
them
it
good. That's
didn't,
it. That's it. I'm being facetious here, obviously.
obviously,
Yeah. I
All
just
right.
like they were always good because they're just good songwriters. They
yeah.
give a shit. Like if it was just guitar noodling, they probably wouldn't be as they probably wouldn't have made, you know, the products that they made, but it still would have been like even the original Inspire EP was fantastic. It just
Yeah, I was
wasn't
gonna say
as
that is the
digestible, but
shreddy
it's still
album,
well
but
written.
Yeah, exactly. That's really what it all comes back to. You can have a whole song full of riff salad, but guess what? If it's fucking well written riffs,
Oh, really?
did I say that right? Did
Yeah.
I say well written? Like a
Well
fucking
written,
Well
with-
written whiffs. Yeah, you're
well
fucking Elmer
written
Fudd.
whiffs.
it sounds like
That's
it
That's
sounds like
fully
he typed the title of this video out, the problem with progressive metal, out into a Word document, and said, "All right, I've got to fill 3 pages of arguments here," and he just wrote this. All these weird transitions
He
between
just
Rush.
kept writing the problem with progressive music. The problem with progressive music. Sort of
Yeah,
like the
over and
fucking
over.
The Shining, where all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. He just keeps repeating lines over
like
and
The
over.
Simpsons. Where
He's
just,
going
I will not
insane in
disrupt
his fucking room full of what is all that? Band flyers and
Yeah,
black
that's
and white.
weird.
Yeah, it's kind
Like
of
a
a cool
murder-
backdrop.
He's scribbled it. That's that's not even flyers. He's drawn it all. He's scribbled it all on his walls.
Oh my god! All right, let's
Yeah,
finish
he's just
this
in there going
nonsense.
insane. Yeah, you say that?
Health of the genre. And number 2, nobody gives a shit about how fast you can play. I also
That is not true. Boom. I do. There you go. Argument destroyed. Let's just keep moving. I don't
Progressive.
even want to.
So this is a problem that he has with technical music. Then that's what the terminology matters here. He's talking about technical music. There is so much prog music, like Cynic. Cynic isn't fast. Cynic is
No.
insanely progressive, but they're not a fast playing
The
band.
contortionist
They're not
isn't
even
either.
really technical.
No, not
Who?
anymore.
The contortionist. The contortionist isn't.
Oh, the
fast.
contortionist. I mean, Exoplanet had some fast
Yeah.
stuff, but it was never
It's
really
not that. It's not all fast though.
fast.
No.
And
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
like,
That's-
well, who are we to say that? Like, because I don't think I listen to any bands that are strictly only playing fast. Normally, what catches my ear, like in a particular moment, is if, let's just say, a guitarist is having a solo or something, and then they play one small portion of that, like extremely fast. Like,
Yeah.
say, I would consider All Shall Perish to be both progressive and technical deathcore. They have elements of both. Maybe they're just deathcore. I don't know. But Chris Story, amazing guitarist, amazing. And
Yeah.
he's got He's not just constantly shredding. He isn't. But he does have some moments where he will do. I forget what song it is. I think it's the very first song off of Awaken the Dreamers, that album. I think it's called When Life Meant More. And there's this really fast shred, like in it. It lasts for like literally a second, and every time I hear it, I'm just like, Jesus, man, that must have been so much work to get that clean. And it just it's great. It catches you off guard. It's surrounded by stuff that is not like that, and so there you go. That's a small moment where that happens.
Always
I don't
reminds
really
me of
hear- what?
or I always my example would be the beginning of the Ancient Covenant when he does that
Oh my
ridiculously fast.
god. Dude, it sounds like it's skipping over itself. It's ridiculous.
It does.
It's so
Now
stupid.
that's more
but
technical. That's
Well,
but
that is.
Michael
That's tech
Kidd
debt.
writes incredible, very
But-
memorable
and
songs. that
he's
even
trying
if
to
you're not a
talk
fan of-
about, I guess, bands that are constantly playing that fast. And I can't really think of anyone that does that. Maybe aside from someone like Arcspire, you could cite, but even then,
Yeah, or even
They aren't
Dragon Force
constantly
kind of
doing
does do that. Dragon Force, and
Yeah.
it's funny because Dragon Force has a lot of what he would consider to be songs, and they play incredibly technical, incredibly
Yeah.
fast, complicated nonsense. I don't know how the fuck they remember what they play. I
I
don't get it.
got no
That's so
clue.
many notes.
There's so many notes in every song.
It's so. But I wonder. I mean, he's never really seems like he's never really like if you're going to criticize, fast, like then okay, what like look at what is he using as his again litmus for
Yeah,
even
really.
fast?
How
It's a lot of
fast is too
hardcore punk
fast.
and thrashy stuff that's fast that has a lot of fast tremolo and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
you're like, well, is that
And he likes punk,
bad
doesn't
because
he?
it's bad? Yeah. So it really is just a bunch of cherry picked shit. Like, yeah, I guess nobody. I mean, people do care about how fast you play. I like fast music.
I was about to say, I care. Like, it's not the end all be all, but like, if you can do some crazy shit really fast, it's really impressive.
Yeah, it's cool.
Like, I can admire the amount of
Absolutely.
fucking work you had to put in to achieve that. Because not
Right.
everyone can do it. That's why it is admired.
No,
That's why
very few
anything
people
is
can.
admired. Not everyone can be a musician. Not everyone can be this or that, blah, blah, blah. That's why we appreciate the people who do. If you do something well, people generally appreciate it. That is
Yeah.
life. That is kind of fucking everything. Let's keep going. Good God.
Also blame prog to some extent for a lot of modern rock's fixation on technique. I feel like they've kind of lost the plot and it plays way too much emphasis on being good at your instrument. Like when
Oh my God. Oh,
Ooh,
I
that
do
hurts
agree
me
with
a
you.
little bit.
I agree with the concept of like just doing technicals doesn't make you a good musician, which I think is
Sure.
what he's sort of trying to do, but nobody's doing that. Like in the beginning, he posted those two guys doing we watched that last time where they're just two guys that are like,
Yeah.
yeah, I agree, no one cares about that, but nobody's just
Well,
writing
some
music
people
like that.
probably do. I bet
Some people might.
I didn't like that clip. I bet there's better stuff in that video than what he showed. Well, I'm not gonna say I bet, but
Absolutely.
there could be. There absolutely
I
could
think
be.
there is.
Yeah.
And I could watch that and go, man, that's crazy. Now, am I gonna just throw that on in the car while I'm driving around? Probably not.
No.
It's not something like there's not really didn't seem to be much structure to it. That again, that doesn't mean someone else won't, right? You know, and not that we have to constantly say just because one person likes it means that it's then you can't say this or that, but it is very much this appeal to is it popularity? Is that what he's going for? This,
Yeah.
like, appeal to it's popular, so that's what's good. That's what we should be doing.
Yeah, you're not appealing to enough
Um,
people, so it's valid. Like, what
and,
the fuck?
and that statement, so on its own, out of context, to be like, what do you say? I would blame Prague too for this, all this emphasis on or playing your instrument well. And I know what he's saying, the idea that that's all you do as opposed to, like, in fact, Andrew already said this.
Maybe.
The two guys at the beginning, they can play, but it's like, can they write songs or whatever? But
Yeah.
or write,
Very different things.
yeah. And so
Yeah.
I'll give him that, but I don't. Is there really that much emphasis on it? Like, I don't know. I think still the most popular stuff isn't people shredding. It's still not. There's more people now pushing the bar in terms of like the crazy stuff you can do with guitars and all instruments really. People are pushing the envelope because of we have social media now, so things get around a lot easier, so people see the crazy stuff and then that inspires someone to want to do that and then get even crazier. And we get some really insane stuff like Arcspire or like Raise
Yeah.
the Saturn or stuff. These bands that play this insane music that is purposely made to be that, but is also or can also be written well. So, I don't. Let's keep going.
when rock fans talk about pop, they're oftentimes dismissive, like, oh, well, anybody can play that stuff, which, first of all, isn't true. The people who play in pop bands are some of the best musicians in the world who will play rings around
I actually
almost
do believe
anybody in
that.
metal, but that's
Oh, sorry.
Well, hold on.
I-
Sorry, I wanted him to finish that statement where because he finishes it out by saying there's some of the best musicians in the world that can play rings around anyone in metal, which is
Oh,
not entirely
that I-
true.
Don't believe, no.
I will
That's
give. I can accept that a lot. It's normally hired musicians for pop bands.
Yes.
That
Yeah,
the
the
artists
studio
select,
musician.
and they are hired because they are good at what they do. They're not going to
Sure.
fuck up live. They are
Yeah.
tried and true. So I will give him. And in terms of like technical, what? That's funny. In terms of technical fucking ability, that's what he's talking about. They will play rings around anyone in metal in terms of technical ability. That's what he's
Yeah,
referring
that's
to.
funny.
Because what else do you refer to?
Yeah.
Like what? Like in write a song? No, just because you're good
Yeah,
at
I
playing
mean,
drums doesn't mean you can write a fucking song.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
yeah,
That's a dumb argument. You.
Yeah, that was
I need
dumb.
the meme of DJ Khaled, the fucking congratulations, you played yourself. Like I need that right now. You're arguing against yourself here, Finn. I think. No, not I
I
think. I
think so. I
know.
mean, just he
Yeah,
totally
Lee.
lost me when he's like this emphasis on technical ability. Like, yeah, I think what he means too is that technical ability should not trump songwriting. Just because you're a great player doesn't make you a great writer. Yeah,
Sure.
I wish he would say that. I wish he would
Yeah.
just
Well,
verbally
I mean, he
extrapolate on what
did.
he
It's
means by
just,
that.
well, he did say that. It's more so the matter that he's tying this all into this is the reason that progressive music is suffering. That's the real issue. He is saying some of this, like, we would generally agree with that. Like, yeah, just because you can play the guitar super well doesn't mean you can put a song together. Yeah, sure. But not, to be fair, many musicians on their own aren't necessarily good songwriters. It's normally once you get the other people involved, like the drummer, the bassist, the guitar vocalist. I mean,
Yeah,
or another
producer.
guitarist. It's yeah, you know, it's normally a very collaborative effort. I don't really hear
Yeah,
that. I don't think I really hear much music that is shared by people that isn't a collaborative effort. There's some really good solo artists out there, but like take Devin Townsend, But even then, I I almost guarantee you the people that he hires to come in and record the instruments, they may suggest things to him and he uses them. And guess what?
probably.
They are
They absolutely
credited.
do. I've seen
They're
behind the scenes
yeah,
where the
exactly.
vocalist will make little tweaks, or he'll ask for their feedback, if nothing else, and go, "What do you think?" And that does have
Yeah,
an influence, especially if they're the ones doing the parts. They should have a fucking input. I think.
yeah.
I
I
think you
mean, so
should.
like, apart from these one man internet projects, like who are we and how niche is that shit anyway? Like who are we really arguing against here? A lot of these bands aren't just one man solo projects. Even fucking Aaron from Intervals, whatever, he's the face of
Yeah.
that band. But I guarantee you, when he hired Anoop Sastry to, you know,
Uh,
I believe he recorded drums for In Time. He was
Voice
at
And
least
thing.
in the
that.
music videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
almost guarantee you he suggested drum parts or he played something for Aaron that he went, oh yeah, that's
Oh
way better than what
yeah.
I fucking wrote. Even if Aaron is a good drummer, Anoop, that is mostly his world is drums, and Anoop is a drummer first, guitar second. Aaron's guitarist first, drummer second, I guess. And so
That's brilliant.
this idea that even the solo artists are just it's all about the guitar, man, or it's all about whatever instrument they play, and that's the problem. It's like, well, intervals is huge, Pliny's huge. Is he going to cite Pliny? I bet not, because he seems to just
No.
be completely confused about, for one, what progressive music even is, and also he's
Yeah.
arguing against himself, talking about how these pop drummers can play. Well, shit, man. How do you know these pop drummers weren't metal drummers first? How do you know? I don't
Yeah.
know. A lot of metal drummers now, especially in the prog scene, are more jazz focused. That's probably I believe that's mostly who are being hired in the pop world as well. Probably jazz drummers. They have really good chops. Their technical ability is
Yeah.
super high, and they can play the music
It
well,
is.
and they're not going to fuck up, and so that's why they get hired. And so this, like Matt Halpern's a pop or not pop drummer. Jesus, he's very jazz influenced, and but you put him behind some pop band, he could probably play that for days. It's
Probably.
fine.
He'd be
It's super
bored.
easy.
He'd go, all right, what's
Yeah.
next? Goodness.
All right, give me my paycheck. Okay.
Yeah, boring.
Although he is getting older now, so he'd probably welcome something like that. He's like, God, please let me rest.
Yeah.
But yeah, and you know what? This is all kind of speculation on our part and on his. What does he know about drumming? I fuck if I know. I don't know if he knows anything about the technical skills of drumming.
Probably a lot of surface level stuff. I'm sure he probably knows more than maybe we would expect, but I don't know by how much.
I mean, I'd probably say he knows as much maybe as I do. Maybe not. I don't know actually. Based on some of the way
No,
he's arguing in
because
his
you and
video.
I mean, you and think about it. Like you've been a part of a musical project for years. Like you were a part of the recording process, part of the writing process, the refining, the performing process.
Yeah.
You had more of a hands-on experience with other instruments and recording instruments and refining it, producing it. Like I think you just had more hands-on experience with drums than he
Yeah.
did. So,
Maybe, yeah.
you'll understand. I mean, I don't know if he has any really close friends that are drummers, but I've talked to you ad nauseum about whatever rhythmic stuff and theory and other drum
Yeah.
parts when we listen to music and breaking shit down and time signatures and metric modulation, polyrhythms. He probably knows the surface level of that, but I don't
And shit,
think.
even I don't like. Even me, I don't fully understand metric modulation. I couldn't explain it to anybody. A polyrhythm, I can vaguely explain. Like the most basic explanation of it I could give is sort of like from a drummer standpoint, you could be playing a almost one rhythm with one of your hands and then a different rhythm with your other, or like you're almost on two different
Meters.
Oh
your
yeah,
limbs are playing like two different things almost, but they still line up in a way.
break the word down. Polyrhythm, right? So you are literally playing two or more rhythms
Yeah,
simultaneously. That's kind of the
yeah.
idea.
Like,
So
funnily enough, almost the way I think of it, the kick pattern in Bleed, the way I think of a polyrhythm is when I break it
Yeah.
down into each foot
One, two,
working,
three, one, two, three, one,
that
two, three,
that main riff, the digga da digga da digga da digga da, one foot is going like da 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 da, and then the other foot is just going da 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 da. But
It's
then
a
the
Well,
ratio.
so break down the
For every
that
three, you have four.
syncopated. It's not a yeah. So if you go digga 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 digga, so that it's doing a triplet, not a
yeah,
triplet pattern, but it's in a
No,
triplet. It's in a triplet like
in a
feel, but it's
trio.
behind yeah, but
yeah,
it's behind a duple.
and it's one of
So
those
it's
things.
essentially a 4/3 polyrhythm where
Well,
it's in a
and
four
I
four.
want to try and break it down into simpler terms for anyone who ever listens to this later and doesn't understand what the fuck you just said. Because I know what you're saying there. It's just that when it's one of those things, I almost need a visual to
Yes.
explain it
Yeah.
in a way.
Yeah,
Because, like, when you hear that pattern, if you just hear that pattern, it's hard to imagine what someone's talking about. But if you saw it almost on like probably
yeah,
like if you
videos like
mapped it
that.
out via MIDI, that's a really good way of like showing, visualizing the
Yeah.
pattern itself. And then if you apply one foot to each of uh, the kick pedals in that scenario, then it's much easier to explain what a polyrhythm is. But yeah, it's all over the place. He probably even knows a lot of people probably know what that is. It's just they don't know the word for it, and they probably wouldn't know how to
Right.
explain it. They probably have heard something like because Rush. I mean, come on, it's one of they're huge. Like in terms of prog, it's crazy how
Yeah,
big they got. They hit like super mainstream success as a
Thank
prog
God.
band. That's insane.
it's
And I don't know if we'll
ridiculous.
ever see that again, but who knows?
Mm,
A lot of
I
bands
think
use that
Polyphia is
stuff.
going to get closer than any other band right now.
Yeah, but even that is saying like, oh, I threw a rock. Look, I got way closer to the moon than you did. Like
Yeah,
I threw
Rush.
a rock up in the air.
They also fit.
Yeah,
Like some people would think of them as classic rock. So anyone that likes classic rock is gonna go,
Yeah.
"Oh yeah, Boston, Kansas, Rush." But we
Yep.
know Rush is very, very
My
different.
parents are
Whereas,
like that. Like my
yeah,
parents, like the hits by Rush, but they don't think of them as progressive music.
right,
They think of
right.
them, yeah, it's part of just the classic rock era for them. Yeah.
yeah, that's fair.
All right.
That's another conversation.
What's another conversation?
I think he's talking about the musicianship behind pop artists.
Maybe.
That's Aaron Spears, I believe, on the video that he's showing, and he rest in peace, all Aaron. He's one of the best drummers I've ever seen ever, and he played drums for who's the guy that sings "Caught Up"? Got me feeling it. Caught up. Fucking. Oh my
Oh,
gosh, kill me.
Chris
I
What
don't
the
know.
fuck?
Who are you talking about?
Usher. He was Usher's drummer.
Oh,
So
wow. Okay.
yeah, and
Like when
he's
rock fans talk
unbelievable. Sorry, go ahead.
I can believe that. No, you're good. I didn't know if you were done or not. Sorry.
about pop, they're oftentimes dismissive, like, oh, well, anybody can play that stuff, which, first of all, isn't true. The people who play in pop bands are some of the best musicians in the world who will play rings around almost anybody in metal, but that's another conversation.
Well, and you know what? Right there, that
he's-
goes back to my fucking yeah. That's gross. That's amazing. I mean, gross
he's
positively.
ridiculous.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
he's a legend.
like and see, I guarantee you, he is rooted in jazz, probably. In fact, what we're seeing right fucking here, I'm pretty sure is
I
jazz.
mean, called gospel chops, and gospel
Yeah,
chops are a
that too.
unique subset, I guess, of
Yeah.
kind of technical style, but it is found in a lot of jazz, a lot of blues, funk, R&B, gospel music. That is in it. It's in a league of its own. If you ever get the chance, anybody who's listening ever, just sit down and YouTube some gospel chops like jam sessions, and you'll see some of the most mind-blowing, breathtaking drumming that exists on Earth. It's stuff that really takes a mixture of feel, technical ability, just knowing your shit, but applying it in a way that really is masterful. It's so unique. And a lot of my favorite drummers, apply gospel chops. They just do. I mean, Matt Halpern is a great example of somebody who really does apply a lot of gospel chops. Ghost Notes became popular largely because of gospel chops. Um, and then they started getting implemented in metal and rock and things like that. But a lot of the old good rock drummers like Stuart Copeland from the Police, again, had jazz background, had this kind of background, and had these chops implemented in his music, and that's what set his drum parts apart. No pun intended, but set his parts apart from the others, and consequently set the band's music as apart as well. I mean, the Police wouldn't be the Police without Stuart Copeland. I firmly believe that. Not that they wouldn't be successful, but if they didn't have his influence, it just wouldn't be the same band. I would say objectively, it would just be a different product. So, yes, pop band musicians, maybe I consider them to be different from pop stars. I don't put them in the same
Yeah,
category as
absolutely.
like the Megan Thee Stallion. It all really does come down to ability, to talent, to songwriting ability, whatever, to creativity, originality. These are objective things that can be measured against other music, other forms of art, as well as music theory and other, standards that are applied. So I don't totally disagree with what he's saying. Aaron Spears absolutely enhanced Usher's live sound, and if he did the recording, he absolutely laid down solid drum parts for Usher's rap songs that, yeah, made a difference. That if it wasn't Aaron, it just wouldn't be the same.
Rap?
So I think that's
More
true.
like R&B, right? For sure.
Yeah, yeah, and I love Usher. I think he's a great rapper. And
Does he rap?
I mean, it's hard because
Does he rap?
yeah, rap slash R&B, hip hop.
Yeah, I was gonna
kind of
say.
Sings.
still in the pop sphere, but definitely like the old school early 2000s hip hop, the good shit, man. And not to sound like a boomer, but that era hip hop, for the most part, just destroys anything modern. And you have to look as to why. You have to look at who's creating it. And Aaron drummers like Aaron Spears do not come around often. He is definitely I don't want to say a once in a generation, but my God, man, he is a one in a million drummer. So yeah, I mean, the studio musicians, I think, is what Finn is mostly referring to. And yeah, studio musicians, I'm friends with a couple of them. They are some of the best musicians in the world. I definitely agree with that. But funny enough, largely because of their technical prowess, because of their time spent mastering these abilities to be able to replicate
Yeah.
both live and in the studio flawlessly, time and time and time and time again, with, like you said, no fuck ups. That's technical ability. It's not being shown in shredding necessarily, but it's funny that he showed that clip, because that clip is kind of the drum equivalent of the first clip that he showed. Like, not that it's not incredibly impressive. It's a great fill. It's very tasteful, but it is
No, because this
Aaron
is in the
shredding
context of
on.
a song. That was just them on their own playing. Like if he was, like I hear
Yeah,
there's
that's
stuff
true.
behind this, so I don't know. What is his
Well,
argument though? Is he saying with the technical
what's
does or
funny? Well, his whole argument is that well, this is just supporting his little side thing about how pop drummers can run circles around metal drummers or whatever. But
I'm
what I
all
was
for
gonna
it.
say is there's so much like what you were just saying, how a lot of the reason these people are so good is because they honed their technical abilities and then they applied them. And so the thing is though, like he maybe Aaron Spears wasn't always like this. Maybe he was just like a crazy drummer at first because maybe he saw other drummers and analyzed their technical ability, and then he got really technical and just studied that for a while. But then he kind of learned
Yeah, I don't know.
and developed his own style. Who knows? But like because when you watch this, I could take away the technical ability from it and maybe want to apply that as a drummer, and then eventually learn my own version or develop my own style or whatever. You need again. We take kind of the good with the bad. I understand that you don't want just technical ability because yeah, you want to know how to structure songs, all that good stuff. But I don't. This idea that if we keep going down this route, then we'll just end up with people that only care about technical ability. It's like, no, I don't think that's true at all. We always have
No,
innovators.
that's not true.
We'll always have innovators. We always have, and you need the people that are going to study that stuff. So even if you get if you have 10 people that watch someone like Aaron Spears, if you have 9 of those people that go, oh, and it just go off and becomes just purely technical, but then you have that one guy that takes that technical ability and pushes the limit further, well, then you have an innovator, and that's always how it's
Yeah.
going to be. It's always how it's been.
Yeah.
You have the people that innovate and push things forward, and they're the ones that get more fame, more recognition, and then they influence a whole nother generation. Then that generation pushes it forward, and so on and so forth. It's like this isn't a problem. It's just not. This is dumb. This is dumb to say. It's it's dumb. It's dumb. 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 Dumb.
It's
Dumb. Dumb.
dumb.
Dumb.
And
Or if
whack.
they're talking about rap, they'll oftentimes say anybody could do that. It doesn't take any effort to put together a beat compared to a song with real instruments. And there's a couple reasons why.
So here's the one thing I will say. He is saying that I mean, people do say that. Sure, people say that
They
about
do.
everything, though. People say that about fucking metal. They say, "Oh, it doesn't take any fucking talent. It's just screaming into a microphone, whatever, rah rah rah. Like it's just noise." People say that about every genre. People in every genre say that about other genres. It's not like give me a break.
Yeah, and-
You know,
and I'm
just
not gonna
realize
get into
that
the
people are
real
going to say that
instruments
people have
versus-
dumb opinions. There you go. Oh wow.
Yeah,
I'm
and
dumb.
I mean there is something to be said for music that has real instruments. That I mean, maybe not everybody cares about that. Kind of like back to our AI art argument. Like it's like, oh well, I don't care how it's made, who makes it, what makes it, if it's fake, etc. Whatever.
Well,
That's
and
just
you
a
know,
preference.
like putting together
I
a good
guess.
beat for a rap song or something. There is almost a science to it. There's kind of a science
Yeah.
to playing technical ability. It is. You
Absolutely.
need to have that. You need those skills. You need that understanding of, for one, how your instrument works, how it can be worked, or how it can be used, and then how it can be applied. Well, I guess used and applied are the same fucking thing, but whatever. And it's the same thing for rap. There's a million shitty rappers out there for every good one. Like there's so many people trying to make it that write their own beats. No one hears it, and that doesn't mean it's not good. It's just no one hears it. And yeah, I can't put together a fucking number one hit song. I can't do that in metal, in rap, in any genre probably. Maybe if I got lucky. It's hard to say. There is you kind of have to have an understanding of a lot of things before you do that. And I do agree that there is something to playing your instrument. Like, I generally just prefer music that is playing instruments because then, like, if I go see that band live or something, I'm going to get
Yeah.
a more fulfilling experience out of it for me personally, in the sense that I'm going to get to watch someone show off their talent. Whereas maybe like for like if I went to a rap concert or something, I don't really know what they're like. They might have a live band behind them. They don't always. I've seen some videos, but
Yeah, I saw
like
Machine
I
Gun
don't.
Kelly live and he did. So
No
Okay,
way.
yeah, there exactly. There you go. You're gonna like a lot of pop artists do that. They bring a live band with them because it does enhance the music in a different way. Because it could be they might even understand that. Oh, it might, I don't know, just be a little boring just to see me as an artist on stage with just my music playing behind me. Who knows? And part of that, like part of wanting to see a live instrument played, is because it is just more interesting to watch that as opposed to nothing. Like if you just have, like if somehow the person who wrote the beat for a rap song was up on stage, I don't know, playing it on a keyboard or some shit. That could be interesting. I'd see that
well,
because
some
that
pop artists do go up there just by themselves. Like I saw a video
yeah
of Post Malone, and it's
yeah.
just him.
Yeah, so I mean,
And it's like, whatever.
sometimes it is, but sometimes it isn't. Usually, their shows are like an hour and a half, 2 hours long. They're crazy long,
Oh,
and they'll have different, almost like set pieces. They'll have the band come out for some things, they'll go away for others.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just Post Malone and his guitar on the stage or something. Like it's pop
I
artists
like
do
Post.
this all the time. Like whatever we might say about them, whether it's them or some label person saying you need to have this or not, they do understand that instruments bring, different dynamics to things, especially in a
Yeah.
live setting, because like when you hear a rap song on record, or any song really on record versus seeing it live, it is a different experience.
Oh yeah.
Especially, and I would especially think so in terms of music that like recorded doesn't have live instruments, but then you show up live and then not maybe replace but enhance those recorded instruments with live ones. It brings new dynamics. It sounds
yeah.
more. It maybe sounds much larger, more in
Or
person.
yeah.
If you replace like all the rap, what are technically drums in rap, the bass beats and the snares and the hi-hats, if you replace that with a live instrument, it brings this larger element to it. It can be a completely different feel, very memorable experience. And so, yeah, I just to get back to what he was saying, people say this about every genre. It's, just recognize that people say it about every genre. It's not just metalheads that hate rap and pop, because, I mean, rap is huge amongst metalheads. It really is. That
Yeah,
fusion
it's
has
kind of
been,
funny.
yeah, I mean, that fusion has been going on for a while now. There's a lot to
I
gain
got
from
into
both.
rap before I got into rock. That was my main thing, was rap
I
and hip
think I
hop, and
got
I
into
still love it
rock
to this
first
day.
personally. Or actually, I probably got into new metal before anything,
Yeah.
because I was coming up during, when Linkin Park was huge, Korn, Slipknot, all the
Yeah,
new
Limp
metal
Bizkit.
bands. Like that was the big thing at the time when I was like 6, 7, and 8. And so that's what I first heard, and I still love those bands now.
Oh yeah.
There's a interesting fusion to happen there, but
You like
yeah, no,
hacktivist?
do what?
You like hacktivist?
I do like
Oh
Hacktivist,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I've been following them since
Or
their first. Ow, fuck. EP.
I know. Are they British or Australian?
They're
British, I
British.
believe.
British. Oh yeah, mate. Cry.
Well,
Doing a
not.
blood.
You're just fusing them. I mean, Australians are.
I
Well,
am.
no, wait. The British are proto Australians, is what I was going to say. There you go.
Yes. Yeah. Australian is like the south of Britain. Like
I
if
don't know if it's
America.
considered that anymore.
No, it is not. But like the accent just kind of sounds like what the southern accent is to a northerner.
It's got a
Oh,
twang on
okay.
it.
Or
That's
am
what you
I
mean. Okay.
like a more rugged version of the British accent? All right. Anyway, sorry.
Australia is a
All right.
cool place. I want to visit there and collect some spiders one day.
And
Next.
stay on the
But
right
that is
side
honestly just kind of a dumb way.
exclusively. Stay on the East Coast. Ugh.
I'm going everywhere. I'm gonna go
Go ahead.
fight a kangaroo, die
Good
doing
luck.
it,
Most
and
of it's
bring
not
back to
happening.
life. Go get.
They're brutal. Kangaroos
Yes,
are
they are.
insane. They're jacked.
Kangaroos
All
are
right.
They are jacked, man. Those fucking images. They got abs.
They
Fuck
do.
me, man.
They can
Fucking
stand on their
scary
tail.
ass animal.
Their tail is like a muscle that they can balance on.
Yeah.
Like their whole body will
Yeah,
balance.
no, they're
on their
nuts.
fucking giant rat. And the emus there too. They waged the
Oh.
war. The Australians waged the war.
Yes, I
against
was just about to reference that. The Great
Crazy.
Emu War. It's not
the
called
Great
that,
Emu.
I don't think.
They shot them with guns, and they didn't even kill them all. Like they lost.
No,
The emus
they.
won.
Do
the
you know
war.
about the dingo fence?
No, I know about the. Is that the dingo ate my baby woman?
No. So
Oh.
they have. So at
Son of
one,
a
I don't know when, but at one time so dingoes were a problem there, and so they built a I forget how many mile long fence. It's huge though, to try and keep them out away from their I don't know if
Their
it was
baby?
their farms and stuff, but just away from society essentially. But I think, and they also did this for, I believe, rabbits, because they introduced rabbits into their ecosystem to combat. I think the story went that they just brought them there for sport, for hunting, and then they didn't kill all the ones they brought there, and then they just multiplied and became part of their island. But
Ugh.
yeah, they had like a rabbit fence, I believe. It's either that or and
Rabbit fence.
it's not emu. It's not. Is it emu? What's the other giant bird? They have
Ostrich?
no, maybe it is emu. It's no cassowaries. Those are
Oh,
fucking
those are
crazy, man.
insane.
Dude,
Far Cry taught
cassowaries
me
are
anything.
fucking crazy, man.
They
But
are.
no, yeah, they built some giant fence to keep out dingoes. It did not work. They spent like a bunch of money on it. It did not work at all. Yeah, they have a history of like trying to fight the nature there. And nowadays it's just
Yeah, I
I
wonder
don't think that's
why.
the case anymore. It's just funny lore of Australia. Oh man. And
right.
that was a fun little side note there. That
Yeah, mix it
Yeah.
up a bit with the history.
just...
I'm always down. All right.
All right.
Anyway.
Way to
so
look
leave
at
it
music.
to me.
For one,
Or
why
whatever.
should it matter how hard it is to play a given piece of music? That is literally zero bearing
Wait, hold on. What the fuck is he talking about?
Difficulty of it doesn't make
Let's-
it better, I guess.
No, it doesn't.
Fuck
me.
me.
Which is true, but why does that matter
Hold
here?
Hold on. It just reset Watch Together. Oh my god.
I mean, he's right, but
I don't know where we were.
what is he saying?
Hold
Like,
on.
oh, the problem with prog music is that guys they're trying
yeah, I mean,
too
it just
hard
seems
to
like a
be.
disservice to
Because
musicians that
the
do
honest
write technical shit. Like it takes skill to do that. I guess it doesn't matter, but why would we not appreciate something that other people who don't have that skill can't play or write? Like, is there not something to be said for that? Just like
I didn't hear what he
not.
said, so I'm gonna play it. I think I've got it back to where we were. It reset the Watch Together for a second, so I had to reload the video, but we should be good. Let's see.
put together a beat compared to a song with real instruments.
Hold on, let me rewind up just a little bit more because I'm trying to get the context what the fuck he's saying.
Or if they're talking about rap, they'll oftentimes say anybody could do that. It doesn't take any effort to put together a beat compared to a song with real instruments. And there's a couple reasons why that is honestly just kind of a dumb way to look at music. For one, why should it matter how hard it is to play a given piece of music? That has literally zero bearing on whether it's enjoyable to listen to a song or not.
Doesn't that go against his whole fucking point? Doesn't it?
What? Go ahead. What'd you say?
What again?
So you
Oh
clipped
my
out
god. Oh, it did it clip out? I was probably being too loud.
from
Holy
your
shit.
anger.
God, dude. Doesn't that go against his whole point? The whole why does it matter how hard it is to play a piece of music? Like, doesn't that? No, maybe it doesn't. Maybe that's a different argument. Am I freaking out over nothing?
Because I think he's kind of rebutting that people supposedly in the prog scene fawn over music that is inherently more difficult to play.
Well, yeah. Well,
like,
but
get
listen to
mad.
what he's saying right here, though. Why is this fucking on my screen? Get off my screen. And then he says, why does it matter how hard it, or how difficult it is to play a piece of music. It has no bearing on the music.
to a
Listen.
song with real instruments. And there's a couple reasons why that is honestly just kind of a dumb way to look at music. For one, why should it matter how hard it is to play a given piece of music? That has literally zero bearing on whether it's enjoyable to listen to a song or not. I mean,
So what is he talking about then? He's talking about how it's fucking people focus too much on technical ability. That was that's kind of the point of that fucking very first clip he showed of the two guys playing the guitar. That it's not, who cares if it's hard to play? It doesn't have any so what? He agrees with us suddenly that, yeah, what does it matter? That doesn't mean
Wait,
am I insane?
wasn't he making fun of those two guys though?
Yes,
In the
but
beginning?
that's my whole point. He was making fun of them because all they're doing is shredding, which is hard to do. But he argued that doesn't make a song.
It has any
Technical shredding,
relation to
riffs are not a song. People are too
a different
focused on
argument
technical
altogether.
ability.
I think
Yeah,
he's just
isn't
making a completely different argument now altogether, saying that
I feel like this is
it
contradicting
doesn't need
himself.
to be technical or whatever to be good, and that the focus of the prog community is that music, the more technical or the more whatever it is, the better it is. And he's saying that it can be simple hip hop or simple pop and still be good, which I think most people would
But
agree with.
well, sure, but that goes both ways. Like, sure, it can be simple and that can be good. It can be complex and that can be good. The technical ability, that's what he's saying. The technical ability, or how difficult it is to play the song, has no bearing on how good the song is. So he's using that argument in favor of saying, he's using that against the people, the detractors of rap and pop, but he's not going to apply that to progressive music, which he is
Yeah.
arguing is very technical, and that's why it's bad. Riff salad, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I maybe he's saying people who think that it just because it's technical that it's good, or that the emphasis is on how technical it is. Like
Maybe,
that
maybe I'm
seemed to
freaking
be
out
his
over
main
nothing.
criticism.
I don't know. I feel
I
like
think they're related, but I don't think they're completely mutually exclusive. But I think that there is. I don't know. I don't think
I
that it contradicts what he's saying, but it definitely seems like
I
something that he should apply both ways,
there
and
is a
he's not
crossed wire somewhere.
somewhere.
I mean, any 14-year-old can play Green Day songs, right? But who cares? They're
No.
great songs. And on the other hand, there's zillions of generic bland prog bands of like Berkeley dropouts whose stuff is incredibly intricate and hard to play, but nobody gives a shit because their songs are terrible. I'm sure there's some people
I
Well,
guess. I mean, sure,
I guess. Yeah, I mean,
whatever.
show me an
Yeah, that.
example, I
I mean,
guess.
I mean, I
well,
believe
I don't need an example
I
to know
believe
that's
it.
just true. It's just that, I mean, there's millions of fucking simple pop bands that are terrible too, right? I mean, I agree that it has no bearing on whether the song is good, your technical ability, or your how hard it
Yeah.
is to play. That's the same thing, really, isn't it? Like, because if a song is really hard to play, then you would say that the person who played it has very high technical
Yeah, it has
ability,
technical ability.
right? So
Yeah.
I think it's okay for me to say that, and that
Yeah, this is kind of
you're
almost a straw man of sorts, where it's like, sure, like that really is kind of unrelated. Like no one's going to disagree that, yeah, just by sheer numbers, there's probably going to be artists or whatever that make shitty songs that are technical and maybe have a lot of like music theory knowledge, but the song that they put together isn't maybe necessarily a good song, which I would like him to unpack what good means, because that's obviously an unbelievably
good luck.
subjective term. So it's like, like
Well,
would he look at
exactly.
Cynic and go, oh, this is weird and kind of avant-garde. I don't think that this is really good. But Cynic's they're a very successful band, and they have some weird fucking songs that are kind of nerdy and, are these, technical masterpieces, I guess, from a composition standpoint that a lot of people wouldn't like because they're not quite so digestible. They are
Yep.
very whatever. They're niche. They are more of a niche band. They just happen to blow up because they put out the right thing at the right time in the 90s, and then they kind of rode that wave and became a pioneer. They're really pioneers. So I would say that, be like, oh, if you put out something that, yeah, isn't popular, that is very niche and maybe was inspired by technical ability or whatever, but it's innovating something and it's pushing a genre forward and it's the first of its kind and it inspires other musicians to do that, like what he was saying before. Like, who's to say that we're not going to get another Eddie Van Halen that is putting out what
Well,
he would
exactly.
consider to be garbage or whatever, but it's like, no,
Yeah.
he's inventing
That's,
something new that maybe you don't like or that didn't catch on yet.
yeah.
Polyphia, I think, kind of did that. I think Polyphia did kind of inspire
I think that's
a whole new genre,
I think
really,
that's what I
and
said
they are happen to
earlier.
pop off.
Even if you get
But
9 musicians who put out shitty music, maybe you get that one that doesn't. Go ahead, Andrew. I
right,
think you were trying to say something.
No, I didn't. I think
Oh,
I just said, yeah, agreeing very boringly, contributing nothing. Go ahead.
well, sometimes it's boring to be right.
I I'm pretty boring then.
sounds pretentious.
Yeah, oh, it's very. I'm fucking around here, but God,
All
it's
right,
hard
let's
to.
rock it through this. I'm
People
fucking
already
tired.
typing out angry comments here, but just bear with me because I think
No, we're not typing out angry comments, Finn. We are
I
fucking
I
rocketing
do.
out
Oh,
six
we're not
hours
typing a
worth of
single
fucking
thing.
coverage. That's what we're doing.
I think it would be
Oh my
interesting to
gosh.
look at the comments of this video after
We're gonna
this
have
and just
to. I
see.
think
Yeah,
next week we can do that
yeah,
before we talk
yeah,
about whatever we cover. Because I do just
yeah.
I don't know if I want to spend another week on this fucking video. So there
I
is a
don't.
portion of this video that I want to get to, so I might skip forward soon here, but we'll
Right. Or we
see.
could just let it play or whatever.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't want to just let it play because then we're just taking huge portions of the content, and that's just
yeah.
for copyright issues for one. But then also
Good, good
because I
point.
don't want to just sit here and watch it. I want to talk, but I do recognize it's late, and yeah. So let's keep going. Let's see if he's got anything interesting to say. If he's not again, if he just keeps repeating shit, then I'm gonna skip forward because there is a portion of this video that I want to get to that I remember.
Yeah, I
So
vaguely
Okay.
I think
remember.
really this is a question of theory of value. In other words, what defines quote unquote good music? In the Prague view, which you could call the labor theory of musical value, the worth of music is
what?
He's trying to compare that to like a social, the labor theory of value is like an economic, and I think he's trying to use that as an objective measurement of his argument. I don't
The
know. I'm not
labor
sure what he's.
theory of value, meaning like how much value does your labor have?
Yeah, I
Something
think that
along
was
that.
Marxism, and he
I was
basically
about
said
to
the
ask if that was a
value.
socialist thing.
Well, yeah, well,
Well, that
yeah,
sounds like a Marxist.
and it basically his argument, which this is not true, and this is a totally different thing, but he said however much work you put into producing something is exactly what it will sell for. So if you work 20 hours on making a loaf of bread, it should be worth more than a two. But we know that's not true. We know that there are very basic things, cheap things that people value, right? Like
Yeah.
antiques or whatever that are older and maybe not as highly produced as new things that we value more. So it's more of an emotional thing than, I mean, value is more emotional. Like a Pokemon card, the Charizard card is worth like 300 grand from the original set.
Yeah,
That
it's
that probably
ridiculous.
took 5 cents to produce. So, but I don't know what he's about to do here. Probably something very weird and, but I don't know. We'll see.
Seems
Knowing
weird to
that,
start bringing in Marxist ideas, but
yeah,
let's fucking
economic terms,
let's go.
which I don't
I'm
want
not
to
very well versed, but
do.
whatever.
what defines quote unquote good music. In the Prague view, which you could call the labor theory of musical value, the worth of music
Also, is that weird that he assigns what the labor theory of musical value?
I
Is
think
that what
he's
he just
defining
said?
it because
I'm
supposedly that's
99%
what
sure
progressive.
he's about to. He's meaning how hard you work to produce a song. Like, yeah, not labor,
Yeah,
literally like tending a field. I think he means like,
Well, yeah, I know, but
okay,
but that's the Prague view. What The fuck is
music
he saying?
is largely
Yeah.
defined by how much work went into creating it. Like, picture this. You spent
Right, right, right.
decades practicing your instrument, honing your ability until your shred skills are over 9,000.
shut up.
Then you spent years writing your elaborate masterpiece concept album, and then spent months in the studio painstakingly recording it, redoing every take until it's absolutely perfect. There's some of you probably nodding right now, like, yeah, that's right. That is how you do it. That's how you make great music. On the other hand, you could look at it
can.
from another perspective, which I think makes a little bit more sense. In this other view, the only thing that matters is it a good song? And if it is, then it doesn't matter whether it took you 10 years, 10 hours, or 10 minutes to write it.
So
I see
I
what he's-
do kind.
Agree.
So what he's essentially referring to is, because I do kind of agree in the sense that,
Like an input-output value,
Well-
essentially. Like,
so like when I watch a movie, if so there's kind of two. He's expressing two arguments there, where like when I watch a movie and it sucks, and I'm like, wow, this movie fucking sucked. In fact, I'm not gonna name them, but do you remember that fucking weird argument I got into with someone over Hereditary at your fucking house, Dan? Over that
I
movie?
do.
I said, yeah. So I said essentially that I didn't like Hereditary. I thought it wasn't very good. I probably said it sucked. I probably said something slightly more incendiary.
You did say
than
it sucked.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
I
I
just-
said Hereditary sucked, which maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I need to watch it again. But regardless of that, I said that, and he like flipped out, and he starts,
remember
you
that.
know, fucking going off on me about. He's like, "Oh, but what about all the people that worked on it and all this shit?" And I was like, "Well, hold on. I didn't say anything about that. I'm referring to the writing. Maybe I could have clarified." But I think that is generally what most people are referring to if they say a movie sucks. It is going to be the writing, whether they think about it or not. But I'm not denying the hard work that people put into it. It's just that, unfortunately, if you put out a movie and or any piece of art and people don't like it, well, how much is it really worth what they put into it? You know, like
yeah.
because I agree generally that with him on this in this case that if you worked for 80 years and you put out this one song and it's just a pile of crap, well then
Yeah, it kinda
whatever,
doesn't
I'm
matter.
sorry,
I
like
mean,
the time you put into it, it's like, well, you know, I'm sorry you put so much time into it because it sucks. It's not like in this case it would be the musician's fault that it's that way, but you know, in the case of like a movie that has thousands of people working on it, it's like, I mean, it's not the makeup department's fault that the movie's writing is bad.
Yeah,
know?
yeah, yeah.
And I can clarify that, but I mean, for the sake of fucking brevity, am I going to go through every single department that worked on a movie before I say, you know, it's not all these 999 departments' fault. It's this one department. You know, it's like that's just not how people talk. So yeah, I do generally agree with him on this point. That effort doesn't necessarily equal, you know, good product. So I'm fine to agree with him here. It's just that I don't think that this is really. I don't know if this lines up with his other arguments really. I guess it kind of stems from it, but this wouldn't be a problem with progressive music. It would just be
Any music.
anything really. It's not even
Or maybe-
music.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
just that's kind
Generally
of life.
speaking, if someone spends that much time and effort creating something, it is less likely to suck. Like if someone who
I don't
knows
know.
what they're doing
Maybe.
has the know-how and the skill and they refine it time and time again, like generally you're going to have something interesting as a result.
I mean,
You know,
I
is
think
it
well,
good?
interesting is different than
Okay.
good, right?
It is, but it still has. We're talking about value. Like I want to hear something that somebody spent that much time and energy on because chances are it is a passion project of
And-
theirs, which means they obviously gave a
Yeah.
fuck about it. Which, you know, I mean, I don't know. Depends on what you consider value. Like that, his
And-
theory of value. I don't know if it applies in the same way to music as it would to a standard commodity. I don't really know if those are some one-to-one.
It probably does. The only thing I would say is like I think I agree. But only in the sense of music where there's less people working on it. So like with a smaller project, if it is just one guy and he's been working on it for years, then I am, and he puts it out. I think I'm going to be maybe generally more interested to listen to it just because I might
will
get
be.
something more interesting. Because despite what I do think collaboration is very good, especially when it comes to art. But and music especially, I think it's important to have people who play the other instruments to be there with you when you're writing it because they will offer more unique perspectives and probably a better understanding of the other instruments that you are writing.
Yeah,
But
better.
I wouldn't deny
Yeah.
that it could be very interesting to get one person's perspective on those instruments because it could, influence something in the way I think about it. Because, like we talk about all the time, like or just getting a person's perspective, an outside perspective almost is kind of what it is. Having what does the guitarist think of drums or anything. I want to talk to someone who's only seen one movie in their whole life. What is their perspective on that movie? It'd be very different than mine.
Yeah.
It might even help me, open my mind a bit more, or
Yeah, condense things. Yep.
yeah, or just appreciate things. It's sort of like the Lost in Vegas guys. They went down. They're a reaction channel. Andrew, if you don't know,
Okay.
it's these two guys that mostly listened at one time to rap music, and they started going down. They started reacting to metal music, and over time they've gained a higher appreciation of the metal genre. One of their favorite bands is Gojira. They actually got me into Gojira because I listened or I watched them react to some of their songs, and they'll pause it and they'll talk about it, and I would hear things that, or I would start to appreciate other things because they have a bit more of an outside perspective on it. And they would talk about, maybe not always in the most nuanced of ways, but they would talk about what they liked about the music and, what was unique to them that they hadn't really heard. And it made me kind of stop and go, oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess that is, like, it's something that maybe I would have passed on before. Like, I would have just listened to it and gone right by it and been like, oh, yeah, whatever. But they hear it in a different way, and that makes me appreciate it. They did that with Metallica. It's really made me appreciate Metallica a lot more. And not that they're even super knowledgeable about musical terms. It's just, it's kind of an outsider's perspective on this stuff. And it helped me appreciate, like, not only find new bands that I like, but also reinforce my love for other bands.
I'm gonna look that up. I like that. That's. I bet they're funny too. I bet they have a lot
They
of like.
yeah,
I
they
don't
can
know.
be
They're
pretty
fun.
funny. They have some divisive takes online. Like their whole thing is being just honest. They're like, look, we're just gonna give you our feelings on it. If we don't like it, we don't like it. If we do, then we do. And they'll tell you that, and they get some flack for that from time to time. They've listened to quite a lot of it. They even did one for Nea Obliviscaris and
Yeah.
played Flowers the Kaleidoscope. That was
How
pretty
do they
early
know
on.
what to look up? Like if they're not metal guys, how do they get referred to these bands?
I don't know how it got
Comments.
started, but yeah, I mean comments originally. I don't know how it really got
Oh, okay.
started, but once they got into that realm, more metalheads started following them and suggesting more bands. And so
That's
at
cool.
this point, they're
That's so
more into it.
fun.
I like them. They're they.
That is cool. Yeah.
Like I said, I wouldn't say they always have the
They're
most
cool, dude.
nuanced takes or anything, but it kind of can help me understand a bit more, even in rap, like where sometimes I just don't know what the fuck anyone's talking about in the lyrics. They break it down, they understand it, and so I'll listen to them break down the lyrics. Yeah, they're a good channel. I would definitely recommend them. What were we talking about? I don't even know.
The last thing he said was that technical ability and the
Right,
time that it
it's-
takes to
Yeah. So
write a song
input
doesn't make it
doesn't
better.
always equal output.
Yeah. Oh, he's
Which I
going on
agree
about
with.
labor value theory or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, Marxism is something politics. We're
Yeah, I
getting
don't know.
political.
Let's keep going. I might skip forward in a second.
It's interesting how people think about the value of music so differently than they would anything else. For example, if it took somebody 10 hours to make a sandwich, would that make it a better sandwich? Would you pay more for that sandwich? No.
It might be a damn good sandwich,
I mean,
man.
if it's coming from like Subway or something, then I would just be questioning, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Why does it take you so long?
Yeah, and that's what it comes
Yeah,
down
if,
to.
if
is
you're
what are you
gonna
doing with
if
time?
you're gonna tell me, oh, I smoked this fucking, I don't know, this brisket all day, I fucking grew this lettuce in my yard, not in a day, obviously, but
Right.
like if it's
What did
all
you
like
do with
homemade shit,
time?
I would pay a bit more for that because I would be
True.
interested
Yes,
in
me
trying
too.
that. Because it might
That's a
be
good point.
amazing. It's probably like I would wager that's going to be a way better fucking sandwich than what I'm going to get from fucking
Yeah, I mean,
Subway.
he's only looking at it from one dimension, like, oh, it took longer. So yeah, just by the very fact of it taking
Yeah.
longer doesn't necessarily
Yeah,
inherently
I
mean
agree.
it's better. Generally, if something is taking longer, then there is a reason for it, and if there is a reason that's tied to the quality of it, fuck
Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna want to interact with it more because, you know, more time went into it, maybe more organic and homegrown, and you know, there was a refining process, and like you said, it was slow cooked or it was made, you know, in this meticulous way that did iron out kinks and
Oh, yeah.
hone in on other small subtle qualities
Turn
that
me on now.
it wouldn't have otherwise, which, you know, then affects the overall quality,
Yeah,
and then it
it's-
creates a better product. Heck yeah, I'm
Yeah.
going to want to care about that more. Why wouldn't I? Wouldn't
Exactly.
anybody? Isn't that a selling point for so many brands? That, oh, look, it's all authentic,
Yeah,
homemade
it's made
ingredients.
to
and
order
it's not
or
fast
whatever.
food. It's made to order. Yeah, and it's
Custom-made.
you're going to get it fresh. It's never frozen, and that's a selling point for decades and decades that people do spend more money on, myself included. I would rather have a higher
also
quality
would.
product.
Yeah,
So,
and
you know, just because it takes longer doesn't mean it's inherently higher quality, but generally there is a correlation between the
Yes.
time spent
Yeah.
creating something and the quality of that thing, generally
Yeah.
speaking. So there's a
or
lot
there
being
can
left
be.
out.
I would rather say there can be. Not that there is.
Yeah,
It's just there
I would
can
say
be.
that there's
'Cause,
likely
yeah,
to
like
be, but
put the
there
sandwich
can be.
example, like that one especially.
Sure.
And I wanted to make a funny comment where you said, "Am I going like I will interact with that more?" And like I was just thinking, yeah, I'm going to interact with this sandwich more. Yes.
Interact with a
Yeah.
video game. Press
I'm gonna
E to
interact with
interact.
it. Oh,
Yeah, whatever the thing.
yeah, I'm a fucking tongue the fucking
I'm gonna
the bread.
make love with the sandwich.
Yeah,
you
fuck
know,
yeah. Like metaphorically speaking with my mouth, yeah.
metaphorically.
Because I mean,
Literally.
like, think about when we went to fucking Iceland, that fucking tomato garden, the homemade tomato
Oh.
soup from the tomato garden. Oh, it was
Yeah.
so good. It was
That
so
was
good.
ridiculous.
Fresh basil, like right off the stem on the fucking table,
Yeah.
homemade bread. Oh,
Oh, it was fucking amazing.
God.
It
God.
was, despite the
It was so good.
depersonalization, that was worth going.
It was so good.
God help
And
me.
that
like
too.
and so like and like in that scenario I'm like, yeah, it took a lot of time to grow the tomatoes to make this soup. I am going to appreciate this more, and it tastes different. It does. It is
And
different.
it was better.
It
yeah.
was. I liked it. Yeah, it was delicious. If I could have that
Yeah, it was
every day,
unbelievable.
I just would.
You might be making the argument
too.
that like technicals take years to perfect, and maybe he's saying, okay, you could take
Well,
years
yeah.
to perfect, but that doesn't. And he's right. This is that ceteris paribus thing I told you about, where he's holding all the other variables constant while he looks at just one.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Time is not a factor in music. I mean, you know, you could like John Denver went for a walk after fighting with his partner supposedly, and while he was on his walk he wrote the lyrics for Annie's song, which is, I mean, one of the lyrics in that song are amazing, I think, and you know, very metaphorical and romantic, and it's like, yeah, maybe he wrote that on the walk, whereas it takes some people
Right,
years
years.
to work out. And in that case, he'd be wrong, because it just took John that short inspiration time to write one of his best songs ever, it's considered to be.
Well,
So
Well, that would be his
Would
argument.
he be?
That
Yeah,
actually
that
would be.
is his argument. Is that time isn't the factor in that, or that time spent is not indicative.
Oh,
that would
right.
be a case for
yeah,
of quality.
what
which
he's saying.
is fair. Yeah.
I
I don't think
I
there's
do.
a
I
problem.
generally do agree with that. It's just that this argument, like, would I be more inclined to engage with the thing if it took more time? And I think generally yes, personally.
Yeah, generally, yes.
I think, like you said, Dan, like that is a huge selling point. This idea that like the homemade thing, and homemade naturally is going to take longer than something that
Yeah.
someone like McDonald's who have had all their ingredients shipped to them. It's ready to go.
Just
Just
sitting
throw it
there.
onto a sandwich, chuck it at the person in the drive-through, and tell them to eat shit, and they will. You know, like
Will.
like that's why we go to. That's why we have sit-down restaurants and fast
Sit down
food.
restaurants, right?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
because you go there with the expectation that it's going to take a little longer and you're going to pay a little more, but it's going to, you hope, be better than McDonald's.
Right.
Or it's the whole thing. Let's keep going.
Of course you wouldn't, because you don't care how long it took. You only care if it tastes good, right? So why should we think about
And I will say that, like, obviously, if you waited 15 minutes and it wasn't good, well, in that scenario, you don't care how long it took. But I will say,
Sure.
when it's delicious and you love it, you do appreciate, like, even the time spent, I think you could appreciate it more. Because you go, I don't care that I waited. Oh, I guess you would say I don't, like, the time, it's
It was
not
worth
the same
it.
argument. Yeah, it was worth the wait, is what you would say. It's like, I don't care how long
Yeah,
it took,
maybe
it's delicious.
maybe even the wait itself made you appreciate it because you had to wait
Yeah.
longer for it. It was a bigger payoff or something like.
Yeah, you were
I
just
don't
sitting
know.
there starving your ass off, and then you got handed the most delicious thing ever.
Yeah, I mean, it does taste better as a result.
It wouldn't have been
Sure.
that good unless you waited for them to make it that good.
Well, yeah, because if
Yeah.
you
Right.
walk back to the kitchen screaming at the chefs, get it done, then you're just gonna be handed this thrown together slop that
Yes.
for
Think
some
about
reason,
music.
that for some reason you paid for, and then screamed at them to get it to you faster, despite knowing that it was supposed to take longer. Like that
That's
you
dumb.
are supposed to be waiting. Yeah.
any differently? I actually think that this view of music, this labor theory of value, actually kind of devalues musicians because it basically defines a musician as an instrument operator. Like they're
Wait, hold on. What? Let me go back. Is he now saying that he doesn't agree with this? I thought the whole point that he brought it up was because
No. He was saying if you take a ton of time to make a song due to your technical practice,
Yeah.
it won't make you better. And this is why he's about to say it. I think he's about to compare him to like if you're like a
Okay.
contractor and you work a forklift. Yeah, if you work 10 hours, you would expect that you're getting more done. Whereas, of course, with his argument, taking the time isn't like what you guys are describing with the sandwich, which is what we I think are disagreeing with, which is that it
Okay.
doesn't always need to whatever. Sometimes
Alright,
it
hold
does require you to take time.
Let's just play him. Oh,
because you don't care how long it took, you only care if it tastes good, right? So why should we think about music any differently? I actually think that this view of music, this labor theory of value, actually kind of devalues musicians because it basically defines a musician as an instrument operator. Like they're assembly line workers getting paid by the hour or based on how many widgets they're able to put together, as opposed to professionals like lawyers and investment bankers who are paid for the results of their work. They get paid to make the deal happen. Nobody cares whether it took them
to be fair, a lot of lawyers are paid hourly. Like that's not really
Hourly.
true. You're not paid.
true.
You're paid before. Maybe some of them get paid on the results of their work. And investment bankers, again, you're paying them still to do the work. And obviously, like an investment, that's one of those things where if the investment pays off, then they get a large payoff. But if it doesn't, then they don't. But you're still,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you're still paying them, aren't you? I don't know.
Those were okay. I mean, we're being a little nitpicky, but yeah,
Are we?
usually. Well, just because his whole point, like, we can definitely think of jobs where you get paid by the job, right? Okay, if you're a contract or whatever, if you're like a concrete guy, like there's that meme where it's, oh, professionals know to get paid by the job, not by the hour, and the guy's like rushing and doing it in 10 minutes, which obviously is a higher
Uh-huh.
rate per hour. But I think he's just comparing the common laborer that gets paid per hour versus somebody who maybe gets a full contract. No matter how long it takes them, they're going to get paid the same amount. Which I don't know. I don't know what the correlation is here. That's where
I mean, I would agree that I might agree that the labor theory of value probably devalues anyone into something like that, like this idea that, who cares how long it takes? I thought he was arguing that point. Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe he only brought it up because that's a general, like, that's an idea, or that's a thing that people say. Maybe he only brought it up because of that, and he was just highlighting that, and now he's just trying to say, I actually don't agree with that. That's not my point. Let's see.
Come 50 hours or 20 hours. And wouldn't you say that it's better for musicians to be seen as professionals like lawyers or bankers rather than assembly line workers? Like, imagine you hired a wedding band, and then when it came time to pay them afterwards, you're like, I don't know, the second and third songs that you picked, they weren't that hard to play. I'm only going to pay you half. And again, I place a lot of the blame for that on...
Wait, now I'm getting really lost, because I thought he just said that the investment bankers and lawyers get paid on the result of their work. And then he said wouldn't it be better if we saw them as investment bankers or lawyers? But then he's now saying that, oh, well, if you imagine you were a wedding band and the person said, oh, I don't like what you did, so you're paying them less based on the result of the work.
Yeah, he definitely got that backwards.
I don't know what's going on.
He definitely flipped that around, and then he created his own argument and then refuted it and was like, so there. No, nobody equates musicians to that in that way. The wedding analogy was not good. You're right. Yeah, you're saying if you, that's a very
missing something very crucial here.
I was trying to verify that, like, in my head, to make sure that, like, we weren't duped by his dupe or something. Like,
I'm
very whatever. Like, just to make sure that everything's consistent here. And
I'm gonna roll that back. Hold on.
Let me go through that again, because I just want to make sure that we're...
Assembly line workers getting paid by the hour or based on how many widgets they're able to put together, as opposed to professionals like lawyers and investment bankers who are paid for the results of their work. They get paid to make the deal happen, and nobody cares whether...
And so he's saying that's good? That we would treat someone based on the result of their work, okay? So that is what he said there.
Yeah. Yeah, because then he says this. He says, go ahead.
Yep.
50 hours or 20 hours. And wouldn't you say that it's better for musicians to be seen as professionals like lawyers or bankers rather than assembly line workers? Like, imagine you hired a wedding band, and then when it came time to pay them afterwards, you're like, I don't know, the second and third songs that you picked, they weren't that hard to play. I'm only going to pay you half. And again...
and
then he flipped
so lost.
He flipped it. He should have said... He should have said... That's more in line with the lawyer banker thing. Is you're paying them, you're not paying them based on the labor theory of value. You're paying them based on the result of the deal. But then maybe he was being facetious when he said, "Wouldn't you rather?" It sounded like he was being serious.
I can't tell. It sounded like he was in favor of that. But then the way he's saying this part makes it sound like he doesn't agree with that. I don't.
Yeah, he definitely flipped that around. Definitely.
I don't understand.
That was weird. Maybe. I don't know. That is hilarious. Come on, Lee.
Again, I place a lot of the blame for that on prog, because one of the core values of the genre is making music that's technically difficult and complex. They see...
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm glad you paused there.
I need to rewind. I'm missing something in my brain.
Hired a wedding band, and then when it came time to pay them afterwards, you're like, I don't know, the second and third songs that you picked, they weren't that hard to play. I'm only going to pay you half. And again, I place a lot of the blame for that on prog, because one of the core values of the genre is making music that's technically difficult and complex. They see inherent value in both of those things. And trust me, I get the appeal of that. When I was 22 and I listened to a ton of Lightning Bolt, Cecil Taylor, and Spastic Inc., and all I wanted to hear was like the weirdest, most off-the-wall shit with the craziest shredding, it was cool, it was fun, and I do still like all that stuff. So
what was the point of his banker investment people argument? I don't. I'm
I
very
think that it's
lost.
based off of that you. I don't know.
I,
Yeah,
I
because it.
really don't know. I'm kind of lost on this one.
I
Um,
genuinely think he messed up. I think what he wanted to say was, um, I think he was trying to correlate the musician thing to something like, hey, it doesn't matter how many hours you worked, right? You're not an assembly line
yeah,
worker. It doesn't matter if you put out a great thing, you should get paid for how amazing the art was. But then he gives a negative example by saying you didn't do well. So now he actually rebutted his own thing by going, well, if you do a bad job, you're going to make less money as a musician, which
right.
maybe is what his argument was.
But then he says I would place a lot of the blame for that on Prague
And I hate that
because they
line.
focus a lot of their ability on the technical aspects. I don't. So he's
How does
he's
that
saying
correlate?
that the idea that musicians get paid less for doing a bad job or like that, but and he places the blame for that on Prague.
Which is dumb because what does Prague
Oh
have
my
to do with his
god,
labor theory
man!
of value of music?
This video is way worse than when Dan and I initially viewed it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I think this video, like, if
Oh,
you're like a fan of his, um, watching this video without doing what we're doing probably makes somebody be much more convinced. Just because you hear all those quick little talking points and you hear them
yeah.
flow,
Yeah.
you're very quick to go, oh, oh yeah, oh my God, very
Right.
cleverly. Oh, that was very witty of you. So now I agree with you more. Like it's he's taking jabs and then he's backing them up with these weird economic theories that really genuinely have no place here.
Well, yeah, a lot of people do that. A lot of people just, throw on the video. They're like, "Oh, new Finn
Yeah. They
McKinney
say
video."
what.
They just listen to it and stuff
Yeah.
like that that they may not disagree with, or that they may disagree with. That
I just don't think they understand it. I think
well,
that
I
just
I
it
think
sounds
I think
good.
it just goes by. They're just sort of in passing, hearing it. And they're like, "Oh, yes, whatever, sure, I guess, I don't know," and they just keep listening, and they just go about their day, and they don't even question what they were hearing there. And what's funny is because you could argue that this is very damaging or very dumb things to say, but almost goes against what I was just saying. It's like, well, if the person who's listening to it isn't even listening to it, then what the fuck does it matter what he said? But
Well, but they will hear the key points. They'll go, oh,
sure,
prog musicians and their technical prowess are the problem with the music industry. Like
yeah,
that's not good. That's stupid
ah,
and
Yeah.
unfair.
that was, man, that might be, that's got to be one of the worst lines of argument. I don't even know what that was. I'm quite
Yeah. I'm still trying to dissect
I
Me too.
the
I don't understand how
wedding
this is
band
on
thing
prog
because
music. Like how is
The
it
so
wedding
playing?
band.
if you would argue that a band should be paid less because you don't like their product,
Well,
is
and that makes
does
sense.
that inherently devalue the product? Would the band be paid the same regardless?
Well, the thing is, he
Like I don't even know
seems.
if what he's saying makes
I
sense
think he
to his argument.
disagrees with that notion, but
He does.
and
But
the
then he says,
problem,
wouldn't you rather them be paid like a lawyer or a businessman? He says that. The
yeah. And
secret
then he
lady?
gives
I
an
don't know.
By
example
the
where he's
job.
like, "No, you wouldn't, right?"
Yeah.
But so it's like,
Yeah.
okay, well, so we're not paying them based on the
By how
like
many
we're
hours
not.
they work. That's a good point.
Oh, oh
Yeah,
wait. The
but then we're
weird thing
also
is
not
we
paying
do
them
that.
on effort. Um,
If Well, his original argument was that they shouldn't be paid based on how long it takes or valued. It shouldn't
but
be
yeah, he
valued
said
based
he
on how
didn't
long
like
it
that idea. Yeah.
he right, and then he says, but they already are paid. Like you are paid like that. If the population likes your music, doesn't matter how long it took, you're gonna make more money, even if somebody else worked longer and quote unquote harder
Yeah.
than. That's
But I
already
think that's his argument is like if the songs were good, but you say, oh, they weren't that technical or didn't seem that hard to play, that you would get paid less. So I think it kind of matches up.
I mean, but how is that? But okay, look. Moving
I don't really
past
know.
that insane line of reasoning, how is that? Like, how could you blame progressive music for that? That doesn't even make sense.
Well, because then that's saying
Uh,
that because the music isn't progressive enough that it becomes devalued. So
Or
therefore the
that,
band should be paid less
yeah.
because they're not playing things that are as technical. So that feeds
so
into
then
what
he does
scenario
agree with
he was
that?
saying. No, he doesn't. He's saying that
What?
bands should be paid based off of the products that they make, not what goes into the products. So he's focused on more output and
Sure.
input,
But,
which
no,
I
but,
agree with to an extent.
uh,
I don't know. The wedding thing, I don't. I just don't think that was a good example. I think that was just a
I
shitty
Terrible
example.
I just
example.
think that I'm a little bit lost. So he doesn't agree with the labor theory of value in that it devalues musicians to the point of assembly line workers, right? So the idea that the amount you should be paid for the amount of effort you put in, and so is he saying the okay? I have to do some work for him and just be
Uh,
essentially give him things that he did not say. Because the way this is all working out, that and the wedding thing and the investment banker thing are all the same thing, but he doesn't agree with any of it, um, even though it sounded like he did for the investment banker thing. Uh,
I honestly don't know.
I don't know. I'm so lost. I've never been so
so weird.
lost. Let's try and keep moving here. We're
Yeah,
we're
I have
making
a
progress.
So I
hard
get the
stop
appeal,
on one.
but I also understand it for what it is: musical masturbation.
Oh,
All this fixation on production and technique kind of misses the point. Mastering your instrument is just a means to an end. It's just something that enables you to make great music. It's not a goal in and of itself. And this is a problem. This is part of what's made
what? It can be though. It can be a goal in and of itself. Why couldn't it be?
I don't know why he showed a clip of Ron Jarzombek there. That was weird, especially since he said that
Well,
he likes Spastic Inc.
he said
So
that was
what the fuck?
musical masturbation, I guess. That's what that
Oh,
was
but
in
he's just
reference to.
playing. He's just playing guitar. What the fuck? It's not. I don't understand.
Yeah, I
What
didn't. I didn't
about
see
that?
him literally jack off the neck, and I didn't see cum spraying all over the camera. So I don't know.
That's
Like the
great.
dude is a fantastic musician. I mean, he's played in Blotted Science. He's a great guitar player. What about that clip or what about his writing is a problem? I just like he uses these examples that are just fucking retarded. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense.
Also, I genuinely thought you skipped back or forward because there was no segue out of that theory of value. Like, is it me or did he just jump
Hang
to
on.
the
Let
musical
me.
method?
I'll go back, but I
It
don't.
was very weird.
I don't know. Where. Fuck me. What? Hold on. I have to play it to figure out where the fuck we are.
third songs that you picked. They weren't that hard to play. I'm only going to pay you half. And again, I
Okay.
place a lot of the blame for that on prog because one of the core values of the genre is making music that's technically difficult and complex.
Okay.
They see inherent value in both of those things. And trust me, I get the appeal of that. When I was 22 and I listened to a ton of Lightning Bolt, Cecil Taylor, and Spastic Inc., and
Yeah,
all
when
I
I was
wanted
a
to
young
hear was
kid,
like
I
the
liked
weirdest,
shitty
most
music, too.
off-the-wall shit with the craziest shredding. It was cool, it was fun, and I do still like all that stuff. So I get the appeal, but I also understand it for what it is: musical masturbation. All this fixation on production and technique kind of misses the point. Mastering your instrument is just a
Sounded
means to
awesome.
an end. It's just something that enables you to make
I
great
know.
music. It's not a
What?
goal in and of itself.
How is that
and
a
this is a
bad-
problem. This is part of
There it
what's
is.
made the whole genre devolve into like guitarists trying to impress each other with how complex and difficult the material is and how sick their tone is, to the point where sometimes I feel like songwriting is almost an afterthought. Like, did anybody involved with this song really think that this was a great vocal hook? What?
Hold on. Pause for copyright. Christ.
It's a
yes.
great vocal
What do you
hook.
mean? I love that. Well, give me a break.
I do
I
too.
know I'm biased and I like fucking North Lane, but give me a break. Yes. Boom. I thought it was a great vocal hook. What are you talking about? What? I'm surprised he doesn't like this.
What does that have to do with anything he just mentioned?
I don't know. Nothing. Like
Yeah,
this has. What, is he
What
talking
about
He's-
that is
Suddenly he's on vocals
masturbation.
instead of guitars now. Like, what the fuck is he
Yeah.
talking about?
he said musical masturbation, and then he said they're just trying to impress. Oh, that's what I didn't like. He said, "Yeah, dude, wow, okay, a facet of prog metal is all the things he said." Well, no, because it's not just about production value.
He said it was a core value.
Yeah, I don't. Is that true? I don't think.
No.
What do you mean by
What is
production?
that?
Like,
What a core
maybe-
value is? What fucking
Like-
playing random fucking riffs and musical masturbation? What the
well,
fuck?
but like Josh Travis, he worked really hard to get his tone, and to
Yeah.
devalue the production work that it took to get that timbre would be, you wouldn't have his music without that. So yeah, I think the production value is extremely
to
important.
say it would affect
Yeah.
the way that his product sounds? It wouldn't be the same.
Maybe he's saying
Like-
the emphasis, like the
I guess-
focus on, like, oh,
On
look,
that, maybe.
it's all about that.
I
Maybe,
guess
which
he
I
would
could agree with.
argue that that is a bad thing, though. That Josh Travis's, whatever, all that time he spent, it's like, oh, but you didn't focus on the songs, and whatever you think of his music, like I like some of Josh Travis's songs. I especially like his older material and Tony Danza.
Oh
like-
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tony Danza Tap Dance Extravaganza.
Such
Fuck
a stupid name.
It is a dumb name. I don't care.
What does
Like-
that even mean?
I don't
What a
know.
reference.
Tony Danza was a real person or something.
He was. That's weird. All right,
Uh,
and then
I'm curious.
and then vocal.
I don't know why he suddenly got on North Lane there. I rewound it. Hang on.
Song.
Okay.
Really think that this was a great vocal hook?
Oh. Pausing for copyright. I like missed it before.
He's a big mouth.
Yeah, he does have a big mouth. What's up,
Is that
Marcus?
is that what's his name?
Marcus.
Marcus from North
Oh,
Lane?
that's the other guy. Never mind. Not. I can't think of the psychologist. What's his
Adrian.
name? Yeah, Adrian. thank you.
now he
Oh,
left.
Adrian. No,
He left a
Adrian's
long
been
time
gone for a
ago.
while now.
Adrian. All right.
Yo, Adrian.
That's a pretty good Rocky.
Damn, man, how long does he play this clip for? I know I've paused it every second, but
That's all right.
come on.
I don't mean to
Yes, that was a good vocal hook. Boom, refuted. Next.
be harsh here. I'm legitimately asking the question. If they did, and this is what they came up with, then that's totally cool. I respect it. But I kind of
what?
doubt that they did. Because I
Huh?
talk to people in bands
What do you mean?
all the time, and they talk about guitar tone and drum samples 100 times more than they talk about vocal melodies or writing catchy choruses.
I don't get what's happening right now. What is he talking about? So he's like, did
Well,
anyone think
because
this
the
was a
focus
good
is on-
vocal hook? And then he's
because
like,
the
I'm
focus
honestly
is on
asking.
guitars, that as a result, other aspects of the songs are suffering. Maybe that's his whole point is, oh, the focus was on the guitars for that album, so the vocal hooks suffered as a result. That's the only thing I can think.
How could he even, fathom that? How could you even imagine
I don't know.
that's the case? Like, in the sense
That's
that,
some mental gymnastics.
what is your
there.
fucking thought process in trying to, what is, not even thought process, what am I trying to say? Fuck me, man. Like,
Train of
what line of thought led you to believe that the guitars overpowering everything, or whatever the fuck he's saying, is somehow led to that vocal hook, and that vocal hook is bad, and that somehow, because they wrote the guitars that way, that's why the vocal hook is quote unquote bad, when
I don't know.
I don't.
Isn't that a
I'm
causation
sorry.
correlation thing? He's saying,
I-
oh,
Yeah, it absolutely is.
because I think the this is bad subjectively. It's proof that the guitars are overpowering it. That is
Yeah,
a
that
terrible.
means
Yeah,
that
that's so
means the
stupid.
guitars must have been the primary writers, and that's why the
And they
vocals are
weren't there.
not good.
Like you
Yeah.
said, they were
Fuck are you
not
talking-
Which
overpowering
is
it
not
there.
true. They are.
No,
Northlane is.
I
They're not
don't-
a vocally driven
Well,
band, but their vocals
subjectively,
are
think
huge
whatever you
part.
want of it. Maybe you hate that chorus, maybe you don't. I don't fucking hate it. I love that song. That's Clockwork.
I
It's a
love that
great
chorus.
song.
Yeah, it is great.
And so, what the fuck is he on? How could he ever know that? What? I don't. It doesn't make any sense. How could he possibly guess at what caused them
Yeah.
to write that as a vocal?
And then another buoy of his argument is that I've talked to Northlane fans, and they say that the guitar or whatever they talk more about. So it's not even like they're saying that they prefer the guitar work of Northlane over Marcus's singing. He's just speculating based on what they prefer to discuss. That they think that the vocals are bad. Which means they also might think the drums are bad or the production's bad. Like, why not go the whole mile? Oh, Northlane sucks except for their guitar. Obviously not, because those are fans of Northlane. It's a
Let's
stretch.
say.
That's crazy.
What is he?
Yeah.
I don't know what he's talking about.
And to be just totally blunt and honest, I think that this mindset of placing value on complexity in art is kind of immature. And I know because I did it too. I think everybody does. It's kind of a natural part of being an artist, I think, is that phase where you really fixate on technique and complexity. But you got to grow out of that. And I'm not.
I mean, so I will agree with that
Yeah.
in isolation. I will, yeah, I think there is a point, like, before you figure out, like, where you kind of are just throwing everything at a wall as an artist, and then you kind of figure yourself out and you figure out what you want to do. Fine.
Oh, sure. And as a
Yeah.
fan,
But
too. Yeah.
I don't, for one, I don't see how that applies at all to that Northlane song or whatever, but I don't, Northlane's music isn't that complex. Like, it's not that crazy anymore. Really ever. Like, it wasn't ever, like, that crazy, you know? They had some more complex stuff, I think, in their older material, maybe, when they were trying to be a bit more djenty and all that, but
Yeah,
don't-
and whatever else.
and also, I really don't like the pretentious, I'm the big brother here to tell you,
Yeah.
how it's
Yeah, that is
actually
what that
done
is.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that rock has. If anything, they're just going deeper down that rabbit hole. Like when I was a graphic designer at the beginning of my career, I over-designed everything.
He's only saying that because he failed at being a graphic designer. There you go. Boom. Figure that out. Graphic design's such a fucking hard field to break into. So he failed. He's angry about it. And now he's taking it out on everyone. There we go.
You could give me the simplest brief in the world, and I would always try to cram as many fonts in there as I could and make everything
you
as
suck.
like detailed and glitchy as I could. Use every effect in the book because I thought that made me a better designer to do more. And my
Well, I guess that's a fault of your own there, Finn. Not
Yeah,
society.
hypocrite.
Like it's not prog music's fault that you did that. Not that he's saying that, I know. I'm just fucking around, but
He's saying he's a cautionary tale, I guess.
I guess
Yeah.
so. And you know what? In psychology, we would call that a case study, which famously cannot be applied to the general population.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, an anecdote. Yeah, for sure. Yep.
art directors would kind of come over here with this pained look on their face like, there's a lot going on here. Maybe we could simplify it a bit. And I would always get so mad, like, no, you can't simplify it. Are you crazy? You're gonna ruin it. But guess what? They were right. And as I got
Not necessarily, to be fair. Maybe you actually did have a good idea. Unfortunately, that's one of those situations. I've dealt with this with a couple of my professors where they just have these, like, sometimes they give me good reasons why something of mine maybe doesn't work, maybe the message isn't coming through, whatever. But then other times I will get these vague nothing things where, it's not good, it's too busy. What the fuck does that mean? What does busy really mean? Tell me. What's so busy about it? If that was the point of it, then is it too busy? You know, like, give me a break here.
Yeah.
He fucking gave in to the fucking people just shitting on him. And I kind of get it. It can be pretty demoralizing. But, you know, fight for what you fucking believe in, as lame as that sounds. Like, if you believe you have something, then fight for it, argue for it. You know, maybe he did, I don't know. But to just be like, oh yeah, you know, they were totally right. That's the appeal to what? Authority, basically.
Yeah.
Already.
Man, he's hit several fallacies in this. Like this idea that, oh well, you know, they were older and smarter than me, and you know they were more accomplished, so they must be right. It's like, no, maybe they're just an old fucking person that's not, you know, willing to evolve past what they
Yeah.
perceive as being correct. You know, like,
Yeah.
come on.
I got better and matured as a designer, I learned to appreciate restraint. And I came to understand that actually it's kind of a cop-out. It's very easy to take this approach of just throwing everything that you possibly can into a piece of art and hoping that some parts of
Only if you're doing it pointlessly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wouldn't say it's easy. Like, it can be very hard to make something that's simple, but it can also be very hard to make something that's complex. Like, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. It's a case by case
I
basis.
was
He's
gonna
trying to
say.
apply these
Yeah.
like universals to, you know, to music in general, and it's not the way it works.
I was about to
It's not
say.
that simple. It's simplistic. Like way more nuance than this, and this is lacking nuance in so many ways. Even the examples he's using are just all over the place. I'm like, even when he's referencing entire bands, I'm like, what part of their work? What songs? What about their songs? Break it down. Give me something
I
other than
know.
just, oh, here's an example. You figure it out. Fuck
Like, if you
you.
want to,
Like,
like, just take that one Northlink chorus, break that down for 20 minutes. Like, come
Yes.
on.
Yeah.
yeah, what about the chorus? Is it too simple? Is it generic? Does it not have a lot to it? There's not enough layers, not enough dynamic. Is it too repetitive? We could go on for, you know, forever and be like, we can analyze this from objective standpoint and make an argument. I don't know, I might consider it and go, okay, yeah, maybe this song does leave a lot to be or you know, that hook leaves a lot to be desired. Is it the fault of progressive music? I don't fucking think so. I mean, what is the mental gymnastics to get to that point? To try to
Wouldn't it-
fit your argument. Just the cognitive dissonance in this whole video makes me just want to just drink bleach. I might actually do it. I fucking can't.
In
no
Minecraft,
sense.
YouTube, he means that in
In
Minecraft.
Minecraft, yeah.
The bleach block.
I'll make
Yeah.
bleach. Oh,
The bleach blog.
Yeah,
So-
we're building a house out of it. That's what he means. It's good for you in Minecraft.
The
Very
one thing I
fine.
wanted to say about the that Big Brother mentality where he goes, I did that. He you know how in high school or college they make you write your essay and one of your paragraphs has to be the other side of the argument, like you have to devil's advocate
Yeah.
and then sort of disprove that. That was his way of preventing. He was using that in like a, well, you can't say that I don't know because I was there too, and then I got out of it. Like you could never go, well, dude, you don't know what that's like because he used his own, like we said, case study, anecdotal, as a sort
Yeah,
of
he
way
tried
of
to use that.
closing that.
Well, yeah, he is definitely trying to use that as like. Well, I think we said that in part one of this where he brought up some bands, you know, because he was saying some things where you know people would obviously disagree with him, and then he was like, but look, I get it. I listen to obscure band that no one listens to. I get it, you know, man. Yeah, like that is. And what's funny is people will do that stuff to try and be like, no, look, I'm totally a reasonable person. That's the whole.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, people will throw up the
manipulation.
whole, it's my opinion, it's whatever, it's rage bait, it's blah,
Your
blah,
opinion
blah.
is bad. That's what I say.
Yeah, and it's just like, okay, if it's your opinion, I don't know, like, are you gonna, you should have said that at every turn and fucking point if you're just gonna claim the whole video is your opinion.
Yeah.
You know, they should.
Right.
In my opinion, I think this is why this is that, and in my opinion, I also think this. But you know what? That would get really annoying. And
Okay, well, in
you
my
know what?
opinion,
for some
you should
things,
be
I get it.
deported.
If you say I like this or I don't like this, okay, I understand that's your opinion because you said I like it or I dislike it, and that's fine. But
In my
guess
opinion,
what?
you should be
You
exiled
named
to the
this.
moon.
Yeah, he named it the problem with progressive music. He
Right,
has
right,
made a
right.
declarative statement.
Last 4 minutes.
Whoa, let's
parts of it come
go.
out cool because really
are
that's just like spray and pray. That's throwing
Also, I would just like to say the last 4 minutes is going to get wild. I didn't realize it happened within the last four
can't
minutes,
wait.
but I remember it. I
Okay.
remember something
Can't
that
wait.
I think gets brought up that really pissed me off.
shit at a wall and hoping some of it sticks. But what's really, really hard is being deliberate. Having a vision of where you want to go, a concept, and then deliberately executing on that, achieving that vision by using only what you need and nothing more. There's a Hemingway
agree
quote about
with
this
that.
that I really like. Write the story, take out the good lines, and see if it still works.
Wait, what? Write the story. Take out all the good law. What does that mean? I don't. How did that factor into? Wait,
It's
but I
like
thought the whole
being-
point was to be deliberate, and then, what? Sorry, am I an
I
idiot?
don't know.
What?
No,
I don't know if
break it
that's-
down, Andrew. Break it down for us.
Write the story. Take out all the good lines. Oh, I see. So he's saying if it's all good lines, you won't have a story, I guess. Like if you wrote a crappy story with a bunch of witty lines
Yeah.
and then you took out all the good lines, do you just have a boring which see,
I don't know
I'm
if I
torn
like
on
that
that.
really either. Because
a story
good
needs
lines implies there's like he's talking about dialogue
lines.
almost.
yeah,
and-
or that too, yeah. Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
That Ernest Hemingway.
Well,
I don't
No, you
know.
can have a good line, like a good line that's just exposition, no dialogue. Like, wow, that was a good sentence or whatever. I think is what old man in the sea means.
Well,
like,
I think if I had to be generous, I think I might say this is almost like saying because that sounds dumb in a way when I read it, but I think if I had to be
Hemingway.
generous, I would say it's essentially saying take out all of the more maybe exaggerated or
Yes, the
flowery
shock.
language lines.
Yeah.
You know, see if your plot or whatever story falls apart, then it's
It's a
not
shitty-
actually
Then-
good.
I think
You
you,
know-
should just not write a story.
no, it
You should
means
give
you're
up.
leaning too heavily on the 1% of the story, and the 99% is just fluff. You're just writing fluff there. Nobody wants a book that's all fluff.
Right. Sorry, I was getting it lost in my mind. I think, yeah, you're right on that.
And Hemingway, I trust him. I think he killed himself at the end of his life. He had a crazy life. I think. Yeah, Hemingway he survived like every disease. I think that was Hemingway. Then he blew his brains out. Crazy. Sorry, go ahead.
Wow,
Sorry.
that's fun.
Atlantic was Hemingway. It might have been somebody else. I don't know. Fuck him. He's dead.
Oh yeah,
Sorry,
he
go
took his
ahead.
life with a shotgun.
Oh,
Yeah,
is
he
that
did.
right?
He did. Well,
He's dead.
Anxiety-ridden and depressed, he was twice hospitalized at the Mayo Clinic on July 22nd, 1961. He took his life with a shotgun at his house. Wow, yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, and his wife. This is what I hate about.
Physical and mental deterioration. Wow.
And now we have Old Man in the Sea, which I don't know if I've ever read. It's kind of
Wow, that's
embarrassing.
crazy.
I don't think I've read any Hemingway, but to be fair, I've read like 3 books in my whole life. So
So Finn is saying, if you have a song, if you have a song that's a bunch of boring garbage with a couple of, well, as he might put it, some riffs that are
yeah.
supporting all of it, then you've got a shitty song, which don't disagree with.
Well, but what in that sense though? Yeah, I guess so because there are songs I've heard where I like a couple moments. That happens quite often actually. Like I'm like, oh, I like this part, but the rest of the song I'm just like, I don't know if I really care to get through it all just to get to that
Yeah.
one part I like.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
Yep.
But the only
Intros are like
problem
that.
with all of this is you as the artist naturally, if you are writing it, you probably think it's good.
Yeah, of course.
Like
of
if
course.
you put it out to the public, presumably you like it.
Yeah.
So
You're biased.
I don't know how you begin to figure out what is good and what is bad if you think it's all good, but whatever.
Oh,
works. Or
Ernest
to put it in
Hemingway's
musical
father
terms,
also killed
right?
himself.
Do what, Dan?
Ernest Hemingway's father also killed himself. Sorry, I'm just reading into his
Jeez.
history. It's
No,
incredible.
it's all right. We can flex.
Suicide runs in the family. Anyway, continue.
Good lord.
Well, depression probably does.
It's
Go ahead.
depressing. That's what it
Yeah,
is.
that's probably the more accurate way to say that.
Suicide runs in the family. That's great.
Write the song, take out the indulgent solos, overplaying, and effects, and see if it still works. That's why a song like Royals by Lorde is way more impressive to me than anything Dream Theater has ever done.
I'm gonna
Oh,
fucking kill
there
him.
it
I
is.
really am. I'm gonna
What?
kill him.
He did not just say that.
There it is.
That's it.
Dude,
there's
what?
now as a bounty on Finn McKenty's head of
What the fuck?
fucking shit.
Oh my gosh. Oh, one of my
I
headphones.
don't even have the mental capacity to handle this. Like at the moment, like I actually need
Wait,
to.
you-
I almost.
Can you play
We
that again?
have
Just-
to get through this part at least.
Oh,
If
you
the
can just
video's
go.
almost done, I'm sure the last minute of his video is just outro. Let's get through this. We can do it.
I
We're
don't know.
almost done.
We're
Go.
done.
We can try.
will never be royal.
Pausing for copyright. I wish I didn't have to pause. Oh my god. Yep, we've all heard it, Finn. No one doesn't know what this song is.
Yeah. Did he really have to play this?
Yeah.
Boring
Blah, blah,
video.
blah.
Sure, the Dream Theater stuff is very, very hard to
boring
play.
song.
I'm sure those mixes are super complex, with tons of subtle effects and layers and all that stuff. But I would argue that it's way harder to write a song like Royals, and in some ways it might actually be harder to perform it, because there's nothing to hide behind in that arrangement. Just the
That's not true. A lot of fucking pop artists hide behind backtracks, so I don't know what you want to
I was
say
gonna
about that.
say.
Well, and in that song, I don't hate the argument itself.
I don't either.
Like, he's saying simplicity is sometimes better, or is oftentimes better, because you actually have the raw pieces that you can. Yeah, I wouldn't say
It's hard to
I don't-
write simple songs.
It
that are
is.
good. Like
it's hard to
less
write
is more.
complex songs that are good.
That's
Yeah.
true. And you can
So-
oversimplify, and it's boring. So,
Yeah.
which means this is a good example. If you like this song, like,
I was gonna say
I don't
I
know.
personally
can't
find this
stand this
song
song.
very boring, but
Oh, it's
Yeah.
just it's
Yeah, it is.
insufferable. There's
It is
nothing to
boring.
it. There's just nothing there. It's the same melodies you hear, the same key as all these like just depressed, just white girl pop songs. It's just all the same shit that you hear playing in Wendy's at 3:00 p.m. on a Friday. Same with Adele. Same, like at least Adele's a good singer, and Lorde's a great singer too. But it's like, what does it say to the songwriting whenever it's just it could be anybody doing this song? It could be I wouldn't know. I didn't know that was Lorde. I didn't know who the hell. Like, there's nothing to it that's proprietary to go, wow, this is truly innovative. Like, you can like it, but that doesn't mean that it stands out in any way. It's just the same kind of like 2000s whoa oh oh melodies, and those same.
what's funny
oh,
is I think a lot of people, from what I heard at the time when this song came out, a lot of people did like it because it was apparently different. I don't really see it that way. It may have been. It is.
I don't get how.
It's very much of that time to me. Like this is well into like like this is when all the quote unquote indie bands became more pop idols, the Imagine Dragons and all that, and they all kind of popularized this style, this maybe slightly more. I don't want to say stripped back because it's not really. It's more like using folky instruments for your instruments instead of electronic ones. It still kind of had the same amount of things in it. It's just it was using. Oh, hey, Svartalfoss is on the TV in here. That's nice. That was a nice
there's
just
definitely
thing to
still-
look away to.
like drums under that. I'm sure there's some synthetic thing going on too that is helping that sound that good. That's not
Well,
as
yeah, Exactly.
Absolutely,
The
it is.
the main like bass drum
Yeah.
beat you
Yeah.
would call it
I need
is,
to poop
I'm pretty
so
sure,
bad.
a fucking fake one. It might
Yeah.
have an actual drum layered over it, an actual kick drum, but and instead of a snare, she's using snaps.
Yeah.
And
Hold on, I gotta
so
poop. I'll be back.
you got to poop.
Desperately, like you don't even
All
know.
right, let's just hurry. I'm sorry. We're gonna keep playing this because it is 1 a.m. So we're gonna
Yeah, I need
keep
to go to
playing this.
bed.
We're just gonna get through it. But yeah,
Yeah.
hopefully it'll still be here when you get back. Go.
The vocals, and some very minimal drums.
We count our dollars on the trade.
Copyright. I'm gonna get so tired of saying that. Eventually,
Like, I mean, anybody can do this. I don't know. Like, not
I
that
mean,
she's a
obviously
bad
not
singer,
anybody, right? Obviously not everybody can sing or whatever. But yeah, I don't.
but any pop star, like, I mean, there's so many effects on her voice, and there's so little contributing to this song that she's doing. Like, she would be nothing without all of the synths, the backing tracks, the snaps, the little auxiliary sounds, the melody that probably her producer wrote. I don't know if she's self-produced, maybe.
I'm not
But
sure.
if she wrote
I'd have to look
the
into.
song, I would at least give her credit for the actual
She
compositional
may
element.
have.
But there's so many good singers. There's incredible singers that are as good, if not better, than Lord. That could. It's not like this is this amazing melody that's so catchy and memorable and fantastic that it just withstands the fucking test of time and pioneered a whole new thing. And she's doing this incredible thing with her voice. Like, I could see if she was in a range that was just one of a kind to be like, wow, yeah, you have to get on stage and hit these notes that are impossible to hit, and there's nothing to hide behind. It's just you and your a cappella or whatever, and there's very little. And you like, even like Ariana Grande. Like, I'm not a huge fan of her, but she supposedly sings in keys that are really, really, really hard to hit. And I'm like, okay, I can respect that. That's unique. But what's unique about this? I've heard 20 million fucking songs that sound exactly like this. I mean, there's just
One could
nothing
probably
to it.
argue that it's because of this song that you've heard 20 million songs that sound like this. In the sense that,
I mean, if this song pioneered, but even then, it doesn't, like, just because you're the first of its kind, yeah, I guess that's, props if this was the song that pioneered this wave of pop.
yeah.
But even this isn't that stand out from most other pop songs. I mean, it seems, if anything, like a watered down version of the early 2000s pop. That actually had more elements in it. This is just very stripped back, which maybe is to his point. The vocals don't carry it enough to be this monumental proprietary product. It just doesn't. It's fucking boring, to be honest. It's just a boring. It's like
I
elevator
also
music.
find it boring. Yeah, fuck that. Even like when I think of elevator music, I think of like the fun, like kind of fast jazz stuff. I love
Oh yeah,
that stuff. Funnily enough, I love
fair
that shit. That stuff's kind of fun.
enough. Fair enough. So it's worse than elevator
But funnily
music.
enough, this is elevator music now. It is just fucking playing over some
It
20-year-old
is just
blown
corporate
out
music.
speaker. The fucking bass is just clipping the shit out of it.
Shit, trash. Anyway,
Oh.
continue.
That felt great.
Yeah, I gotta keep. Wow, that was really fast.
Yeah.
The tiniest
blood
little
would
flaw is going to stand
say
out
so.
there, unlike these like majestic arrangements with 9 million layers where any imperfection is probably going to be covered up by the fact that there's just a ton of shit going on at any moment.
I mean, that's
I agree
not
with that.
most. That's not most prog music though, because I mean,
No.
I've definitely seen plenty of fucking bands that the vocals are very clear. I can hear the imperfections. Just because someone's not looking for them doesn't mean they're not there. Like,
Yeah, I mean, will
go
they
to a
stand out as
fucking-
much? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
think
they
they
do to
will.
me because I'm listening
Well, if you
to
take the solo-
everything.
The solo in Follow the Signs, Lee McKinney, funny enough, has been criticized for not being able to play it the same way that Jason Richardson has. And if you watch the videos, nothing against Lee, he's a fantastic guitar player. but he really can't keep up with that solo, and
Yeah.
you can tell. You absolutely can tell, and it very much shows when he tries to play it,
I was gonna say.
for one reason or another. So
It's like that
that
fucking
just, I
that
mean, right
Metallica
there.
video the other day. Remember
Oh,
that?
that
What's
was
this?
bad.
Yeah. Oh, that
That was not good. If that
that
was
was really
real,
depressing. That was it might be time for them to hang it up, unfortunately, and
I
I
think
will
it's
now go
time.
to my grave saying that I never got to see them, which is upsetting.
Me either.
But um, like this idea that there's nothing to hide behind, it's like, no, that's not true at all. I don't understand. The only way you would be able to
Unless
hide
it's
behind the other instruments is if you weren't loud enough or something. And also,
yeah,
I, and it's so he's saying it's just a different environment for a metal show. You do have a lot more instruments going on, and it is a lot. I guess it's not louder necessarily. It's more like it is a bit more chaotic. That's kind of a big draw of the genre. Is
yeah.
that
It's a
it's more
busier
it's
sound
yeah, it's harder, or it's like it's fast. It's
for
more
instruments.
something. I don't want to say harder. That's not the word. I don't know
Depends on
what the
the
word
venue.
Well,
is.
it's funny because a lot of these pop artists have all these visuals that they can hide behind.
Yeah,
Yeah,
They have
that's
I was
true.
about
smoke,
to
they have
say
fireworks, they have
they're fucking
pyrotechnics, they have
they're
other shit.
insane
You know,
fans are just sitting there going, "Ah, she's so stunning. Look, she's so
yeah, all these
beautiful.
lights
Ah,"
hiding
and
shit.
she's just up there.
Where
She could fucking whip a dick
they
out
can hide behind auto tune. How many
and just
fucking
be
are
like, "Look at
hide
me!"
behind
Start jacking up
like
on the
lip
crowd, and
syncing?
everyone's
A lot
like,
of these
"Yay!"
pop artists lip sync. They don't even actually fucking sing. Who's to say that it's really her up there? I mean, he
I'm not
gives
gonna
pop artists
say
way
I'm
too
not gonna
much
say that
credit.
because I have no fucking proof of that necessarily. There's been proof of that for certain artists, but
Oh
they
yeah, not
do.
that every
There
artist
are
does that,
backing tracks for sure, where the
and
backing
that.
tracks they'll have the melodies in there and they'll sing along to them. You can absolutely hide behind that shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Seen plenty of live videos where you can just tell you stop hearing their voice, like their live
Yeah, they
voice,
stop
and
singing.
you can hear the backing track. And not
Yeah,
that you can't have the backing track, it's just that this idea that that these pop artists can't hide, or well, he's just
they have
citing Lord
nothing but
here,
their
but he is
voice. It's like
speaking.
that's just not
Yeah, he's
true.
citing Lord here, but he is speaking generally about pop music over metal. And like I mean, you and I, we saw Dream Theater last year. They were
Yeah,
great. I could hear
they
their
were great.
vocalist very clearly. If he was fucking things up, I would have been able to hear
Yeah,
it.
I was gonna say there were
Yeah.
times where it didn't exactly match the
It
song, and I could tell the
Yeah,
difference. You can
and
tell the difference,
part of that is just he's older now. Like some of
right?
those notes that he used
They
to
all
hit, he's
are.
just not going to be able to anymore.
It depends on the venue too. Like if you it doesn't matter
Yeah,
what kind of band you're listening to. If you're in a small venue, you're close to the stage, so you're not getting that, back of the theater speaker effect that you really should have whenever you listen to live music. Like you should be as far really away from the band as you can be so that the music actually blends. Being up really
oh yeah.
close kind of does
I
you a
always
disservice.
stand in the back. Like I
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
hear everything.
But even if you had some indie band that's playing something simple, it's going to sound muddier and busier because you're in a place where the acoustics don't favor the music. Metal, and I've always said this that like it is hard to hear. Like you can like I went and saw Polaris in Charlotte and I knew the songs really well, so it wasn't as much of an issue. But like it sounds, but it's not them in their studio. The music sounds great, and I bet if I didn't stand all the way up by the barrier or whatever by the stage, it would have sounded better. And that's
Yeah.
true for any band. So I don't think it's the
I
genre or
mean,
the
it
music.
also just comes down to sound mixing too, because
That's
I stand
true.
at the
Yeah.
back for like every show, and I've gone to plenty where I'm sitting there, and I'm like, man, I can't hear this instrument like at all.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah.
and that's not the band's fault. Like, if all I can
No.
hear is drums and fucking vocals and bass drops, it's like, well, am
Yeah.
I gonna say, wow, the guitarists are really
Yeah,
hiding behind the drums and vocals here?
Right,
I
right.
bet they're fucking up a lot. It's like, no. They're not hiding behind it. It just comes down to mix. Lord's a fucking millionaire. Like, she can have all the best sounding shit.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know. It's just
You know, at
this
the
is a
time.
dumb argument. It's just it doesn't apply to either world. Like we're talking about, there's so many factors that go into this stuff. You can't just generalize it down like this.
moment in time. And honestly, I think a lot of these bands have kind of
That was crap, right, guys? Huh? That was terrible. He's hiding
not
behind. I know.
lost the plot of progressive
Yeah.
music. I mean, take something like Chick Corea Electric Band. R.I.P. to
Hey.
the legend Chick, by the way.
Wow.
You can say what you want. Obviously, this stuff is a little bit corny in hindsight. After all, it is like 30 years old now. But they were exploring uncharted territory. They were trying something new, pushing the boundaries. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. But they were truly being progressive in
It sounds like you know who they are, Andrew. I do not know this.
I know.
band.
I've heard of Chick Corea. It might be a different Chick Corea. I remember.
Really? You think there's more than one of those?
Yeah, yeah.
I
Somebody.
mean, what they're doing inherently is progressive. That's the funny thing, is that like they may not fall under the umbrella of the genre itself, but
I mean, he is saying
mean,
that. He
this-
is saying they are progressive. It's just
so what? This is better than modern progressive music because
yeah. He's saying take a band
the
like
focus
this, for
is
example.
different?
They were being he's
sounds like
it was a
nostalgia,
little corny,
man.
but they were being progressive or whatever. But
the sense of pushing the limits. Whereas now I feel like progressive is really just another label for a sound. They've lost that progressive mindset. I feel like what most people now call progressive isn't actually progressive at all. It's really just imitating what the actual innovators were doing 20, 30, or 40 years ago. It's kind
that I think there is some validity to that. A lot of people will look at like a
Maybe.
gent band and be like, yeah, man, this is prog. And I'm like, I guess by the proxy of gent being in the progressive genre for
Yeah.
like, I don't even know. Yeah, it not really.
I would
It's
say
not
that
really
about
progressive
every
when it
genre of music, though. I would say this very thing about every single genre. Like
Yeah, which begs I guess he's kind of calling to what progressive means as a genre, which I think there's some
Sure.
validity to that. I don't want to hear another gent band or
He should
a
have started
band
with
just
this.
doing.
This should have been his opening
He should have
argument.
started with
Why
this.
is he ending the video with this?
Well, I was gonna say this should kind of be. I mean, obviously he's ending it because he thinks everything else supports it. When I don't think so.
That's not how you do an
No, it
argument.
doesn't.
It's not
I was
a-
about to say like I could.
No, I
could get
think
a
that
bit
there's
more
some validity to
behind
this.
this. I can get more behind this argument. Yeah, this video
Me
should
too.
be 2 minutes long. Because I would generally agree that I feel like honestly just most music has gotten stale for me, but
Yes.
not that I don't still find diamonds in the rough, right? Like I have several albums that came out. There's several albums that came out this year that I really liked in genres that I long have been wanting something new from, and I don't need a band to completely reinvent the wheel here. Like I just like if you add something just even a little bit new or just a little bit different to your sound that gets me to listen to it and I like it, well then okay. I'm not gonna call it prog necessarily because I like Knocked Loose's new album, but it's not prog. They're not really.
No.
I wouldn't say they've pushed the whole genre forward. It's just is really solid and really good.
Yeah.
So I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would generally agree with this. It's just that I don't know. Unfortunately, we're in the last couple minutes of this video, and I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of evidence to support this. Because without the evidence to support it, then all we get is just going, oh yeah, I generally agree with that, I think. And I mean,
Yeah.
how worthless is that?
Yeah.
It's kind of ironic,
You're-
right?
you're
I mean,
gonna
I
stop
think
it?
copying
never mind.
Dream Theater
Sorry.
is actually the exact opposite
No, it's
of
okay.
being progressive. So, what am I saying?
Whoa. What did he just say? Let me.
So he's saying that because Dream Theater is almost become like the staple of a genre, and they haven't continued to push their sound forward, despite what they initially pioneered that they're now less progressive, which
Well,
I guess if you're looking at it in a
did
very
they
linear
label
way,
themselves that way?
I think so. Yeah, they're
Okay.
pretty self-proclaimed prog, from what I know.
I mean,
But it's
I
just kind of
still
an unspoken.
I still don't see bands constantly putting out, 3-hour long fucking albums with 20-minute songs.
Well, and that
They're
doesn't
still-
inherently make
I
something
know it could just
progressive,
be,
but
20 minutes of fart noises or something, but
right. That's just avant-garde
Still,
at that
though.
point. It's just
30 or 40 years
stupid.
ago. It's
That's
kind of
not
ironic,
even-
right? I mean, I think copying Dream Theater is actually the exact opposite of being progressive. So, what
Kind
am I
of.
saying? Am I saying that everyone should dumb their music down and play simplistic crap to appeal to the masses?
yes. There you go.
a little
I
bit.
answered it. Yeah, kind of. That's kind of what you're saying. Whether he meant
No, I
to
don't
or
think
not, that's kind of what he said.
Absolutely
Definitely.
not. What I'm saying is challenge yourself to do both. To push the boundaries creatively and technically, and write catchy, hooky songs that appeal to people who aren't dudes with a guitar fetish. And
I'm just gonna go on record for anyone in the future that ever hears this. Write music for guys with a guitar fetish. Do it. You might write like the next big thing. You might inspire the next guy. Even if you aren't.
I was going to say,
guys
because
to do it.
Polyphia was kind of started out like that, and then they
Yeah,
ended up becoming what
absolutely.
they
I
are now.
admired them for their
So-
technical ability, especially because like they were
Yeah.
pretty young. They were like 16, 17.
I was going to say they're
Pretty big.
prodigies. Or,
I don't
yeah,
like
they're
the-
They were
He
not
tried
anymore.
to.
Now they're
Progressive music doesn't inherently, because he's talking about prog rock, right? Because what I was about to say right there,
Yeah.
after you guys said that,
Yeah.
I was gonna say before I thought about it. No, but I agree that prog music doesn't have to just be guitar heavy. But then the title of the movie, the title of the thing is the problem with prog rock or prog metal, right? I can't see
Oh,
it.
it's
It
a
says
problem
music.
with progressive music.
Does it say music specifically?
Yes, music.
That's
Yeah.
different. Because this whole time he talked about prog metal, pretty much prog rock. Actually,
Oh, yeah. I think we established that in the last video. He mostly exists in the metal world.
yeah. But so putting music is kind of not fair because this whole time he was talking about metal and rock, and he mentioned Rush and Dream Theater. These are all guitar. He even used that phrase, right? Guitar music. So that is by definition guitar and bass and singer and drum, I guess, fetish, if you want to use his term. So that's not fair to say, oh, don't appeal to the guitar fetish. Well, but that's what metal and rock, that's what it is. If you took away the guitar,
metal
you
rock
wouldn't-
have guitarists in it, so it's like, of course, it's
Right.
going to.
I was going to say,
appeal
people
to
listen to
guitarists.
it because they like the heaviness and the
It's also
distortion
going
of
to
the
appeal
guitar.
to drummers and vocalists.
Whether they
and
know it or not,
bassists.
they have kind of a fetish for it, I guess.
Yeah,
Like,
wouldn't
it's
listen
not
to
a
it.
fetish. Fetish implies there's a sexual
Or whatever, a
element.
preference, an affinity for
Just-
it,
Yeah.
whatever, an alignment with the sound
I
because
don't-
of the instrument, indirectly or otherwise.
Yeah, I
I
definitely
don't
don't find myself jacking off to people playing guitar. So obviously,
I
he's
do.
being facetious. Oh, you do? Oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Someone hot.
bit literal.
I mean, yeah, obviously he's being facetious, but just I don't know. No, for anyone out there that listens to this in the future, do it, write it. I don't care. No, like, who cares if Finn cares? Don't listen to him. Write that music. Maybe you write the next big thing. Or fuck, maybe you inspire the next generation to write the next big thing. Who cares? Like,
Yeah.
do it.
What
and
was
don't
his
look at
little
that as a
fence
compromise or
sitting? It was. Am I saying not to? What did he say? Am I saying not to write technical? No, but then he says, but write poppy stuff, right? And like, if you took away the rest of the video, I would agree with that, right? Write things that I don't know. Write things that sound good. Are we overcomplicating this a little bit? Like, write music.
I mean,
He-
even that, like, that's not really a helpful piece of anything. It's like, ow,
No, you're right.
fuck.
And the
Fuck.
problem.
I just
he
bashed
didn't
my
go.
knee into the desk, and I'm fucking
Like,
angry.
There's no need to
That
be.
fucking hurt.
All right, let's finish the video so I can fucking sleep. It is
Okay, go to bed. I was
1:30.
just gonna say he didn't provide any of the technical specifics that you would go into in a video like this. He just talked about
Yeah.
generalizations, which means whatever. What did we get out of it? Go ahead.
I
or
mean, not
dumbing down your
necessarily.
music or anything like that, because it's actually the exact opposite. It's actually an even more advanced creative challenge because you've added another set of constraints.
video?
And as much as a lot of creatives don't like to admit it, constraints actually help creativity. If you truly
They
want to
can.
challenge yourself, that's how you do it. To solve for two things at once, to write something that's progressive but also catchy and accessible. Because the honest truth is that it's really not that hard to write this super long, complex, shreddy song with no structure or hooks. It might be
not
hard
true.
to play it, but stringing together a bunch of fancy riffs is not that hard.
All right, pick up the guitar and do it. I'm not one to
You
pull out
do
this
it,
argument.
right.
Yeah, I'm not really one to pull out that argument because like you can criticize anything without having done it. Like I've never written a movie, but I'll criticize a fucking movie, whatever. But man, if you're gonna say it's
It's
not
not
that
hard.
hard, like fuck you, you do it. Like at least recognize.
I mean, if you don't
the
have any,
hard work.
if you want to just string it together with no standard, I guess, then
Yeah.
anybody
even then though,
and
like
do
the
you
hard
still have
work
to know
that
how
it
to write
takes,
a riff.
the hard work that it takes to put into even achieve this level of technical ability that he's referencing, it's like that's a lot of
Yeah.
hard work. Do it. Fuck you. How hard is it, Finn? Tell me in a few years.
He should have said, not that it's not hard, he should have said, it's not fun to listen to all the time.
Or
Yeah, or even
I'm-
innovative. Like
I'm
I can
happier
get behind
to
that.
just
Yeah.
agree with the argument that it's not like the whole idea that just because you have technical ability doesn't mean you can like put a song together. I'm happier to agree with
Sure.
that. I hate this
Yeah.
argument that it's not hard to do this. It's like, yes, it is.
Did you say constraints
Yeah, it is.
Help
When?
music? He said he said constraints help music. I don't like that
Well, yeah,
word.
he's saying that essentially it's the phrase
Got it.
pressure makes diamonds. He's like that kind of argument.
The constraint though, like
constraints
artistically,
or he said
is dumb.
constraints help creativity is what he said.
I don't like that. He should have said guidelines. You don't ever constrain yourself.
Well, that is a
He should-
constraint. Technically.
Yeah,
A
I
constraint.
agree.
Like a constraint implies that you're limiting your creativity. I don't, because I get it. He's saying don't just throw it all at the wall, and
Yes,
hope
yeah.
that, like the Hemingway thing. But put it all down. Maybe don't release it, but
Yeah.
don't constrain yourself. I don't like that wording. I know that's kind of nitpicky, but
No, I'm fine to nitpick. I don't care. Nitpicks are valid. I hate the idea that nitpicks aren't valid.
I mean they're
They're
real.
valid.
Yeah.
People will just you'll say something like true, but it's like it's small, but doesn't really affect everything. And
Yeah.
someone will just go, "Oh, well, that's a nitpick," and you're like, "Okay."
With an argument, it's very important. With
But
something like
it's
this
true.
is an essay. I would call this a video. It's not a great one, but
Oh
it is.
God, yeah, video
And-
essayists.
Oh, and those are important. That's the whole reason we're doing this podcast, right? It's about discussion.
Yeah,
It's about argumentation. It's about how eloquently you can put your point, how
Yeah.
rationally, and this is very, it's very subjective. It's not super specific. I know it's 10 minutes, but then I would say, like what Mahler put out 9 hours. Like if you really care, if you're not just doing it for content generation, which I worry that's what a lot of this is.
So hold on. Now I will look. I am a Mahler stan. Okay. Now
Right.
I do generally agree that if you're going to try and go into something like this, it needs to take you longer than 20 minutes. Like it just
Yeah.
does.
Yeah.
Like one of these arguments could easily fill out a 2-hour fucking video. Now,
Yeah.
I
We just
think
did it.
I think this is a bit more factory line, ironically, factory line content, and that it's just, I think I have this random thought, I'm gonna make it a video, and he
Yeah.
did. I don't think every video needs to be 9 hours because I don't have the time to. sit
No,
through
I
that,
know.
but
There's-
you could have just chosen one of these arguments and made more concise points about that one
Yes.
argument, as opposed
Yes.
to cramming all these random, disparate ideas into this one thing,
Good word.
without really much evidence to support any of it. Because he might say, "Oh, well, I provided evidence via the songs, that you hear throughout the video," but it's like, yeah, but okay, you basically just had us listen to the song. You basically just said, "Oh, did anyone really think this was a good idea?" You play
Yeah.
Clockwork by North Lane and then you move on.
It's dumb.
And it's like,
I don't like
that's
that.
not a point. You didn't say anything about it. You just are hoping that people agree that that's bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would just say, if you do really care, you should take more time on your videos. Not that they
Yeah.
necessarily need to be longer. Just spend more time working on the ideas themselves, and you know what? That would naturally result in less videos, probably, just through sheer thinking about things before you speak. But
Yeah.
know,
profitable.
if it produces better stuff, more well thought out things that have fact based arguments, well, then you're going to be better off for it in the long run, and we won't be covering you again in that case. Woo!
Yeah. Yeah, you
And the
won't be
cold,
canceled
hard
by our
truth that I know
fan base.
a lot of you are not going to like.
Yeah, all 0 of us. Woo!
All the 38 the bots aren't gonna want to post on your account.
Yeah, all my OnlyFans Twitter follower bot accounts won't
Yeah.
cancel you.
That's
To hear
great.
is that being a good guitarist does not make you a good musician. It just makes you a good guitarist. You're only a good
Okay.
musician if you make good music. Being a highly skilled guitar operator is an entirely different thing. So is it
Yeah.
cool to experiment and do wild, off-the-wall new shit? Absolutely. But stopping there is a cop-out. A truly great musician like Eddie Van Halen or Jimi Hendrix does both. The bottom line is this. Progressive music is cool and it certainly add a lot of fun, interesting stuff to the palette of what rock
yeah.
can be, but shredding and getting really good at your instrument is not the end-all be-all. We can't just sit back and let rock turn into a circle jerk of guitarists trying to impress each other. So please, if you care about the future of rock, just say no to Riff Salad.
There was no song in your song.
Alright my friends, that does it for this video. Let me know
Yeah.
what you think in the comments. And
He-
if you
he
made it this
used-
far into the video, you are officially invited to join my Discord. We're up to almost 2,000
Oh,
people as of now.
we can
So
join
check
his
that out
Discord.
at the
We
link in
made
the
it.
description.
But
And as
only if
always,
you
I want
listen
to
to
thank
that
everyone who supports us
point.
on Patreon,
If you don't,
especially
you're not
those of
allowed
you
to
who
join.
support at the True Cult level or above. Patrons get every podcast a week early. There's a private
You know what? I'm not gonna. I know. I'm just gonna let the video finish in a second. I just want to say that we probably will have a Patreon one day, and whenever we do it, I'm not going. I don't want to even begin to introduce like tier levels like that.
Yeah. Well, probably
I don't really like the incentivization. Is that a word?
incentive. Incentives.
I don't
better.
like I don't mind people who put the names of the people who subscribe to their Patreons in their videos. I don't mind that. There's something just a little bit weird, and not that you can't do this. This is just me personally. I think it's a little like to be like, oh, you have to subscribe to my top tier to get into my video. It's sort of that parasocial relationship stuff that I don't really want to encourage.
Yeah.
Like I do
That's
see
weird.
some streamers who will read like super chats, which are the people who pay money to send in a specific chat to someone, and the streamers will only read out the chats during the stream or at all if it's a high enough donation. I don't like that either. That's weird
yeah.
to me.
Yeah, it's weird.
If we ever get people doing that stuff for us, then I would just like to set the precedent that we should probably read everything that people pay money to send us, because it feels shitty for someone to pay money and then have the people they paid money to not fucking read it. It's weird. Anyway, the last 20 seconds.
private patron-only
What will he
Discord
say?
that I'm in all the time. I do Q&As,
that's all.
do some giveaways,
Yeah.
and it is because of your support that we're able to do the podcast in the first place.
Only the
That's how
true
I pay our
cultists,
producer and
though.
editor who makes the whole thing happen.
Is that
So
what he
thank you very
calls
much
them?
to all the patrons.
Cultists?
If you are interested in supporting the show, you can do that at the link in the description. And with that, I'm going to sign off for now, but I will see you next time.
He's probably making good money. Old Lee.
Yeah, he
With
probably
him.
is. He's probably making all right money. Yeah, he said something about thank you to all the Patreon supporters, but especially thank you to the true cult level supporters or something, and that's who's on screen there. Which I almost would be curious to look at how much that costs per month
Yeah.
to support.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe next week when we start looking at comments and stuff. But that is the fucking end. Holy fuck.
Wow.
So
That one
that
hurt.
took us roughly 7.5 to 8 hours total to cover.
We're just like Mahler.
Well, yeah. Funnily enough, yeah. I mean, his podcast was probably my biggest inspiration to start this one because I find it interesting to talk about videos at length and pause them and discuss people's arguments. It's
Yeah.
fun.
It is fun.
Holy shit, we did it. It's late. I'm not gonna drag out this ending. We're all tired, so I am just gonna say, well, to all our zero
It's terrible.
viewers and all our
And-
millions of future viewers, because we'll be on top of the world one day. We're gonna own the earth. Thank you for watching. Again, my name's Adam.
I'm Andrew.
I'm the crab guy.
Daniel.
Yeah. Well, sorry, I was talking over you. You guys repeat.
Oh no, it's
yourselves.
okay. I didn't know if you were gonna. Yeah, he's the crab. I'm the
That's all right. It doesn't
spaceship.
matter.
Daniel's. What is
I'm
Daniel?
the fucking
What are
fourth
you,
dimensional
Dan?
oculary. I'm like an oculary, kind of.
Wait, let me look.
What is that?
Oh my gosh, he's
An
like the
oc-
thing from Skyrim that you twist to get the. Elder
Yeah,
Scroll.
it's kind of like a.
Transcending the mundane, or
Yeah,
kind of
discerning
that.
the
It's like,
lexicon, or
discerning.
something.
discerning the transmundane.
Discerning the.
Yeah, it's kind of
transmundane,
like
yeah.
like a planetary gyroscope kind of thing. Like,
All right, yeah, you're the.
All right. Yeah.
Is that
Anyway,
even fourth
thank you for
dimensional?
watching.
Who knows? Maybe we'll discuss dimensions on the next episode when it's the D category. Woo!
yeah, we could discuss. dimensions.
Yeah.
That'd be
Our
fun.
Oh
big
God.
Ds.
Yeah, we can talk about Tenet. Fuck.
We can do that.
Oh,
that'd be great.
God, kill me now.
Sounds good to
Anyway,
me.
thank you for watching all zero humans. We love you.
Bye. Thank you, God.
Yeah, weird noise.